Good afternoon. Welcome along again to another glorious day here at the King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Riyadh. Another 12 races to bring you on a jam-packed card. Great to have you with us. The drone just going over the racecourse there. Myself and Rory Delaghi just to your right there with a wonderful view behind us. Really looking forward to today's action. And we are again coming to you live on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Great to have you with us. And if you were with us yesterday, the man to my right was in red-hot form. Rory Delaghi, are you going to be expecting you in the same vein of form today?
I hope so, yes. I said I'd be happy with 3 winners yesterday. I got 3 winners in the end.
So how many would you be happy with today?
I will take 4 today. Thank you very much.
One man who would be very happy with just the 1 winner today, Rory, Camillo Ospina. He's on 999. I've looked, he's got 5 rides today. The biggest of them is 10 to 1. The international market suggests today should be his day. Yeah,
well, the markets didn't quite get it right with him yesterday.
No,
of course,
true.
He'd a couple of reasonably short price rides and then rode a 33 to 1 winner when it looked like he was going to have a blank day. So he must have a decent chance of hitting his total today. And that would be, I suppose a Saturday would be the best day to do it really in terms of the fanfare, but he's not going to be hanging around not riding winners deliberately so we can do it on the biggest day of the week, and the chances are that Camilo will get a winner today and we'll have a great story on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got the favourite in our local Group 3, the last race on the card, Rory. And just quickly back to yesterday, watching him ride, we had a discussion, didn't we? In the first few races, it seemed like he was almost not riding how he normally did. He got beat on a few shortish price ones. He gets on the 33 to 1 shot, and it's the Camillo Ospina we've been used to.
Yes, yeah, I think the nerves showed a little bit with Camillo, which is very unusual, because the one thing I'd say about him is that normally his riding is exactly the same day in, day out. He's very consistent, but I just hinted, there was this hint slightly that there were nerves there with the 1,000 winner mark, clearly very important. And he went off a little bit too hard in one of our early races, got involved in the battle for the lead that I didn't think was necessary, and just got touched off in the end. But by the end of the day, he was, well, if you were following him, you'd have done very well yesterday with a 33 to 1 winner. But yeah, just back to normal service with that, and I think Camilo, after a little bit of nerves yesterday, will be back to his old self today.
Now, I also want to ask you about track position, but we can do that later because we've got some breaking news coming in. And Callum Helliwell has got more on that in the paddock for us.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, just a bit of news from the stewards. And again, we're very, very grateful to the Jcsa stewards for giving me a line on all things breaking. And I think this is important news for jockeys like Osama Al-Shahani and some very good young apprentices, Saab Al-Timyat. They all had a lot of success yesterday. That success might just be nullified a little bit going forward. There is new rules here where the apprentices will not be able to claim weight in cup races, open races, or races that value 300,000 SAR or more. So that means in races numbers 2, 9, 11 and 12 today, the apprentice jockeys will be unable to claim. So that's interesting and could change the way you want to make your selections here in Saudi Arabia on this fantastic Friday. And I think the highlight of this fantastic Friday is certainly the Lucky Last, a local Group 3 contest over the 2,000 metres featuring horses like Abu Shaker, who's looking to bounce back from a arguably poor run last time. Marsoum Al-Nayef also runs in that contest as well. This is a horse that always seems to be going under the radar, but was very good when finishing second last time out. And finally, Hayna Baha, who makes quite a quick turnaround after making a striking return on seasonal reappearance. She's a fascinating horse. I loved her last season, and unlike most of the white stable runners, she didn't need that first run. If she's improved again on this short turnaround, she could be very, very dangerous. One man that improves every single time I get to speak to him is our commentator. He is our voice from above. He is our man in the sky. He's Mr. Mark Francis, and he can take you through the runners and riders for the first.
Callum, thank you very much for that introduction. Good afternoon to you, Rory, Tom, and everybody watching at home, ready for 12 races here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Really looking forward to them as well. And we start with a non-winners of 4 event with no maidens. 11 runners in the field, headed by number 1, Amarillo Gold for Ali Al-Mamoni, who draws barrier number 1. Another Odyssey is number 2 with a late jockey edition of Sultan Al-Mamoni. And 3, William Tell is joint top rated in the field for Adil Al-Faradi. Kanajer is number 4, drawn 4. Number 5, drawn 5 is Givont for Abdella Al Hussein. Jcsa Al Bakawi, I should say, also on the 4. On to the 6, Jasmine, another filly, gets the widest post position in 11 for Abdullah Al Credis. At 7 is Not For Profit, 2 career wins to his name, only beat 2 home last time, Khaled Al Bamoni. 8 is Shanko, ex-Stuart Williams trained, Osama Al Sharani. 9 is Major, one of 2 3-year-olds of the lineup, Abdullah Al Ajimi. The other being number 10 is Malian for Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who is in excellent form of late. 11 is Noor Rose for Naif Al Anazi, completing the field of 11 for the first of 12 races here. Let's go back to the team in the studio. It's Rory and Tom.
Thank you very much. Mark Horse is just milling around in the pre-parade ring, and the international market is suggesting this is just a 2-horse race. Number 3, William Tell, is your 11 to 10 market leader. Malian at 5 to 4. Then it's a big gap, 12 to 1. Amarillo Gold, 16s for Shanko and Major, 20 to 1 Givont and Jasmine, and it is 25 to 1 bar those, Rory. Let's just go through them in race card order first here, Rory. Amarillo Gold. Now, this is a horse that won races from 1 race to 3 races. He has won the 3. Is he a little bit overlooked at 12 to 1?
You could argue that. I mean, he's got a rating of 78. He does have to give weight away to those who've won fewer races, and he's not in the greatest form of his life at the moment. 3 from 44 overall records, but he does have a little bit of class about him. He was a winner on turf here in February, but to be honest, he just hasn't been in great form since that outing. And while he's capable of bouncing back, I didn't greatly fancy his chances here.
Number 2 is another Odyssey, 33 to 1 on the international market. Rory has also had those 3 wins, but best known for trips much further than this.
Yeah, he's a horse who stays 2,400 metres well. He's not in particularly good form anyway, but he makes no appeal at all at 1,200 metres. It looks like it's a run designed to try to wake him up a little bit for a step up and trip next time out, and it'd be a massive shock if he won this.
There is another Odyssey just walking around there, just getting a little bit warm. Number 3, William Tell. We will see some replays of him shortly. 11 to 10 market leader, Rory. Is he the right market leader instead of Malian?
I just favoured Malian here, although there's nothing in it really. William Tell has got a rating of 92. Malian is also rated 92, but he is receiving weight, and I think that gives him the edge.
Okay, let's go to Callum in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, team. Let's start with horse number 1, Amarillo Gold. As mentioned by the boys in the studio, this is a 3-time winner who I thought looked in fairly good enough shape, still carrying just a little bit of condition, but you can excuse these sprinters. They are power-packed individuals and certainly worth keeping on the right side of. I think Amarillo Gold is one to watch here. They look quite well in the coat, has carried himself around this parade ring in good fashion, looks confident enough to do the business, has the blinkers on, but certainly an exciting enough horse. You'll see he's got a ring bit on, which is just designed to give the jockey just an extra bit of control, which will be needed because they will be flying in this contest. Let's go back just a couple to William Tell, horse number 3 in your race cards. A much different type, a far leggier type, lighter framed individual that we're seeing here, who certainly isn't carrying a lick of condition at all. He was finished in the money last time out and the time before that, so it would be no surprise if he was to finish in the money again. This will be a tough task for him, but he's a good mover, shining up well in the coat. It's getting a little bit warm, but I wouldn't let that put you off. It is a warm day today, so don't let that put you off William Tell if you like him. Not many negatives for me. We go back to Givont, horse number 5, who I absolutely adore. Really, really good looking individual who's just so well put together, but unfortunately the form is just going the wrong way, you think. He's coming into that winter coat, as you can see, just beginning to make that transition over. over. He's getting a little bit weak in behind his back end as well. He'd be a bit of a paddock negative for the first time for me today. I'd be put off by Giovanni. He shines up well in the coat, but the back end is looking weaker and weaker with each passing race. Let's go back to the 8, who is Shanko, another one who turned out really, really well here. A lot of the stable staff have done magnificently with these horses. Shanko looks really well. I think I remember putting him up with a paddock selection the last time I saw him run, and he could only finish 6th, but he certainly is worth following here. He looks really well, plenty of good muscle definition on him. He's got a really interesting action with his hind legs, sort of quite swings his legs out. He's not the most beautiful of movers, but with these dirt sprinters, that's not really a surprise. Handling himself fine in the preliminaries. You see he's got the tongue strap on, that red tongue strap. That's just to keep his tongue down and allow him the chance to breathe as well. He's got the earplugs in too. Wouldn't let that put you off. I think he looks very well in the prelims and certainly fit enough to do the damage today. And finally, we go back to 10, which is Malian. We're just seeing go around the parade ring now. A much longer type here, isn't he? You could set a family of 5 on the back of Malian, but he was a winner last time out. He looks in good enough shape today. Arguably, you'd say muscle definition-wise, he's not blowing anyone away, but he certainly can't be ignored. We'll actually grab a word with his trainer, actually, Tamer Al-Dahani, just on the other side of the parade ring, so we'll march over and I'll go and grab him now and just get a word on this horse. We didn't get a word with Tamer yesterday because he didn't have a winner, which is a bit of a rarity, but he's got Ricardo Sosa Ferreira with him today, and Ricardo is on fire right now. He rode a double yesterday as well as 5 winners last week, so he's looking for 6 winners and he will be one to follow. Just going to grab Tamer now. He's just stood in front of me. Tamer, firstly, how are you doing? I didn't get to talk to you yesterday. Are you well?
Yeah, very good. I'm okay.
Talk to me about Malian in this race. A winner last time out. You said he deserved that win. He was improving all the time. Can he step up again to win here?
Yeah, he's in a good form. He won last week. You know, it's only 6 days to run again, but I'm happy with him. He do a good job in the morning. I'm happy. He will do a good job.
And Ricardo is in fine form as well, the jockey. He is 2 winners yesterday, 5 winners last week. He's just popped over my shoulder there. You'll be very confident with him.
Ricardo is our best since last year, and this year is with me. I'm happy to ride my horses, you know.
Well, best of luck with both Ricardo and your horse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Tamer Al-Dahani was in very good form on Saturday. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, well, he's been in good form all last week and yesterday as well. Let's have a look at some of his form in Malian. This is him winning 6 days ago, like Tamer Al-Dahani said here. Dropping down in trip again, Rory, would that worry you?
Not particularly, no. He looks pretty adaptable, Malian, and this is, I don't think this is any stronger a race. It was not a 90 handicap last time out. Not many of his opponents today would be particularly happy at this sort of level. There's a minor question mark about him going into this race as will he actually win a race, because he was a maiden going into it, but he's got very solid form.
Yeah.
He's won it in thoroughly straightforward fashion, so I've got no problem with that. He's obviously meeting a horse who was higher rated than William Tell, who we're seeing now. He fades a little bit late on in this contest, William Tell, to finish 5th over 1,600 metres in a race won by Yadar. Again, this was a competitive handicap as well, and I think he benefits from the drop back into 1,200 metres. His best form has come at trips short of a mile, so no surprise to see him fading out of contention a little bit late in the day, but he'll be a lot happier back at this trip. And to be perfectly honest, I did see this as a match between the two of them.
Yeah, the ratings would suggest, and with the market having them so close, they're both rated 92, but because Malian, as Mark Francis said, one of only 2 3-year-olds in this race, gets a 5 kilo allowance, he looks well enough in at those weights against William Tell.
Yeah, I'd say he's very well in, to be perfectly honest. And that's the key. As you said, it's 5 kilos is £10. Strictly speaking, it's £11, but I think we're always on a scale of 1 kilo equals £2 here.
Yeah.
So essentially, he's getting £10 from William Tell, and if they met in a handicap, they'd be separated by weight for age.
Yeah.
So it's worth bearing that in mind as well. But I don't think weight for age is particularly big over this trip. So I thought that William Tell had a tough enough task for all he has the back class to go close. and I would have made Malian marginal favourite. I'm not saying he's guaranteed to win, but if I had to price it up, I'd bear that in mind and make the younger horse a slight favourite over William Tell, who looks well.
Well, there is our current international market leader, William Tell, going down to start with Adel Al Faradi on board. Let's talk about one that Callum gave a really good mention to in the parade ring. That is Shanko. Now, he's rated 69. He does have a bit to find on the ratings, but Osama Al-Sharani, who has impressed everybody here, Rory, takes the 3 kilos off, 16 to 1 on the international market. Could he be one to fill that third place spot if that's what they're fighting for?
Yeah, he's got a chance. Obviously, I thought that Osama Al-Sharani would be interesting, claiming 3 kilos through the card today, but obviously he's now, as of the new rules, now only able to claim in below open level, although this non-winners of 3 counts in that category, which is interesting. So yeah, he'll be looking to take advantage of that claim, and this horse has certainly got place claims at his best. Shanko. I struggle to see why he should win this. He's won twice in his career, but both of those wins were very early on for Stuart Williams in the UK. Hasn't added to his tally since. He's often there or thereabouts, and it's nearly 3 years since his last win. So he's the kind of horse you only ever want for a place, or if you're trying to predict the 1, 2, 3 in a contest. He's not really one to be interested in from a win point of view.
There is Malian looking very relaxed going down to the start under Ricardo Sosa Ferreri. Just a word on Nathan Alanazi. Done a very good job of getting onto Nor Rose there. Looked a little bit of a handful. Kept the feet out the irons. Kept the horse very nice and relaxed. Let's get a word on number 9, Major, who is 16 to 1 on the international market. Rory has won over this course and distance, but yet to fire lately.
Yeah, course and distance open winner last year, and if Major found that form, he would be of interest. But he just seems to have lost his edge completely off late, and really only one vaguely creditable run in his last 6, which suggests that he's trained off for the time being, or maybe for good.
Yasser Al-Bakawi giving a really good, nice pat to Kanja, trying to talk sweet nothings to him to outrun his odds at 40 to 1. Make sure you do get in touch. We are coming live on the Jcsa English-speaking YouTube channel. We'd love to hear from you. Do give your selections, or even if you just want to say hello or ask Rory Delaghi anything you want. Maybe ask him about his serve at paddle if you don't want to ask him about the racing as well. So do get in touch. We do really want to hear from you as the runners just start to get down to post. Number 5, Giavant, was a bit of a paddock negative for Callum, Rory. This is number 5 on your race card, 20 to 1 on the international market. Has managed to win 3 times, but he has run 52.
Yes, not one of my favourites, Giavant. Capable of fair form in his day, but he's an inconsistent sort, and he's not been particularly good this year.
Okay, selection time then, Rory. Which way are you going here?
I'm going with Malian.
Well, you were in very good form yesterday, Malian. That is number 10 on your race card. I'm going to follow you in here as well. I think the international market may have just got this wrong. So Rory Delaghi and myself with number 10, Malian, as the runners just start to get down to post. Let's go over to Callum to see where he's going in race number 1.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, looking forward to this one. Just a couple of paddock updates. The 11, Nor Rose, got very, very warm and kicked up a storm, put Naif Alanazi on the floor in the prelims. Down to post now, pretty settled, but that would be the big paddock negative for me. The selection is going to be actually Jasmine, of all horses. The horse we were talking about before we went on air. I think it's rumoured that I have a big love affair with Jasmine, but I didn't think I did. But maybe the love affair's coming out now, because when the jockey jumped up, Abdullah Al-Kradis was on board, she looked like she grew another leg. She certainly stood out in the parade ring. The others, like I said, I went through the horses that made my shortlist, and no one really blew me away. But Jasmine looks great in the coat, and now the jockey's jumped on. She is going to be the play for me. So the 4-year-old who has been largely frustrating here in Saudi Arabia, I'm pretty sure her method is coming late and hard at the end. Hopefully she can pick up some pieces late on, but Jasmine will be the pick for me. But they are loading very quickly, as is normal in Saudi Arabia, and Mark Francis can give us the lowdown for race number 1.
Yes, thank you, Callum. I'm going to join the boys in the studio here with number 10, Malian. I think it's got the best form. It's clearly going in the right direction. Drawn on the inside, albeit wide, of chief market rival William Tell. They have tightened up at the top. 11-10 William Tell, 6-5 Malian, 12-1 Barbados. Good luck. Race number 1 here at Riyadh. The runners have loaded 1,200 metres and they're off and racing. 6 furlongs ahead of them as Noor Rose is one of the early leaders. Red sleeves, white cap, but it was a pretty level break in all honesty. On the inside, Amarillo Gold and Shanko not too far away from the speed with Kanaja. Dropped out is Jasmine towards the back end of the field, but there'll be no more than 7 lengths first to last as they go through the first third of their journey. And it is Noor Rose who is one of the early leaders with Shanko. Right up against the fences, Amarillo Gold to make a line of 3. Malian, second favourite, currently ahead of the market leader. William Tell in 4th and 5th positions. Next in the field, we have the blue colours, or white and blue colours, of Another Odyssey. Further out, back towards the inside is Major. Between those is Kanaja. Right towards the back end of the field, we have Givont, and Jasmine is towards the tail. As they turn into the straight, then a Malian under Ricardo Souza Ferreira is now produced with his challenge, now takes over, leads by a length and a half to Noor Rose in second. Shanko the far side of William Tell, who now takes second. They go inside the final 100. Malian is nicely clear. It's going to be another winner for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Malian, back-to-back wins. William Tell up for second, Noor Rose in third, Givon up for fourth, possibly ahead of Major, who was next across the line. Of course, our team of experts in the studio knew that Malian would get us off the mark in the opening race of 12 here. Malian under Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who's in terrific form this Riyadh season, wins in a canter. 1:13.73 is the winner's time and drew nicely clear of the remainder. William Tell, who went off as the 5-4 market leader, was 4 lengths behind the winner. Second favourite, Malian wins. William Tell in second. Noor Rose, who was always up with the speed, played up beforehand. Nice effort in the end in third, but was beaten 6 at the wire. Givont had the head down in 4th place. Major near side in 5th. Ahead of Shanko and Amarillo Gold. The numbers 10, 3, 11 and 5. The winning time 1:13.73. Malian gets us off the mark in race number 1.
Malian wins our opener, and I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer Sama Al-Dahani. And Sama, the perfect start to today. No winners yesterday, but bang, we're in with a winner today.
Yeah, because he ran yesterday. I told the jockey to don't kill him, step by step, because he have another horse for Prince Faisal. He's a good horse. I don't try to make the race easy. And he do it like what I say.
Dropping back in trip today, a little bit shorter distance, didn't look to be any problem. He breathed in clear with Ricardo.
Yeah, he's a good in a 6 furlong, better than 7 furlong, really. He show a really fast horse in the training, you know. I'm happy for 6 furlong, better than 7 furlong for him.
You must have been full of confidence watching Ricardo ride him, because at no stage did he look in trouble at all.
Yeah, he ride him 3 times, 4 times, one second and 2 wins.
He's a very confident jockey. Where next for a horse like him? Where do you go with a horse like him now?
I'm going for the fast races, handicapper, you know, because he's a handicapper horse from 7 and down. Each horse 7 furlong and down, I will go with him.
So we're asking the handicapper to keep the mark down on this time.
Yeah, I hope.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, the horse just coming in now. Tamer Al-Dahani ready to greet in his winner, Malian, who has come here and done this in really good style. The boys in the studio and Mark Francis in the commentary box were absolutely right. This horse has made them look very, very slow here. And like you said, the big sprint handicaps will be on the agenda now. Came here and did that off a mark of 92. Will probably still just about creep into the 0 to 100 races, but there aren't too many 0 to 100 handicaps available, and the ones that are will be red hot to get into. So this son of Twilight Sun has started off his 3-year-old, well, he's just wrapping up his 3-year-old career in really good style, and it's probably a horse to keep on the right side of, both over 6 and 7 furlongs. But a jockey to keep on the right side of is Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. That's 3 wins, and we've only been racing for 2 days this week, so we're very excited to see how he gets on. He set a target at the beginning of the week for 6. He's already halfway there, so let's see how he gets on. Just getting the saddle adjusted. I think we're still just attached to the martingale there, team. Never ideal, but at least we know the saddle would have been on all regardless throughout the race. So lovely to see that, and we'll get Ricardo to come through soon. Also going to talk about the breeches as well. They've got new breeches, the jockeys here. Elite Equestrian doing the breeches, so we'll have a word about that as well. Ricardo just weighing in, making sure that everything is correct. He's super happy with that. We'll just let him hand over his saddle as well. Ricardo, 3 winners. We're going to get to 6, no problem this week, are we?
No, wait. I need to win 3 more, and I hope more. But speak about this horse. Amazing horse. He may be 7 race maiden, and now 2 winners. He improved. Today I don't want use Corvage because easy win for this horse, and last week and this week maybe strong for him, but he can improve, and 1,400 I like more.
Yeah, Sama was saying that he was happy with the horse dropping back to 1,200 metres, but you've just mentioned there 1,400 metres. You'd be confident at that trip as well?
Yes, I try. I have a start not very good outside, but for me I have favorite horse Prince Faisal. Just try more in front possible, but when horse go comfortable, and very good in finish.
Very easy on the turn. You sort of breathed into the race. You looked like you were maybe 6th or 7th position, and the next thing, bang, you were in 1st. So the turn of foot is clearly there.
Yes, my position in the corner not very good. I come outside, but you 1,200. You don't want to catch too much, and I give 400. The horse come easier. I give chance for horse breathe good for the last 300 finish, and look the race.
Fantastic, very well done, very impressive. Busy day for you today, and who is the lady that's with you? Because I don't want to get it wrong and say who's with you.
Yes, this my wife.
Oh, so that is your wife. That's it. You always got to be careful.
You give chance interview.
We'll certainly get an interview with her. Thank you very much.
My best support.
Oh, that's lovely to hear.
Thank you.
Maybe that's why he's riding so well, if his wife's watching all the time, Rory. But Ricardo Sosa Ferreira in really good form. And look, we've seen him pull off some great rides over the past couple of days and weeks, Rory, but he didn't need to be at his best here, did he?
No, he did. This was fairly straightforward for him. We had a little bit of early speed for a not-for-profit there out of stall 8, and that was ensuring the race was going to be run at a decent clip, which was really the only major concern. As I said, at these weights, he seemed to have a very good chance of beating William Tell. Slightly surprising that William Tell was favoured in the market for all that horse had run respectably last time out. Malian's a horse who's progressing with his racing and won nicely last time out.
Were you surprised here, seeing how well he was travelling, considering he was being dropped back in trip? Interesting to hear Thelma Rowder-Harney wanting to stay at this trip, and Ricardo Sosa Ferreira saying he'd be better at 1,400.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously won at the 1,400 metre last time out. I don't think he looks like a pretty straightforward horse. So I don't see a massive problem in dropping him back. But he's fully. I mean, he's been switching between 12 and 1,400 metres this season. It doesn't seem to be too much of a problem for him. There's one vaguely disappointing effort came at 1,600, but he's been very consistent. Yeah. And as I said, the question about him a couple of runs ago was, well, he's very consistent, but will he actually win a race given a chance? Yeah. And to be honest, he's been in some really tough contests. He hasn't really been entitled to win any of them until recently, and he's just shown that he's improving a little bit all the time. His rating rising from 87.
It was just there when Ricardo Sosa Ferreira took a peek under his left arm. You thought, well, how far here? Yeah. And interestingly, I suppose Thelma Rowder-Harney will be swayed what the handicapper does, because he will still be eligible for these type of races.
Yeah, and again, as I said, the handicapper tends to, rather than saying, right, William Tell's rated 92 and you've beaten him, he's won this race as he's entitled to at these weights, because he's getting, as I said, obviously he's getting I think a kilo weight for age, and then he's getting another 4 kilos.
And that's his wife. We wonder who they're FaceTiming, but a lot of fans as well. Everyone very happy. and he's still got plenty more chances yet to come, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. So that was race number 1. Malian got the job done, was well fancied by a lot of us here. Now, race number 2 upcoming. This is an open for the 3-year-olds and upwards, again over the 1400 metres. Let's get to Mark Francis for those runners and riders.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Tom. Yeah, second race of the afternoon. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira at the top as he bids for an early double here on Al Dasim, one of 2 in the ownership of Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah. Tharma Al Dahani also looking for a double. We'll get to his other runner in just a moment. Number 2 is Balbi, rated triple figures for Khaled Al Mamoni. And here is the other Tharma Al Dahani runner. Number 3, Ala Tabi for Mohammed Al Daham. Number 4 is Al-Man for Abdullah Al-Lawfi, who was well behind Power in numbers last time out. Number 5, Keirama for Wigberto Ramos. That was a course and distance winner back in January. And number 6 at the bottom of that caption is Composite Naif Al-Anazi. 7, Al-Lamawi for Mohammed Al-Hubayl. 8 is our producer's nickname, Honky Tonk Man for Osama Al-Sharani. Jimmy Jerkins doing the training. 9 is Indemnify for Ali Al-Mamoni. And 10, great effort last time from Making Movies when third, Alex Moreno. 11 is Tropical Air, the only 3-year-old in the lineup for Abdullah Al-Sayidi. 12 is Upper Class, who was bred in Brazil, Tariq Al-Mansour. 4 over the page, number 13, American Dancer for Khalid Al-Lazmi. 14 is Emblem Speed. 15, Udalali for Rakin Al Abeid. And 16 is Oslu for Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Gets stall number 1 as well. Open company then, we're up to 1400 metres for the second race this afternoon. It's back to the gents in the studio.
Thank you very much, Mark. Let's run through them on the international market here. Number 5, Keirama, is a very short price favourite indeed at 5-4. Balbi at 11-4. Then there's a big jump in the market to Alatabi at 8-1 for Tharma Al Dahani. Honky Tonk Man at 8, as is Making Movies. Al Dasim for that man, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, is at 12-1, as is Alman, and number 7, Al Mawi. Let's talk about the international market favourite first here, Roy. This is number 5, Keirama, your 5-4 favourite. Is that too short a price in this?
It's a little short for my liking, Keirama, given that he was disappointing here last time out when strongly fancied. I would just about put him at the top of the market, but I think there's a slight question mark, obviously, about him after that. I basically forgave that run, saying, you know, he didn't travel with his usual gusto, and he's normally fairly reliable. But 5-4 I thought was tight in a race where you can give a chance to quite a few.
And there is Keirama's jockey, Roberto. We talked about him.
Deep in thought there,
yeah,
Wiggy.
Deep in thought. There's number 1 going around. That is Ricardo Sosa Ferreira's mount, Rory. This is Al Dasim, 12-1 on the international market. Decent run last time out in third.
Yeah, that's actually so I think that's Al Tabi, the one we briefly saw there. Unless we went straight from one to the other and I missed it. Al Dasim,
1, yeah.
He won a Group 3 at Maidan last year for a different stable and was back to form with third to Bakil in an open race over this trip last time out. He's never raced beyond that, which is a slight question mark. But if he gets this 1400 metre trip, then he's got a very good chance because he's got a touch of class about him. Although he's rated 95 and he's got horses rated to 107 and 101 against him, he was a fair bit higher last year. And obviously, as the only group winner in the race, he clearly has back class.
Okay, let's get back to Callum in the paddock.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, let's have a look at these in the parade ring. Number 1, Al Dasim. This is a real looker that we're looking at here. This is shining up in the coat, looking in immaculate form. Has this black hood on. That will stay on. The red hoods will be removed, obviously, but the black hoods stay on. And as the boys have mentioned, a pattern race winner, a group winner in the past, and not disgraced last time out when third to a good horse. Look at the muscle definition on this one. The liver chestnut shining up in the coat, not carrying too much condition. You could argue there's still a little bit more to find condition-wise, but Al Dasim certainly makes the shortlist. Let's pull back to the 4 here. This is Alman, just taking a moment to relieve himself as he continues around. This 6-year-old who we're just having a look at now, this gelding. Like I said, he's another one with a beautiful bit of muscle definition. The hips are on show. He's clearly fit enough to do the damage today. Gace has been flying along as a trainer as well. He's a bonny mover, isn't he? probably got a bit of a neck that I would consider it a bit long in the neck. It's not the most powerful of necks, but I wouldn't let that put you off. Plenty of sheepskin on as well with the cheek pieces and the noseband, but looks in really good shape, but will need to bounce back from a slightly disappointing run last time. Let's pull back to K-Rama. Love K-Rama. Remember this horse from last season. Now a 5-year-old entire, 5 rising 6, but you wouldn't know it, would you? He looks in great shape, doesn't he, K-Rama? He's a lovely individual. Real power-packed, low to the ground, lovely coat, plenty of muscle definition. Wigberto Ramos takes the ride. He'll be looking for his first winner back since that nasty injury he had, and hopefully we'll get a Wigman Wiggle sooner rather than later. K-Rama, well fancied here today, lads, and I've got no problems with the way the horse looks. We'll pull back to just one more Honky Tonk Man. This is Jimmy Jerkin's runner here, Honky Tonk. He's just coming towards us now. Bit of a celebrity and a famous horse amongst the English-speaking channel, but had just been a wee bit out of form recently. A second on penultimate start, but 6th last time out. Needs to build on that, but showed really good form last year, and with a horse well worth following. So hopefully he can run a bigger race today. As you can see, he's plenty excited underneath Osama, and Osama claiming 3, but he is a jockey to follow. You're just going to hope he can settle down. I wouldn't be too concerned with this. This is a horse that just wants to get going, not getting over the top of himself, looks in really good shape as well. Certainly one you have to look at as well. And we'll leave it there, boys. Those are the runners and riders that I'm keen to keep an eye on. Hopefully we'll find a winner out of this group. I think my pick is going to be Al Dassim, though. Just gets the nod over K-Rama.
Well, Callum goes with Al Dassim as the paddock pick. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira will be happy to see that. Let's have a look at the international market favourite in action. But this is 2 starts ago, Rory, on a much better effort than last time.
Yeah, this is an indication of what K-Rama can do. Of course, he was a cup winner over course and distance last season in the King Khalid University Cup, and then he showed his well-being by giving Wigberto Ramos, I think, his only winner in the time season here, battling well to regain the lead in the straight and doing it nicely. But he wasn't in the same form here last time out, but he just didn't travel with his usual fluency. And you can question that effort and say, well, he doesn't look 107 horse on that. No. Or you can just say, listen, we all have bad days at the office and just ignore that one. And I'm not entirely sure where I stand, to be perfectly honest.
Well, the only other one in the race that has a marker over 100 is number 2, Balby, who was 4th last time out. Rory, do you think he should be closer to the favourite on the international market?
No, I didn't, because I think there's a bit of a question with Bal in that he's been in the frame on both of his starts since winning at Taif in September 2023. But again, you're going back well over a year to this horse's win. He's been worryingly lightly raced since, and he comes back for a new stable. Now, I'm trying to work out if this is Sultan Al Maimouni, the trainer, obviously spelled differently, but you do find people's names get spelled differently all the time. He's obviously better known as a jockey, but I think he is one of the Al Maimouni family. But anyway, he doesn't have a great strike rate thus far. He hasn't been training for very long. I can't find a record of that first name if Callum can find, because obviously he didn't have any winners last season. But it's a little bit of a concern that the trainer hasn't hit the mark really yet. So I want to see Bal showing the form that he was capable of last year before I trust him to run to his current rating.
Okay, well, we'll definitely find out about the trainer, and when we do, we shall let everybody know. Now, there is one of Thalma Al-Dahani's in shot who've already talked about Al Dassim. Let's talk about the other one. That's number 3, Alatabi at 8-1 in the market. Rory, Mohammed Al-Daham rides this one. Did win 2 starts ago, but a bit disappointing last time.
Yes, he was only 9th on his only outing at Taif this season, but he did end last season with a good course and distance win from Mahalik, and he's gone well fresh in the past, so I can see him bouncing back. Maybe Taif just wasn't his thing this summer, and he's one you've got to bear in mind here. Mohammed Al-Daham on board. I'm not sure I would read directly into the fact that Ricardo Sosa Ferreira rides Al Dassim and Mohammed Al-Daham rides Alatabi. I don't think there's an official pecking order there. I think we do expect Ricardo to take the pick of the minds, but Mohammed Al-Daham was a winner in these silks last week as well.
If you look at them just going through the shot, Al Dassim has the green hat, Alatabi has the distinguishing white hat.
We all know that some owners don't necessarily put the first cap on the most fancied horse, so it's not necessarily a guide. And what I could do, if you give me a minute or two, I could try to find out exactly what the strike rate
Well,
is by jockey.
Well, you do that, and whilst you do that, we're going to say a big hello to Pedro, who has been very, very active on the YouTube chat. He's put Milan in capital letters. I'm sure Pedro would have been happy with that, and he is with number 1 again. He's following Ricardo Sosa Ferreira with Al Dassim in this 12-to-1 chance on the international market. Very good luck to you, Pedro. Now, let's get over to Honky Tonk Man. What a great name that is. 8-to-1 on the international market. Osama Al-Shirani does ride, but we don't think he can claim in this anymore, Rory.
No, he definitely can't. We've had confirmation of that. Open races, races worth more than 300,000 SAR, and group races, and I guess listed races as well, are now races that apprentice jockeys cannot claim in. So I think I've written up Osama Al-Shirani as if his claim here was very useful in Honky Tonk Man, but you can ignore that now. He's no longer claiming 3 kilos off this horse. He's going to run well here, Honky Tonk Man, but he's not been finding an awful lot at the end of his races. I thought he was going to go very close last time out in a race that was run to suit him. He's closed from off the pace. He's almost got alongside and then just faded out of it again. And I'm not convinced, for whatever reason, he's seeing his race out at the moment. But on the ratings, he's got a decent chance. He's got a rating of 98. He's getting weight off Al Dassim, 3 kilos off him, 2 kilos off Alotabi and Balb, and he's also getting a kilo off the likes of K Rama as well. So he's weighted to go pretty close, but I think he's more likely to sort of run into the frame, and he could have done with that claim, to be perfectly honest.
So maybe a word of warning for Honky Tonk Man there. Just last one to touch on, the only other one on the international market at single figure prices is number 10, Making Movies at 8-to-1. Has stall 14 to overcome, Rory, but is pretty consistent on the whole.
He is, yeah. Was only beaten a length of 3/4 when second to Kairama over 1,400 metres of time in August, race we just saw, and was far from discredited when third to the top class final destination here last month, albeit beaten just over 12 lengths. I thought he'd make his presence felt, and he was capable of getting in the frame. Right,
selection time then, Rory, as the runners still mill round down at the starters. Number 12 just gets attack readjusted. That is upper class at 50-1 on the international market. Are you going to make it 2 from 2?
I don't know. I'm going to go for a relative outsider here because I think, although he's not proven at the trip, Al Dassim is overpriced on what he's capable of, and he gets the nod from me. I can see from your face that you were thinking of putting Al Dassim up here.
I was, and I think now I've got to go against you. I've got to claw that deficit back.
It's almost a gift. You got Kairama now staring you in the face, the short price favourite.
I am, but that run last time out, just going through the shot there, looks really well under Roberto. He's got Wingman on his britches, but I thought was quite cool. If I can't go with Al Dassim, I'm definitely not going to go against Tharma Al Dahani, so I'm going to go with Alotabi, Mohammed Al Daham, with a distinguishing white cap. So myself and Rory are with Tharma Al Dahani's 2 here. Rory is with number 1, Al Dassim, and Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on that one, and I'm with number 3, Alotabi has the white cap, Mohammed Al Daham on board. Let's go over to Callum and see what he fancies in race number 2.
Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you, Rory. Yes, joining the Rory train with Al Dassim here, just was the pick of the paddock ahead of K Rama, who looked perfectly well as well. Also, a very good shout out to Honky Tonk Man. One you might want to put in your notebooks, Udalali, looked better in the parade ring, but still carrying quite a bit of condition. But I think that's a horse that will come forward from this run and maybe worth having a peep at later on this season. Mark Francis, hopefully you can call Al Dassim a winner in this one.
I hope so, Callum, yes, because it's my selection as well. I couldn't believe this was 12-1 earlier. It's now 7-1. It's been the best backed horse in the race, Al Dassim. 12s into 7s. Balbi is steady at 3s. K Rama remains the market leader at 11-8. But it's Al Dassim, for me, ran well behind Bakil, wasn't it, last time in open company. A jockey and trainer bang in form. Stall 4 is rather kind as well. As we already highlighted, Al Dassim green cap, Alotabi white cap. Elsewhere, Honky Tonk Man with the black cap, with Alaman red cap. Lamawi first colours for the Haif Mohammed Al Qatani and Sons, red cap, white cap for Making Movies, as they're just about all set then for race number 2 here at Riyadh, 1,400 metres. Stand by. And they're off. Jumping away for this open contest over 1,400 metres. First to the front is Alamawi with the red cap. Also up with the speed early on is Balbi. This is the leading pair, with Al Darsim at close third and Alatabi with the white cap in fourth position. Embelen's speed is not too far off the speed, perhaps 2 lengths behind the leader, with Keirama in sixth place under Wigberto Ramos in mid-division. Extreme left then, red jacket, black cap for Honky Tonk Man is going to be 5 wide around the opening turn. Just behind that one is Upper Class. Between rivals is the black jacket of Os Lube. Right towards the back end of the field early on, we have American Dancer, who's just preceded by Alman, and also towards the rear is Tropical Air. As they come through the halfway stage, and it is Alamawi for Mohamed Al Hubail with a narrow lead. Alatabi now stalking this one in second. Between that pair, Balbi is short of racing room. It's opened up beautifully for Honky Tonk Man down the middle of the course, and Honky Tonk Man now begins to join Alatabi at the head of affairs. Al Darsim is now running on in third position. Down the middle of the course, Keirama is getting closer with Al Man as they race inside the final furlong. Honky Tonk Man is in front by half a length. Al Darsim, though, is trying to respond on the far side. Al-Man joining in to make a line of 3. Al Darsim, the far side of Al-Man. Very tight at the wire, possibly in that order. Far side Al Darsim, finishing well was Al-Man. Honky Tonk Man also involved. A very tight finish to race number 2. Al Darsim, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, the cameraman is usually the guide. Has Al Darsim held on? Towards the left of shot, Al-Man. Between those, Honky Tonk Man has run a screamer in possibly second, possibly third, possibly the winner. But I think Al Darsim may have just got the verdict here in race number 2. It's a huge price this morning. 12-1, backed in, 7-1. Have the Saudi punters had it off again. Al Darsim, the far side, is the head down at the right time. Oh, it's very close. Very close indeed. Al Darsim has been confirmed. Al Darsim has won. 1:28.13 is the winner's time. Alman ahead behind in second place. 1 and 4 are the numbers. Honky Tonk Man ran a great race in third. It's a red stable 2 and 3. But Al Darsim has provided Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, Thama Al Dahani, and Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah with doubles on the day. What a shot this is. Al Darsim on the left, crossing the line virtually together with Alman. But Al Darsim was game, and Al Darsim wins again. 1, 4, 8 and 5 the numbers. The winner's time 1:28.13. Al Darsim wins race number 2.
With his lovely scenes here with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, Alma Al Dahani as well getting involved with this, and wonderful scenes all round. Salma, just to start with there, that was a thrilling race.
Yeah, he was traveling too good, but they closed him in that last furlong. Ricardo almost fell down, you know. He stopped the horse and he got outside and he coming again. I'm happy, you know, because he bring him back.
And he's a very unexposed horse, obviously with a group winner overseas, and now comes here, and this is only a second run, and he's so exciting, I think.
Yeah, this horse, from the last race, I told the Prince, we go to the 7 furlong is better for him. And today, if you see, if they're not closing him at the last furlong, he should be winning by 3 lengths.
Did you think you'd won it?
Yeah, because he's a 62 kilo, hard horse. When he open, they close him. He stop, and he go outside, and he open again. It's hard to come, you know?
Well done, go.
Thank you.
I'm just getting told off by the cameraman again there for just holding him a bit too long, but let's have a look at Al Darsim here. this winning horse, who is certainly an exciting and an interesting horse. Another one to add to the team, because he's a fascinating size of runner. He's a big, strong individual, and just looking forward to seeing how he gets on, really, because he's a horse that I think we can go forward with a bit more here. Like 1,400 metres, clearly he can handle this trip, stepped up last time, and he's just another iron in the fire in this very strong, powerful team. He's got the cross noseband and the ring bit on. Clearly, he's not the easiest, but my goodness, can he run when he's given every chance. And he's just repelled the late lunge from Alman, and Honky Tonk Man has run a stormer in third. He looked to have the race put to bed at one stage, and then you had Keirama just behind in fourth. But here's our winning jockey, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. A double already, you're flying.
Yes, come six, please, come six. Thank you for this horse. He helped me a lot today. I travel very well, but the horses in maybe 500 stop. I just try wait, keep calm, try my position for calm, and the horse helped me.
Now, there's a really long straight here at Riyadh, and you needed every single metre of that long straight. Did you think you had enough horse underneath you to get to the win?
Yes, so my goal, no, all week winner. I just say thank you on this table, thank you Tamer. He helped me every day. The Sheikh give me this opportunity riding this fantastic horse race. The meeting for Sheikh, for Tamer, and now for me, you know, I'm very happy. I try give all race my best ride, and today, and this race, you know, sometimes you need luck. This race, like for me.
You had plenty of skill as well, pulling out when you needed to challenge and getting there in time. 2 races, 2 wins. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Ricardo Sosa Ferreira at it again then. He's already had a double on the day, and there was plenty to take from this race, Rory. A race of changing complexions throughout. And what we're seeing here, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira's got Al Dassim just starting now to get a clear run into him, but he had a lot of traffic problems before then.
He did, and this is not an easy ride. It's easy enough to say, oh, if he'd come wider, he would have got a clear run, but you've got to bear in mind, this is a horse who's had 28 starts in his career, and not one of them has been beyond 6 furlongs. So this was a new test for him, and his stamina was obviously in question. And to be honest, he's just, having got to the front and got past those who were weakening at the front, he's then only just held on for the fast finish of Alman as well. So it was a really well judged ride by Ricardo to get there in the nick of time while not wasting an ounce of energy either. And he saved every yard on the way round. Obviously, as we'll see, you know, he had to trust to luck a little bit and switch outside late in the day to get himself into clear sailing, but he's not wasted a yard, and that's been really important.
Now, if you are looking at the pictures, he is in the green sleeves, green cap on the inside, just going into second now, and it's about another furlong or so. He starts getting into a little bit of traffic problems. He wants to settle him behind the leader at that moment, which is Al Mawi. But then the horses just start to come in on him, and he then starts looking for room. You can see the favourite in behind, Keirama. The distress signals are already out with this one. But this is where you can just see Ricardo Sosa Ferreira thinking, oh no, I'm not going to get out in time here.
Yeah, does he panic at all?
I'd say here he probably is, because if you're on a horse that has...
He's a little bit worried. The problem he had, obviously, was Al-Mawi, who led early on, was dropping back at this stage, and he needed to get out of that horse's path. Otherwise, he'd be carried back through the field. So he's had to switch into the 3 path. But once he draws, obviously he's given first run to Honky Tonk Man. As I said, with the horses in front at the moment, he just hasn't been seeing his races out as well as he used to this season. And I thought he was vulnerable in front. But no sooner has Al Dassim got himself to the front than he faces a strong finisher on his outside in Alman. And he just holds on there. So it's not like you know, another 100 yards and he won by further.
And you can see Ricardo, so he's at him now. And when you're on a horse that probably does step up in trip, you know you've got that good turn of foot. And he probably thought, well, if I can use my turn of foot now, and if I don't stay, I've put the distance. He's had to stay every single yard of this. But how fast Alman finished, he's probably in front after the line. And a word on Honky Tonk Man. We spoke to Callum beforehand about what he said about the apprentices. Sama Al-Shirani couldn't claim that 3 kilos here. If he had, that could have been the difference.
It's easy enough to suggest that because of the small distance he's been beaten, that if he had an extra 3 kilos off his back, he would have won this Honky Tonk Man. But I'm not in love with that kind of comparison, particularly when a horse has had every chance in the race. It's not the weight that's been beating him here. It's just that weak finishing, which, as I said, he looked like he was going to come through to win last time and ended up finishing a close 6th.
Yeah.
And once he gets to the front, he does seem to wait a little bit. And whether that's the ideal scenario for a 3 kilo claimer, I don't know.
You can see the red stable there of Alman with the cheek pieces on. Do you think that's something Honky Tonk Man could do if he is hitting the front?
Possibly. I mean, obviously it depends exactly. If they need to find out why they think he's a little bit weak in the finish, and whether he needs to concentrate more or whether he needs his wind tweaked or something like that. But yeah, the headgear might not be a bad idea for him, given how he shaped it his last 2 runs.
Big pat for Al Dassim from Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Then Al Dassim takes race number 2. What a cracker that was. Let's hope we have more of that in the future. Race 3 coming up is for Arabian horses 0 to 65, 4-year-olds and upwards over the 1400 metres. Let's get back to Mark Francis for those runners and riders.
Yes, Rory Delagi's favourite time of the day, this 0 to 65 Arabian handicap, 1400 metres once again the trip. Big field here, so stick around. 1 to 20, headed by number 1 Afdal Jazor for Essa Al Shamari. Number 2 is Badi Al Sham for Ferret Al Sanaitan, and 3 is Ira, one of the mares in here for Osama Al Shirani. Sadir Al Khaladir, the market leader for Adil Al Faredi. Number 4, Drawn 4, is next in the lineup, followed by number 5, Kafu Al Daham, who is a maiden from 16, starts Thurb Al Timyat. Kiam is 6 for Hamza Saad. As we turn the page to number 7, Faritz Faha for Wigberto Ramos. 8 is Lady Di for Mohammed Al Nasser. 9 is Ibiat Al Shahab, has stall 19 to negate today. Tough ask, Jimmy Carrion. 10 is Jay de Carrere for Eddie Castro. 25 starts at the racecourse, yet to taste success. 11 is Joy de Montagut for Mohammed Al Gharib. 12 is Prince Aymer for Abdella Al Hussein, this 10-year-old now with 5 career successes. 13 is Reem Al Adaya, the mare for Abdullah Al Credis, 0 from 6. 14 Jalmod from stall 20 is the mount of Abdullah Al Lawfi. Al Wazir is the mount of Yasser Al Bakawi, number 15. 16 Hammurabi Abdullah Al Khamis. All the 2s for Shibal Nima, 2 wins from 22. Khalid Al Mamoni. And Shmok Shah, the bottom one of that caption, stall 1 for Alex Moreno. 2 over the page, Jawad Al Khaladir, who normally gets going late, Naif Al Anazi, and 20, Jawahar de Violette is the mount of Abdullah Al Rashed. That is the field of 20 runners for this 0 to 65 Arabian handicap. Let's go to that green grass and find Callum Hellyworth.
Thank you very much, team. Let's start with horse number 3. And then we'll go to number 4. After that, we will go to horse number 7, and then we will go to horse number 10. And I'll give you a rundown on those runners coming into the parade ring here. And it'll be interesting because they're not all paddock positive. Let's start with the 3. This is Era coming towards us now. Now, if you talk about horses that don't take the eye, Era is one of those. She is absolutely tiny, this 5-year-old mare, but she's got a little bit of an engine. She was a winner 3 starts ago, 3rd after that. She was 8th last time out. At this sort of level, she's arguably one of the more reliable runners, so you'd hope that Era can run a big enough race. We talk about connections often at this level, and you've always got to check out the Al Khaladia connections. Nasser Mutlaq trains this runner, Sayda Al Khaladia. Typical of the breed, but I would say it's carrying a bit too much condition for me. It would be a bit of a paddock negative. I know the purebred Arabians can lose and gain condition at an alarming rate, but I must admit, I think Sayda Al Khaladia just looks like he's had too many chocolate-covered carrots and won't be the play for me. Let's go back to one of the horses that always catches my eye, horse number 7. This is Faritz Far. Gorgeous chestnut coming towards us here. He's a really attractive full horse, this, who was a winner a few starts ago but has struggled since. But you can just see a really lovely type who's quite keen going, had the cross noseband on, as you can see, got that blue noseband on too to give a little bit of extra assistance, and looks in fairly good shape walking around the parade ring. Getting a bit warm, I'm not going to lie, and having a good old look around, but for me, certainly looks like he's ready to put his best foot forward today. So for Ritzfar, very typical looking purebred Arabian, is certainly one to keep on the right side of. And then we go back to the 10 here. This is Jay de Carré, who we absolutely adore on the channel. got the earplugs in, and hopefully she can put her best foot forward today. Got a good jockey in the shape of Eddie Castro in the plate. She still remains a maiden after 24 starts, but she is the pick of the paddock to make it 25 times lucky. Jcsa, I know everyone in the studio is laughing at me now, but today could be the day. She looks great, she's walking out well, and she's the pick of the paddock.
Pick of the paddock for Callum, the number 10, Jcsa, and on form he wouldn't be going too far wrong, Rory. Form links in with number 5, Cafu Aldam here.
Yes, taking out Cafu Aldam.
Number 5.
It showed, this one showed good early speed last time out over the 1600 metres. Got caught late on and went down very gnarly by a nose. He's been put up a fair bit in the weights for that and ends up in a wide draw. But as you said, the form ties in with one or two others in the race. Jcsa was third on that occasion and is now 3 points better off. Arguably, you would say 1600 metres would be better. 1400 metres, you would say, watching that race back, that it gives Cafu Aldam a chance of offsetting that rise in the weights, because he looks strong at 1400 metres, but just got run down very late over the longer trip.
There in shot is number 19, Jawad Al Khalidiyah, or was. Mark Francis says can come late, so maybe a strong pace could suit that here today. Let's talk about the international market favourite, and that is Sadia Al Khalidiyah, number 4 on your race card, Rory. Has a couple of duck eggs next to its name, and I would agree with Callum. Didn't look overly the fittest in the paddock.
No, you got. This is what Callum's there for, to be honest. And although most of these horses we see are running week in, week out, we get an idea of how well they are.
Yeah.
Every now and again, you see a horse that's been off the track for a little while who looks like a run will do it good. And that appears to be the case with Sadia Al Khalidiyah here. You don't tend to get an awful lot of value with horses running in these colours. Either of the colours we tend to see the main Al Khalidiyah horses run in. The odds compilers are pretty wise to the fact that this is a powerful stable, very good breeding. But when they've shown themselves to be sort of mid-60s horses, there's nothing to be afraid of, really, is there?
No, absolutely. Let's have a look at some of the other contenders then. It sounds like Rory Delagi may be going against the international market favourite. Let's talk about number 12 here, Rory. Prince Aimer, 11-2 on the international market. Third last time out, but very rarely is that consistent and puts two good runs together.
Yeah, he's very fairly handicapped off a mark of 62 these days, and he's won 5 times in his career. So he knows where the winning post is, but he does tend to be a little bit inconsistent as he gets older. Worth bearing in mind, he's now a 10-year-old, and it's no surprise that horses of his age tend to be a little bit more in and out than they might have been. He's certainly got chances. He doesn't massively appeal at 11-2.
No, I thought so. There are the runners then going down to there is Shebel Neme. Let's talk about this one, Rory. That's number 17, who we've just seen in shot. 8-1 on the international market. Had been pretty disappointing, but got his act together last time.
Yes, won in a weaker contest, but did end a long losing run and has gone up to a rating of 60 now. This is obviously a more difficult race, but when you see horses get their head in front after a series of duck eggs, it can just give them a little bit of a boost. So I wouldn't rule Shibble Neme Rifle. It's not going to be my selection again.
Now, number 13, wonder if this might be your selection. This is Reem Aladiliya, 7-1 on the international market. Does have some good form to his name, but you could argue possibly needed that run last time, or is it too hard to just go straight off that?
Yeah, well, listen, I make the point that virtually everything that comes back from the kind of absence he had last time out will need the run. The question is whether you get put off by the distance these horses are beaten when they need it, and he was beaten the best part of 48 lengths in that 0-75 handicap over 1600 metres last time out. This race won by Alpha Mega. It puts you off that he was beaten that far, and it's not, what's that, less than 3 weeks ago? So whether he's able to find full fitness on the back of that one well-beaten run is a bit of a question mark. I'd be inclined to say, based on how he shaped there, another run might bring him to fitness, and it'll be next time out that he'd be of interest.
Now, I wonder if this might be your selection. Number 16, Ham Urabi, 8-1 on the international market. I thought it was a good third last time. That was behind Shebel Aimer. Do you think the return to this trip is what this horse wants?
Yeah, it looks. I mean, generally campaigns around the 1400 metres. Was a good second 2 starts ago in a race won by Daigam Al Khaladia. Was behind Era prior to that, but again ran well. Eased in grade into a 0 to 60 last time out when beaten 4 lengths by Shibble Nemmer, and is a bit better off at the weights with that one now. So one to bear in mind. Again, it's worth pointing out that this is a slightly tougher grade, but it's also worth saying that in this grade 2 starts ago he finished second, so he should be competitive again, Hammurabi.
Now we've already seen in shot number 19 Jawad Al Khaladia. I'm going to do a spoiler here. This is going to be my selection. Now, was behind Jade Dakar and Cafu Aldam last time out, but actually meets them on pretty decent terms. Was left on the same mark, whereas they went up £5 and £8. Can you see this one getting closer today?
Yes, obviously on the basis of the redistribution of weight, Jawad Al Khaladia has a chance. I suppose your worry with this one is that he's not from 19 in his career. But he has largely been running pretty well recently. He's been pretty busy as well. We've seen him multiple times at Taif earlier in the summer, but he's shown that he doesn't need to be at Taif to show his form with that 4th to Shibble Nemmer 2 starts ago. And then he wasn't disgraced at all in a stronger handicap won by Alpha Mega last time out. That was a 0 to 75 over 1600 metres. He's adaptable with regard to trip. He's been placed over 2400 metres this summer, but he's also run well over 1400. This is probably a minimum trip for him, and maybe the 16 is a little bit more suitable.
Right, selection time then. This is a really tricky contest, race number 3 for the Arabian horses. 0 to 65, Rory. Where are you going here?
I'm going to take a chance on Era, who we haven't really mentioned yet.
Okay.
He was a bit disappointing last time out, but he's been in higher grade handicaps his last 2 starts, in 0 to 75s where he's finished midfield, but his win in a 0 to 60 over 1400 metres in September at Taif gives him every chance of winning here. And Osama Al-Sharhani is allowed to claim his 3 kilos here, and that could make a big difference in a handicap like this. So a really tough race, and I don't have an awful lot of confidence in a race like this, but I thought Era had more going for her, I should say, than most.
10 to 1 shot for Rory Delagi, then that is number 3 Era for Rory Delagi. And like I said earlier, I'm going to be going with number 19 here. Jawad Al Khaladia has run plenty of times, 21 starts to his name, but I think if he can reproduce that form last time, he could overturn that form with Cafu Aldam. Let's go over to Callum to see where he's going in race number 3.
Thank you, Dive. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Jawad Al Khaladia and the selection of Rory Era. I thought Era looked really well in the parade ring, Rory. I think you've got a great chance with that one. She's very, very small, isn't she? She's a teeny tiny thing. I think, if I remember rightly, she had quite a good record with Wigberto Ramos last season. I could be totally wrong with that one, but I think her and Wigberto struck up quite a decent partnership, and I hope that she can find that form that she showed in Taif here at Riyadh. The pick for me is going to be Jade Dakar. This is horse number 10 on your race cards. Again, 0 from 24 so far in the career, but looks in such great shape and ran a mighty race last time out. This is a winnable enough contest, but you're just concerned that she doesn't seem to know how to get the head in front. So hopefully Eddie Castro can work another miracle and get her home in front. So the selections are 19 Jawad Al Khaladia for Tom, 10 Jade Dakar for myself, and 3 Era for Rory Delagi. Mark Francis, who do you like here?
Tell you who I don't like, Shibble Nemmer. Absolutely no chance this horse wins again. Absolute nightmare he is. Somehow won last time at huge odds. He'd be the last horse I'd be with. I quite like Era, but the draw's rather scary. I think I was going to take a chance with Hammurabi, well drawn in 2. Abdullah Al-Khamis has a better record on this horse than most in the lineup, so I'll take a chance with Hammurabi. If Shibble Nemmer wins this, I think I'll put the headset down for an hour. Badi Al-Sham and Prince Aimer stepping into line. Jalmod just out of shot going into 20 as well. Stand by, opening Arabian race of the day, 1400 metres, 0 to 65. Ready, and they're off and racing. Slow to go was Al Wazir, who has dropped out. Unsurprisingly, Shibal Nima with a very lack of early pace, and Prince Aimer also towards the rear end of the field. As they go through the first of 7 furlongs here, one of the early leaders, the gold sleeves and cap, is Ibiat Al-Shahab under Jimmy Carrion, who is up top with Lady Di with the red and blue quarters, and right against the inside is Hammurabi, who is just squeezed for a few strides or two to take that prominent position just ahead of Shmok Shah on the rail. Also creeping up is Jalmot, who has got across from stall 20 to take a prominent position in about 3rd place. Just wider out of that one is Faritz Faha and Kafu Aldahan with the maroon and green epaulets. Next in the field is Ira with the orange and purple jacket, who is just being followed through back towards the inside by Al Wazir, who's recovered after that slow start. Sadir Al Khaladir in mid-division is already being squeezed along as Badi Al Sham begins to make some progress out wide. Likewise, Prince Aimer is halfway down the field. The back marker is Afdal Jazor, and also towards the rear is Rima Aladaya. As turning into the lane then, it is Lady Di, who is in front by 2 lengths. In second position is Faritz Faha, about to be passed by Badi Al Sham, who is looking threatening on the leader. Prince Aimer and Kiam are both running on with Shmok Shah as we enter the final furlong. It's Badi Al Sham who has now taken over from the retreating Lady Di. Prince Aimer is rallying the near side of Shmok Shah, but up towards the finish, it is Badi Al Sham who is home in front. Second place is tight between Prince Aimer and Shmok Shah. They filled out 2nd and 3rd placings. Badi Al Sham has won for Feroz Al Sanatan, a 3-kilo claimer. Wins for the 3rd time on start number 9. Took over from Lady Di at this stage, who began to retreat. Prince Aimer, after a slowish beginning, running on well with Shmok Shah, whose wait for another victory or a first victory goes on now. 0 from 16 is Shmok Shah, but is in the money. Badi Al Sham was a big price before the off, wasn't fancied really by anybody. Big price, Badi Al Sham. 138.94 the winner's time. 2 1/4 lengths back to Prince Aimer, the grey on the near side of Shmok Shah. They are in 2nd and 3rd. Tight for 4th. Lady Di, I think, just clinging on to that position ahead of Kiam in 5th. And then came Al Wazir, who made up a lot of late ground after a very slow beginning. Badi Al Sham has won race number 3 for Feroz Al Sanatan in the colours of Banda Nasser Al Atabi. Big price, boys. Lots to look back at this 3rd race of the day. 2, 12, 18 and 8.
And into the parade ring comes Badi Al Sham, the winner of the purebred Arabian contest. And the story of this race is probably the rider, Feroz Al Sanatan, who was a winner yesterday and is a winner today. An apprentice jockey you might not know too much about, but is certainly trusted by Prince Mitab and the White Stable because he is their apprentice jockey and able to claim in this race, as we mentioned earlier on. apprentices not able to claim in these valuable races going forward. I think that makes it quite interesting to see who will end up being the champion apprentice here in Saudi Arabia this season, because they were getting used in open races, and they were really being taken advantage of in open races, because you can claim 3 kilos in an open, you can really put yourself ahead of the others. And wonderful scenes here in Ferraz, your winning rider. He's done very well there. He's probably a jockey to keep on the right side of. Knows what he's doing and is riding with the utmost confidence. I think Rory mentioned it yesterday, I should say, that when these apprentice jockeys are riding with confidence, they're often so hard to stop, because self-belief is so important with these riders. And Ferraz is clearly absolutely chock-a-block full of self-belief. Boys, it was a tough race and we got no luck whatsoever. Hopefully we can build on it next time out.
Yeah, hope so, Callum, as Ferraz Al Sunaitan gives a thumbs up. Very delighted. Had a winner yesterday as well. And like Callum said, Rory, when these apprentices do get their confidence up, you alluded to it yesterday. I mean, he's given that horse a lovely ride and a maximum field of 20 runners there. He was a very cool customer the whole way around on what was a big price winner.
Yeah, he was not an easy one. He's officially had 2 wins, Badi Al Sham, but one of those doesn't have any details. It was 5th of January last year. It wasn't here and it wasn't at Taif. So I'm guessing it was Al Khalidia Farm or one of the minor tracks, but there's no details of that. And his only official win came back in 2019 at Mont-de-Marsan in France. But the interesting thing about that was it came over 1,400 metres. He's never been tried at the trip again until today.
Why change your winning formula,
Well,
Rory
exactly. And why would you? I mean, for a horse, he's actually been pretty frustrating. Again, his record reads 2 from 8, but he actually had quite a long career in France before he came here.
Let's take it from the start then. My selection went completely backwards here, Rory, and that is number 19, Jawad Al Khalidia. See, just going back towards a shot. Thankfully, this is what we have got to say, that Shebel Nema didn't win. You can see second last. One of us would have to commentate. That wouldn't have been good for the viewers, would it?
Indeed, yeah. If Mark Francis had to sit down for an hour, then we'd be in trouble for the next race. But I think he was fairly confident that wasn't going to be the case, and he's spot on. I mean, Shebel Nema popped up in a lower class race last time out, one not particularly fancied, rather fell in that day. But again, you could say much the same about Badi Al Sham. This was, in terms of ability, this was one of the better horses in the race, but his overall form figures have been pretty disappointing.
Ferraz Al Sunaitan has done really well there, because one horse just going back through the field and almost got back into his path there. So he's managed to get round that, and here he's in on about 8th or 9th place on the outside and just starts to get going, and this is where his turbo kicks in.
Yes, he's always had. I mean, listen, this is a horse that was actually tried in group company early in his career. After he won that race at Mont-de-Marsan, he ran in a Group 3 on his next start at Bordeaux. Things have gone rather the wrong way. He was transferred to Alban de Meul in Qatar before that, and didn't strike there. Has been with a couple of different yards since. I say a couple. I think he's been with about 5 different yards in the Middle East since. Sami Al-Materi has had him just for the 2 starts, and he's been tried at the 1,400 metre trip for the first time in 5.5 years.
And you look here, Rory, Lady Di turns in front. At this point, you would not think she doesn't finish in the first 3.
No, but you can see that she's carrying her head awkwardly and hanging. She's got herself into a winning position, but she doesn't find winning very easy, Lady Di, and gets run down late on the day. But the winners won it comfortably enough. But listen, I know he's now 2 from 2 over 1,400 metres, but you've been doing well if you managed to dig that form line out and worked out that what he needs is 1,400. But it's somewhat ironic that it's been well over 5 years, best part of 6 since he was tried at his winning trip again, and he's gone and doubled his tally, and is amazingly now at the age of 9 unbeaten over 1,400 metres.
Ferraz Al Sunaitan, and I think he's looked even more polished today here. He's put his both hands back on the reins, hands and heels. Maybe had a word with Ayed Al Tarisi, who done something similar yesterday, and looked really stylish there, I think. And like you say, with these apprentices, Rory, when confidence is high, those gaps just happen here. He's looked very happy, getting celebrations from all around. There we go. Really great to see. And who knows, in the next weeks upcoming, he could just get these more opportunities.
We do see that. We see that with hot apprentices. They'll get the rides, but they also. It's not so much that the people notice them and give them the rides. It's just the fact that you can pick up some pretty moderate mounts as a claimer,
but you've got to take them, haven't you? Yeah.
It feels like you're just sort of going through the motions. Once you ride a winner, suddenly you think, oh, this is easy, and then you start getting better rides as a result of that anyway, and you believe that you can win in everything you sit on. Then once you go through a bit of a bad patch again, as everyone does by definition, then you think, oh, maybe I'm not the greatest jockey in the world after all. But for every £7 claimer who gets 2 or 3 winners, they do go through that period of feeling that they're as good as anybody, and when you believe that, then you ride like it.
Now, if you do get a chance to watch that replay back from that drone footage we did see, if he wasn't riding with that much confidence, when that horse was coming back through the field, when you're not riding with confidence, you think, oh, do I go outside, do I go inside? And by the time you make your mind up, the race is gone.
Yeah, it's the hesitation that does you. Well, and again, when you don't have confidence, you tend to overthink things, and overthinking things means taking too much time. When you have got confidence, you just make snap decisions, and they tend to be the right decisions as well. So,
Ferez Al Sinayatan in really good form at the moment, maybe a claimer to keep on the side of. That was race number 3, Badr Al Cham, a big price winner at 33 to 1. Up next is race number 4. This is for fillies. 2-year-old fillies, non-winners of 2 over the 1400 metres again. Let's get back up to Mark Francis.
Don't worry, team. I'm still here. Race number 4. Non-winners event, as you say, Tom, for fillies. 2-year-olds in action over 1,400 metres, headed by number 1, Jcsa, who was a winner on debut, Eddie Castro, in the colours of Prince Sultan bin Mishal. 1 from 2 so far. Gets a nice draw in 3 as well. Leon Ace for Mohammed Al Daham is number 2. Number 3 is Zor Saleh, stall 20. Big no-no. Farhed Al Farid. 4 is Frank Leia, 0 from 3 so far, Mohammed Al Nefsi. 5 is a scratch to go on to number 6, which is Hal Leila for Asama Al Shirani, 0 from 1. 0 from 2 is number 7, Jayat Kem for Noeth Al Farouz. 8 is also out, so on to number 9, which is Luluwat Najad for Jimmy Carrion. Gaith Al Gaith doing the trading. Stall number 1 as well has got to be a big plus. Number 10 is Maserat Omniyati for Thurb Al Simyat, 0 from 2. At the same record for number 11, Modhira, who is now the mount of Victor Gutierrez. Number 12 is a debutant for the White Stable, the first of 5 rides here for Camilo Ospina in search of that 1,000. Stall 18 is a negative, but you can never ignore a White Stable newcomer. 13, Rayat Al Fouz for Naif Al Anazi. 14, Raboué for Tariq Al Mansour. 15, bit of a mouthful, Shakra Al Mia Eid for Abdelaziz Al Faradi. Number 15, drawn in stall number 2. Next up is the market leader, Shoa Al Mohammedia for Adil Al Faradi, and Gaith Al Gaith is also a first-time starter. 17 is Smit Kana for Mohammed Al Hubayl. 18, Tishawa for Rakid Al Farouz. 19 is Wardat Al Reb, now the mount of Alex Moreno. And with number 20 also out, there's room for number 21, Mohaija Abdullah Al Rashed. That is the field then for our 4th race of the afternoon. There's non-winners of 2 event for fillies. It's back to our team of experts, Rory Delaghi. But first, Tom Humphries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Francis, as the runners are just filtering in towards the paddock. That is number 1, Hey Jat, has had the 2 runs and the 1 win, Rory. This is number 1, Eddie Castro in the plate. Can you see this one coming back to form here?
Yeah, well, I think it's really a case of coming back to form. I think ran well enough when forward to Dubamine in a winners of 1 contest last time out. And on the rating sets the standard, having won a maiden narrowly on debut. I think it's a fairly similar effort to be beaten into 4th by Dubamine in a better race last time out. It's not a particularly high standard for a race of this nature, but the more you go through the field, the more you think, well, it just looks like a maiden race, to be perfectly honest, rather than a winners of 1. And Hejat is the one they've got to beat with a rating of 67. There must be something in here capable of running to that level with a bit of experience, though.
Well, let's talk about the 2 at the top of the market. Neither of them have seen the race course yet. Let's go with the international market favourite. We will run through the international market very shortly, but the favourite is number 16, Shoa Al Muhammadia. Adel Al Faradi on board, Rory. What can you tell us about this one, and why is it favourite?
I can't tell you why it's favourite. It's got Radel Alfaredi on board. I think that's the main one. It's by Palace out of a mare called Somali Bird, and that makes her a half sister to a local winner called Sati Al Mohammedia. The stable is very capable, has an 8% strike rate with juveniles, which is not bad given how competitive these races are, but it doesn't make you think this is one who'll definitely go well on debut. And I don't think there's any information about how well it's worked, for example, to filter through to the market.
I think you'll agree with me, Rory. We need Callum's help in this one, and he's in the paddock for us.
Thank you very much, team. Let's focus on some of the players in this race because there are plenty that excite me here. And the first one is the one, Hayjat, as the boys have mentioned, the winner in the field and the one they all have to be on paper. Wasn't disgraced last time out when finishing fourth either. And I mentioned how much I like this horse on the last occasion, and I see nothing to change my mind. She is a real good-looking, strong, powerful juvenile here, and certainly one you have to keep watching and keep on the right side of. You'd argue that she probably should be favourite because at least you know she's got that form in the book, and you can look at her and the way she's developed. She's certainly designed to be winning races early in her career. She's very precocious, she's a nice mover, and she'll have Eddie Castro in the plate, who'll be looking to do far better than he did on Jcsa. Let's go back to horse number 4. This is Frank Leia. Should be by Frankel with that name, but isn't. It's by Suraya, ironically. Coming towards us now, I just thought this horse looked in really good racing shape. I think she's an interesting, exciting filly. The one in behind, the 6, is just going to get a bit worked up as well, but I think she's a nice filly. She's well put together. She's having a nice old look around and taking everything in. Look at her hindquarters. She looks impeccable in behind, and she's walking with a good swing in the hips. Look, she's had the 3 starts and shown very little, but she looks to be coming forward from those, and I wouldn't put her off at a big price coming home and picking up some places, maybe. Let's go back to the 10. This is the next one we're going to have a look at. This is Misarat Omieti, a very leggy individual who will certainly come on and do better next season. But for me, if you just watch her come towards you, she's clearly growing into that frame, and she improved from her debut effort last time. Watch her here, she's lovely. She's absolutely lovely. She's a real eye catcher. She's very light, she's very narrow, she's very effeminate, but my goodness does she look well. She's handling all the prelims well enough. Arguably, she might just be a little bit weak in behind maybe, but she's going to grow into that big leggy frame of hers, and she should be one that you've got to watch. Carrying very little condition, she's nice and tight. I think she can step forward again, just like she did last time. The 12 we're seeing here is the unraced white stable runner, Noah Farr. Camille Ospina in the plate as he bids to ride 1,000 winners. What an achievement that will be. Coming out of stall 18 will need to show plenty of maturity and early speed. I'm not getting the vibes that this horse is ready to go today. I could be totally wrong, but this horse looks quite loose still, needs to come forward physically for me to be a contender in a race like this. But remember, the race isn't the strongest, as Camillo just says hello to her and jumps on now. Let's go back one more to horse number 13, Riyadh Al Fuz. This is one that's completely opposite end of the spectrum. Look at the difference in physicality. This is a horse with plenty of racing experience. Naif Al Anazion, you can clearly see, just clipped a stable door or something on the hip there, but the hip is still on show. That won't hold this horse back, who was second on penultimate start and finished in the money last time. And finally, we'll talk about the favourite, who is getting a real jog on here, Shoa Al Mohammedia, just coming towards us now. I thought she was quite masculine looking when I first saw her in the parade ring. She's a big chunky girl. She's got a big powerful back end. Great to see Adele Alfaredi back riding as well, which is good to see. Missed the racing yesterday. As you can see, she is ready to go today. Coming into that winter coat, I'd argue that I'd be looking elsewhere with her. I think she could come on for this run, and I would be looking elsewhere. And the way I'll be looking is Hayjat, the one. That's the pick for me.
Hayjat, the pick for Callum. He hasn't gone with number 4, Frank Alea. He's really positive about that one, Rory. And then he's seen the 150 to 1. So if you want to follow Callum Helliwell in, Frank Alea.
If that finishes in the first 6, then I'll take my hat off to Callum as some kind of genius, because she doesn't appeal at all on the form. She's, in fairness, she hasn't looked as much of a nutcase as she did on her first couple of starts, so she has calmed down a little bit, but she didn't have a physique that really appealed to me. But obviously Callum's seen her several times and thinks she's coming forward, so he might be right.
There is our international market favourite going down to start very calmly under Adel Al-Faradi. Let's quickly run you through because we haven't managed to do that yet. Number 16, Shoa Al-Humedia, 2-1 favourite, 5-2 for Nawafar. Camillo Ospina's mount. Callum Helliwell wasn't too pleasing with that one. Hey Jack, the paddock pick for Callum at 4-1, then a big break in the market. 10-1 for Leones, 10-1 for Raya Alfuz, and the same for Mahija, and it is 11-1 bar those. Let's touch on number 12, Camillo Ospina's mount here, Rory Nawafar. Again, another unraced one. Can you see why it's so short in the market?
Yeah, because those with form don't look anything particularly special. So you're looking to newcomers in a non-winners of 2 who might be above average. This one's we saw the half sister or the half brother to this, Motanashet, yesterday, were disappointing, but that was a horse that had been sold from the White Stable. Motanashet went very close on debut for same connections here last season. We saw a replay of that race where it led, travelled best, and got picked up on the line by Flywing. So this number 12 is a half sister to that by Watani, who's not such a well-known sire as Premium Tap, but was a very, very good performer here. I think rated 115 or 116.
Okay.
So really high-class performer, it wouldn't be surprised to see Nawafa capable of winning races. The only thing I would say there is, this time last year, White Stable runners were winning first time out on a hugely regular basis, and this season they haven't been. It seems to be that they're being trained in a slightly different way. They also had that issue with the virus earlier in the season, but they don't seem as wind up for debut as they were when we came here first for the Taif season and the first half of the Riyadh season either, so she might just need the run.
Now, one horse I think that's a little bit overpriced here, Rory, does have a win to its name. That's number 2, Leones. And yes, was beaten a long way last time, but I thought it was beaten by a very impressive winner on that occasion.
Yes, it wasn't. The winner was very impressive, but he was another 10 lengths behind the placed horses, which is the worry with Leones. But yes, the filly who won that, Alcanza, was very impressive in the end. She's nothing to look at, but she looked very smart on that occasion. Was a winner over this trip at Taif in July. Second over this course in distance in October as well. Either of those 2 runs would give Leones a decent chance. Just thought that the signs were that he was just going off, or she was just going off the boil last time out. So I'm leaving her alone. Right,
selection time. Another tricky contest here, Roy. Not the strongest contest, it must be said. Are you taking one on at a big price?
No, I'm not going to go at a big price here. The one I was tempted by at a slightly bigger price was Riyadh Alfuz, who I think will run well under Nafal and Nazi as number 13. But I am going to stick with Hey Jat, who's got the best form in the race. Has got a very good drawn stall 3 and actually looked really well in the paddock as well, so ticks plenty of boxes, and that was my original selection. So I did get off a couple of original selections yesterday who both won, so I shall be sticking with them, generally speaking, for the rest of the day.
Let's all watch Raya Alfluz go and win this then, Rory. So Hey Jat for Rory, that is number 1, just the 2 starts, but already has a win to its name. I'm going to take it on with number 10, Maserat Omnayati. Thought it looked really well in the paddock. Callum gave that one a big mention, has improved with every run. We'll have to overturn the form with Hey Jat as well, but seems to be improving. Let's go over to Callum to see where he's going in race number 4.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, I thought Maserat Omnayati, she's a lovely looking filly, and maybe today won't be the day, but she's one in the future. Keep an eye on her. She's gorgeous, and she's just keeps stepping forward with each of her 2 runs she's shown so far. Now, this might be all too much for her, but it's not the strongest of contests, and if she takes another step forward today, she will be dangerous. Rory and I teaming up again here. We successfully teamed up a couple of starts ago, so we're looking to do it again. And Hey Jat, I mean, she just looked like a picture in the parade ring. I thought the 2 newcomers of note, the 12 and the 16, Nawafar, I just thought needed to tighten up physically. If Nawafar was to win here, you'd be thinking that she'd need the run here. And then Shoa Al-Muhammadia is another one who I just thought, probably will need this. Didn't blow me away in the parade ring. So the selection for me will be joining up with Rory with the number 1, Hey Jat. Mark Francis, they're loading up, and it's all yours.
Thank you, Helliwell. Yes, they are going in for the 4th race of the day. I thought if you're going to give Hey Jat a chance, you've got to give also Zor Saleh a chance, who is a 16-1 chance here. It does have stall 20, but lots of the newcomers are drawn, or those with little experience are drawn out wide, including Noafa. Of course, hopefully Zor Saleh will be switched on. That can take up a prominent position. There was just a neck between her and Hejat last time. There's a big difference between them in the market. Hejat 3-1, Zor Saleh 16-1. I thought Zor Saleh was definitely worth a mention. They're going forward. Again, it's easy to go against the newcomers at the top. Shoa Al Mohammedir favourites, possibly the Adel Al Faradi factor. Noafa, as Rory's already highlighted, you don't really want to be back in white stable runners first time out, but every so often they get a good one to go on debut. Hejat sets the standard. Thought 3-1 was short enough, but it is well drawn. You can see the black jacket in stall 3. Stand by. Race 4 coming up here. 1,400 metres, thoroughbreds back in action. Here we go. And they're off and racing. Slow to begin was Shoa Al Mohammedir, has dropped out towards the rear end of the field, and Hejat just needing some encouragement through the first furlong from Eddie Castro. Those best away include Noafa, white stable newcomer. Red on the sleeves, green cap, Camilo Ospina is joining in with Raboué, and also Riyadh Al Fouz was one of those best away from stall number 4, with Shakra Al Mia'i towards the inside in an early 4th position. After that slow beginning, Hejat is now taking 5th place from Jcsa. Further out to find the orange silks of Smit Kana, and further out still to find Tishawa, as there's plenty of pace on as they tackle the opening left-handed turn. Towards the back end of the field, Maserat on Niyati is already being pushed along. So too is Wardat Al Reb, and struggling to go this speed is Shoa Al Mohammedir on debut. They come into the straight then with 2 furlongs to go, and Noafa for Camilo Ospina has struck the front. Riyadh Al Fouz in 2nd place, Raboué now back in 3rd. 1 or 2 trying to pick up the pieces, including Le'Ayon A's and also Jcsa. Hejat is no better than 6th. But Noafa is extending on the run to the line, and this will be the day for Camilo Ospina, driving this one clear. 10, 12, 15 lengths clear. Noafa will make it 1,000 Saudi winners for Camilo Ospina. Absolutely thumps them. Tight for 2nd, but a long way behind. Le'Ayon A's passing the line with Jcsa, and then came Mohaija. Well, the first of 5 rides today for the former champ. Camilo Ospina only needs 1 to hit the 1,000, and what a performance from this 2-year-old. We're happy to say beforehand that we're not going to go with white stable runners on debut. Oh my goodness me, we might have seen something special here from horse and rider. Stall 18, no negative for Noafa, who has absolutely annihilated them here. 20 lengths, yes, 20 lengths. Back to the 2nd, confirmed as Jcsa. Le'Ayon A's in 3rd place, but they were miles behind. Look at this, they're miles behind. Noafa's already in the winners' enclosure. Jcsa in 2nd, Le'Ayon A's in 3rd, Riyadh Al Fouz in 4th, Smit Kana Mohaija, and then Leila. Noafa gives Camilo Ospina 1,000 Saudi Arabian winners. What a jockey he is. He is the white stable number 1 for sure. Noafa is off the mark on debut. 20 lengths. Oh my goodness me. Oh, there it is. 1,000 Saudi winners
for Camillo Ospina, and what a way to get it. I think we'll be watching replays of Noafa for a very long time, not just because of the way this horse has won, but also the moment, the milestone that the jockey has reached here. We were slightly concerned maybe yesterday that Camillo was a bit stiff, a bit tight, and then he guided a 33-1 winner in our penultimate race, and then he's gone and got himself the winner here on his first ride on this funky Friday here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Look at the team, look at what it means to everybody to be involved with this horse. The White Stable, they are a well-oiled machine. It will be just another winner for that team, but it is more than just another winner for this rider. He is such a mainstay here in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, you have to talk about the likes of Wigberto Ramos for really opening the door for jockeys like Camillo to come through. But Camillo has taken that opportunity and fully run with it. He's brought his family over. He's settled. He is a Saudi man. That's how he describes himself. He thrives in this environment. He has friends and families come over and they support him too. But he has really adapted to life here in Saudi Arabia and is thriving. And it will not be just 1,000 winners for Camillo. There will be plenty more for this man in the saddle here. And take a look at the horse as well. I thought this horse needed the run, and I still do. This horse will come on massively physically from this. He's still quite plain, Noafa here, so you'll be looking to see if she can step forward massively as she continues her career. We can see Talal Sharaim as well. He'll be over the moon with this success too, and we'll be very happy to talk to our winning rider as well. But smiles all round. It's been a big moment, this. It's a great moment to enjoy, and hopefully we'll hear from Camillo and we'll get a nice line or two about this success. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful to see. And we'll grab Camillo here. I'll also try and grab a word with Talal Sharaim as well, who is just behind me and trying to run away. But let's get Camillo here. Over the moon there. There's the one. That's for 1,000 winners here. And he's just going to come through, get his saddle collected. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Look at this guy. 1,000 winners for Camillo Ospina. Unbelievable. What an achievement, and what a way to get it.
Yeah, no, I can't believe, it's a long way here in Saudi Arabia. I just thankful with the Prince Mita bin Abdullah because he trusts me from the beginning. He gave me the support, and this race is special for me and special for this color. I win maybe 100 winner with this color. And Talal bin Sharaim, he's very good boy. Our trainer Abdulaziz Mushawa and Meneheri. I'm thankful with many people. From people from outside. For Was Al Garaban, Bidin Al Subai, and many trainers and honor giving support, But thanks God, I just say thanks God.
I also have to talk about your family, because you've brought your family here to Saudi Arabia. You're living here in Saudi Arabia. This is a big move, not just for you as a jockey, but to uproot your whole life, come here and to see the success as well. Oh, there we go. There we go. Fantastic to see. Absolutely wonderful.
It's surprise for me, my daughter and my wife is my support here, I did this one for my support, for my wife and my daughter.
Let's speak to your wife. It's fantastic to see him with 1,000 winners. You must be so proud.
Yes, we are so proud of him. We are so happy to be here and support.
And how good is your daddy at riding horses?
Good.
Look at this, congratulations, 1,000 winners to Camillo Ospina, and this is the most important thing, the family that's with you now. Congratulations, Camillo, well done.
Thank you very much, thank you.
What a lovely moment for Camillo Ospina, hugging his daughter there, and she will look back on this day for the rest of her life. Her father has got the 1,000 winners up, there we go, family picture. I'm sure that'll be on the wall soon. And Rory, how lovely was it to see him? Yes, the victory was great by Naufal, but to do that for the White Stable, an association he's had for a long time, to do it in these colours is really special.
Hugely important. He's been here for he's been here essentially his entire career. It's not like he was a successful jockey elsewhere who then relocated to Saudi Arabia. He came here as a young man with most of his career ahead of him, and took a big gamble to base himself here through his best days, and he's shown himself to be pound for pound the best jockey we've had here over the last decade and a half. I think his first season, this is season 1445 by the other calendar. 1429 was his first, and last season was his best numerically. I think with 121 winners. I believe this is his 40th this season, but I'm not absolutely sure if the numbers are tallying up properly because the website hasn't been updating properly. But he's obviously missed a few weeks when we came here in the first place, but has come back as good as ever, and this is wonderful to see. And what a way to do it as well. But you know, to win by that kind of margin on a filly who's clearly a really smart prospect, and you can see how much it means to him. When he came back and had his first winner back after serving his ban, he also got a little bit emotional and talked about how grateful he was for the opportunity he's been given, for the way he's been looked after here, and how he wanted to repay that faith in him. And he could not have repaid that faith any better than by riding his 1000th winner here.
Well, there we go. It happened on Nawafar. Really lovely moment for Camille Ospina. But look, he may be not coming towards the end of his career at all, but he's been 16 years in Saudi. One that's only been here 2 years is Nawafar, and she looks an emerging talent, Rory. Camille Ospina made sure this victory was never going to be in doubt. And when he presses go in about, half a furlong's time, gosh, she puts the race to bed in an instant.
Yeah, and she's very impressive. Callum said he wasn't entirely sure she was hard fit. He talked about her being quite loose beforehand, so not looking as tight as some, but she just moves really beautifully, doesn't she? She is a loose mover, and she really is able to stretch in a way that these others can't at all. I know her half brother was highly regarded and was expected to win on debut. Looked like he was going to, and then things didn't quite go right for him. We saw him disappointed with New Connections yesterday, but she is showing that family talent is being channeled in the right direction here.
Now, what we're seeing here with Camille Ospina, we didn't really see this in the first couple of races, holding on, and she's gone through this race like a horse that has had quite a few starts before. She's been very professional.
Yes, I mean we don't expect white stable runners to be overly keen in their races. Although, and again, it doesn't matter whether they see a bit of daylight. And of course, she was drawn out wide, so she had to come across and see all that daylight earlier on, but it didn't get her lit up. She was able to race in hand when Camilo wanted her to, and when he's asked her to stretch in the straight. Again, I do like to see a jockey asking them to stretch once they've straightened for home, rather than asking them to go before they've straightened up. And she's looked very good indeed.
There we go. Look, going past the line, punch of the air, number one. He needs another 3 hands to make the other 3 zeros to make up the 1,000. There we go. Camille Ospina. Thumbs up to all his fans, and I'm sure a lot of his fans have been rewarded by following him over the years. Look, getting all fans everywhere, pat on the back, pat on the arm, pat everywhere. Great to see. And another word on Mr. Mark Francis. He gave a brilliant commentary for such a big moment there, Rory.
He did, yes. Yeah, he is proving himself to be a man for the big occasion as well, and no doubt we'll hear a lot more from him now.
Let's hear from him now for race number 5.
Oh, that was ever so kind, Humphreys. Ever so kind from yourself and Delagi. But we must move on, being the professionals that we are, to a non-winners of 2 event for race number 5. Once again, 1,400 metres is the trip here. Number 1, Hampt to Wake. 1 win from 2 starts. Adel Al-Faradi is drawn next door to Mukaba for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who chases a hat-trick here for Thama Al-Dahani. 3 is Arab Al-Majad. 4 is Al-Hajir for Fahed Al-Faradi, who is a first-time starter. 8 in total. Likewise, the numbers 5 and 6, Al-Abraz, Abdulaziz Al-Faradi, and 6, Al-Halim, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 7 Anisi for Ayed Al-Tarizi is a late jockey edition. 8 doesn't go. 9 is Beidi Wala for Alex Moreno. 10 Dr. Nicholas Mohammed Al-Hubail. And 11 is Dublin for Naif Al-Anazi. 12 Ebteda Al-Kalam for Ali Al-Mamoni. And 13 is simply Is for Mohammed Al-Nasser. 14 Minhu Yusuf Al-Hussein, drawn in stall number 4. Mona Fisserholm is number 15 for Abdullah Alorfi. 16 Muta Johia for Wigberto Ramos. 17 Raban for Abdullah Al-Rashed. 18 Shihab Al-Mohammadir for Rayan Al-Taesh. 19 Watch Blue Point for North Amudiani. Over the page, also 2 newcomers, 20 and 21. Yabdo Thurb Al-Timyat and 21 Charge the Gun for Eddie Castro. Let's get back to our top reporter, Callum Helliwell.
Oh, you are too kind, Mr. Mark Francis. Far too kind. We're spread all over Saudi Arabia in the parade ring here. We've got the one is marching out like a good thing, the two's being a bit of a pain, and everyone else is stuck in behind. We're going to start with the 5. This is Albaraz, who you're seeing here. Very leggy individual, making a racecourse debut today. Jumped out of stall 15, but I thought was just an interesting type, really. Quite an upright individual, not exactly the most precocious looking, but just really fit and really well turned out. Got the black hood on, got those beautiful quarter marks in behind as well. I really like the look of the 5, so Albaraz makes the shortlist. FMQ are always dangerous to watch in races like this. They saddle number 6. This is Al Halim, who we're seeing in front of us now. Big, strong boy, isn't he? My goodness, he fills the eye. He's a thick, chunky boy. An interesting one to go forward here. Another one on racecourse debut. He's by Jimmy Creed. I've got no negatives apart from the fact that he could tighten up. Obviously, we saw in the last race a horse that we thought needed to tighten up, absolutely dot up. So we're just going to see if this one can do the same thing. The reason why we're stopping is the 3 is being an absolute pain here. So if you like Arib Al-Maj, that's a paddock negative. Very much putting the feet down and having a big old think about things. But this is the 6 that we quite like. We're going to go back to the 13. We're going to wait here, though, just because it's going to be a little bit risky here. A few of these colts getting very, very excited. But the 13 is the next horse we're going to look at, as is brilliantly named, is in front of us here, the 13. This is going for Abdul Al-Manif in these typical colours that we often see with this trainer. Very, very calm. In a parade ring where a few of these are getting quite worked up, this is a horse that's handling everything incredibly well. I would say more precociously built than a lot of the others as well. Gets the apprentice jockey on board too. Muhammad Al-Nasser will be claiming the 2 kilos. But I thought, as you can see, just looks really fit and interesting in a race like this. A lot of these debutants are really eye-catching. This is another one that's caught my eye that makes a racecourse debut. Is a pin back, but I wouldn't say that's too much of a negative. And certainly looks fit, but again, it could just tighten up just a little bit. Let's pull back to a big paddock negative in here. That would be the 16 that we're just seeing here. 16 for Nicholas Bachelard here, this runner. This is Mujarwir, Wigberto Ramos on board. This horse was thinking about fillies in the parade ring, with showing his 5th leg quite readily in the prelims. Has settled down a little bit now, but I still think needs to grow into that frame just a little more. I'd be looking elsewhere at the 16. I know it's very strong connections, so can't be ignored, but the paddock with a bit of a negative. The final horse I wanted to look at is the 21, Charge the Gun, who's already left the parade ring. Boys, I'll let you have a look at Charge the Gun, but my goodness, he catches the eye. Big, big, strong boy under Eddie Castro. A real beast. It's been hard to pick a paddock pick, but I think my pick will be his.
Callum's paddock pick then is number 13 that's a 20-1 on the international market, making racecourse debut. Also making racecourse debut. No wonder Callum liked it, Rory. Is Charge the Gun. How much did he cost us?
He cost $650,000. And when you consider that there's nothing particularly close to that elsewhere. Well, number 16, Mutajawir, who got a negative from the paddock, was 120,000. He's from a lovely family as well. But yeah, 650,000 as a yearling, and not even from a particularly strong female line. Must have been a real eye catcher at the sales.
Yeah.
To have gone for this sort of money. He's by a good sire and gun runner.
Interesting, he's gone down to start first.
Yes.
Maybe he's just a bit of a thinker first time.
Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong in the parade ring. He looked fairly calm. He looked fairly straight as well from what we could see. We only got a chance to see him once as he was coming round. But I quite liked him. I thought. Listen, there are question marks over the first couple in the market here. Mukaber is the one that they've theoretically got to beat on paper, but although he was a 1400 metre maiden winner in the UK before joining Thamar Al Dahani, he was very disappointing on his Saudi debut last time out. That was in a tough enough contest, but he was dead last, so he needs to leave that behind fairly quickly. And I'm not sure you want to back a horse with that profile at the short as 5-2 or 11-4.
Rory Delagi going against Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Don't see it too much. Mukaber then is your 11-4 favourite. Bit of a negative from Rory. Also a negative from Callum is the second favourite, Mutawajir. That's at 100-30. Hamp to 8, number 1 on your race card is 5-1. 11-2 for Mona Fissahom. number 21, Charge the Gun, at 7-1, the really expensive yearling purchase. 10-1, Albaraz, and it is 16-1. Bar those. Let's talk about number 1 here, Rory. Ham to Wake, 5-1 chance on the international market. It's just the 2 starts, but has won one of them.
Yeah, a similar sort of story to Mukaber, although he's only had 2 runs, as you said, Ham to Wake. One on debut and then finished down the field in the Sultan Ray Al Ghouda Cup last time out, in front of Mukaber, but still beaten quite a long way in that, so you need to forgive that a little bit.
Just quickly, there is 21, Charge the Gun, that was in shot, and I'm going to do a Callum Helliwell. He is gorgeous, isn't he? You can see why he cost an awful lot.
I've seen a few in these colours look good in the parade ring and show speed in the races before not getting home on debut, so that would be a slight concern. But he's just such a standout in terms of his sales price that I want to be with him, given he's not in the first 3 in the betting, and there is a question mark over the first 3. 2 of whom have run poorly on their most recent start, and one is a newcomer who was proving very coldish in the preliminaries.
There is number 15 in shot. That is Monofisahom. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. I thought it was a pleasing enough debut, Rory, but unplaced last time.
Yeah, but that was in a what, 300,000 Riyal event.
The sales race.
It was a big sales race, which it tends to have a biggish field. It can be a bit of a messy race. I didn't think he was disgraced in that, so I was inclined to still stay reasonably positive with the form of the debut. So I wouldn't want to be against Monofisahom at the prices. John Install 2, Abdullah Alofi on board. Yeah, that's probably off the front 4 in the market. I'd be more keen on Monofisahom than I would in the other 3.
Yeah, I think, and that sort of race as well, those sales races, they're very competitive. He would have learned way more in that race than he did on debut, wouldn't he?
Exactly, yeah, and that's the thing. You don't. Horses often show the talent that they do on the gallops or in the morning when they're winning a maiden without learning anything at all. They'll go to the front, they'll cruise through the race, they'll win easily. But next time out, they won't have the know-how to win a better race, but they'll often learn an awful lot more in defeat second time up, which will stand them in good stead further down the line.
There we go, the sun setting over the King Abdulaziz racecourse. The turf track in action tomorrow. Make sure you tune in, and make sure you tune into the Jcsa English speaking channel. Do get in touch. We have had a few people in touch. Miloud Zone Turf has put bravo with a couple of gold medals there. Probably was supporting Camillo Ospina. Pedro was supporting Ricardo Sosa Ferreira as well. Pedro has been on the chat a lot today and seems to be enjoying the show. Now runners are just milling round down at the start. We are coming towards post time. Rory, where is your selection going to be here?
I'm going to go with number 21, whose name escapes me briefly.
Charge the Gun.
Charge the Gun, the son of Gunrunner.
He does look very well down at the start. It was between him and one other for me, and you gave the other one a very good mention. That's number 15, Monofisahom. These horses can learn an awful lot from these really competitive races. Wasn't that sales race last time? Keep your eye on stall 2. If breaking well, I think it could be hard to peg back. So number 15 for me, Monofisahom. 21 for Charge the Gun for Rory Delagi. Gave a good mention from Callum Helliwell in the paddock. And talking of Callum, let's get back to him now.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't get you an up close of Charge the Gun. He is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. My only concern is he just too good looking? I know Rory will agree with me. Sometimes you can see a horse in a parade ring who just looks magnificent, but he needs to come on fitness-wise. And Charge the Gun maybe just could be a horse that you can see him in shot here. He is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Beautiful pedigree, cost an awful lot of money. It's getting a little bit warm in the prelims, but they'll be excited. Connections will certainly be excited with him. But I just thought maybe he could tighten up just a little bit, but we saw with the last race. Some horses are just very good, and that's a frightening thought that when they tighten up they could improve. The pick for me in this contest will be 13 is. I just like the connections. I think they always do well with their youngsters. They tend to be ready to go on debut and mature enough to know what they're doing. Looked really well in the prelims. Looked to be a bit more precocious than some of the others we had a look at in this race. But this is a cracking contest here. Really looking forward to it. The boys are very keen on horse number 15, Monofisahom, and horse number 21, Charge the Gun. Grabbed a quick word with Nicholas Bachelard, who's saddle's Mutajawir, who we're just seeing in shot there underneath Wigberto Ramos. He said he's got an entirely turf-based pedigree, but we need to get him running, and we have no plans in gelding him because they don't geld horses over here. He said to me, rolling his eyes. Mark Francis, this is a man that certainly doesn't need gelding. It's over to you, big boy.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, not too sure what to make of that. Yeah, they're going in. Goodness me. Minhu into stall number 4. Favourites here, Mukaba 5-2. Mutajor here 7-2. I didn't really like those in single-figure prices. Hamp to Wake, probably the standout at 5-1. The winner on debut outclassed last time. I think could bounce back here under Adel Al-Faredi. There's only 3 left to go forward. Arab Al-Majad to go into 5. Mukaba into 11, and also Minhu into stall 4. But they're working on Arab Al-Majad. Don't forget, you can get in touch with the show today, the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Tom was just shouting out a couple of those in the comments. Pedro's having a fantastic day on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Just working on the last few. Hearing there is a late scratch here. Number 20 is out. That is Yabdo. Will not be going into stall number 1. So just working on the final 3. Arab Al-Majad, Jcsa Al-Bakawi. Just confirming that Yabdo is out here. You're all enjoying the coverage here today from King Abdulaziz Racecourse. As Tom was just alluding to, the sun is setting as we approach the halfway stage in the programme today. Still a local Group 3 to come much later. Mukaba, market leader going in. For hat-trick seeking Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. All lined up. Stand by. Ready. And away they go. Getting an excellent start was Watch Blue Point. And Noah Thamuriani from stall 7 is well to the fore with alongside Hamp to Wake, who is cutting across. Mukaba, the market leader, is also well away with the black and yellow jacket of Ala Braz, who is prominent with the silver colours extreme left of Al Halim. 2 of those totally detached include Anisi under Ayad Al Tarizi and Raban, who is a long last as they surge down the end of the back straight, and it is hat-trick seeking Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board Mukaba, who is out in the lead, showing up by a length and a half, perhaps reduced now to Al Halim on the wide outside. Between those is Ala Braz, and back against the inside running rail is Hamp to Wake to make a line of 4. After that excellent beginning, Watch Blue Point now is restrained back into 5th position, racing in company with Dr. Nicholas. Then comes Mona Fisahon, who hugs the rail with Beidi Walla in mid-division and charges the gun. They are very well strung out here towards the back end of the field. Anisi is 25 lengths behind the leader, who now is Ala Braz. Hamp to Wake, though, is running on into 2nd on the far side. Al Halim continues to plug on at the 1 pace. Picking up well is Dr. Nicholas. Might have a say late on as they race inside the final furlong. It is Ala Braz for Abdulaziz Al-Faredi, who is clear on the run to the line. Hamp to Wake in 2nd, Dr. Nicholas in 3rd, and that's the order at the finish. It is Ala Braz who wins, Hamp to Wake in 2nd, Dr. Nicholas in 3rd. Then came Muta Joher along with Al Halim. Ala Braz has won and makes a pretty stylish debut. Nothing on the scale of Nawafa in the previous race, but still lots to like. Ala Braz, Abdulaziz Al-Faredi, usually watching his brothers in the winner's enclosure. No joy for Farhed or Adel. But Abdulaziz has his moment from stall 15. Bred in Britain, has won in a time of 1:29.15. Pretty good style. Too many changes in the order. Very few of these actually got involved at the finish. The first 5 at halfway have pretty much filled out the first 5 home. Hamp to Wake, one of those. in second place, beaten 3 lengths. Dr. Nicholas, perhaps the eye-catcher, back in third, beaten 5 at the wire. Muta Johar was never really involved with Al Halim. Then came Beidi Wala. 5, 1, 10 and 16 were the numbers to race number 5. Ala Braz is now a perfect 1 from 1.
And here comes Ala Brad, the horse who we thought in the parade ring looked really, really interesting and has proven to be even more interesting once hitting the track, and the pedigree is lovely. Sergei Prokofiev obviously had a fast start to things as a first season sire in the UK and has continued that fast start here in Saudi Arabia underneath Abdulaziz Al Faradi, who has recorded his second winner of the weekend, having had a winner yesterday. That's 2 more than his brother Adel and 2 more than Farhad as well, which is good to see, because Abdulaziz probably doesn't get as much recognition as everybody else. But look at it, he's a strapping individual, isn't he? He's all legs. He's very much like myself. He's a lanky so-and-so, but he knows how to win. He knows how to get the head in front, and I think it'll be an interesting one. Travelled really nicely into the race and put it to bed quite impressively, beating Hampton Wake, Dr. Nicholas and Mutawajir as well, who finished in there in 4th. That's probably a horse to keep on the right side of. Did everything wrong in the prelims and sort of just plugged on late, but take nothing away from this winner, who is a really interesting horse. He's tall, he's upright, he's leggy, he's got to grow into that massive frame of his, but certainly a horse to watch, and a pedigree to keep on the right side of as well. I imagine, bought from England to run here in Saudi Arabia. I imagine didn't cost Connections too much money either. This is a proper individual, and hopefully we can see more going forward. Maybe not as impressive as the fillies race, boys, but certainly a horse to put in your Saudi notebook.
Much, Callum, as we're seeing the replay here, Rory, and it was a race that, you know, the ones that were up the pace basically stayed there, but you look at the expensive purchase, Charge of the Gun, never ever got into it, and just see there, just hanging in behind rivals.
Yeah, he was always trapped wide. Eddie Castro was riding him along from an early stage, and I'd rather he dropped the horse out and tried to make late headway. He was going very, very wide in the track and always after the horse who was too green to do himself justice. Ended up having quite a hard race. But the winner, Albraz, was also a reasonably interesting debutant, as Callum has pointed out. He was a €58,000 purchase at Goresbridge Breeze Ups in May. Obviously, you don't see too many Sergei Prokofievs here. He is a half brother to a decent winner. And obviously the pedigree is working out quite nicely. Not a fortune for a horse with a bit of ability.
No, and I suppose as well, Rory, these horses that do come from breeze ups, they do have that experience of coming off the bridle and being told to stretch, and you know, coming into these races. Yes, it's not the same as having racecourse experience, but they've probably done an awful lot more than some of the others.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. So they're not raw newcomers. They've just come in from a field, and it's interesting. I would say that the horses who come from the breeze ups in the UK and Ireland tend to do better here than those who are bought at the US breeze ups, particularly the Ocala sales.
Which is interesting.
I've seen a few interesting ones here, but none of them. Well, I wouldn't say none of them have done well on debut, but When I looked at these moderate 2-year-old maidens or 2-year-old winners of one, and I thought the form that was shown by the best horses wasn't great, I'd often put up a newcomer who had a really good pedigree. To be honest, most of them really ship as if needing the experience. So this is a good performance on debut from Alabraz. The front three coming clear in a big field, so you'd be pretty positive about the run, all told. Ham to Wake had good form coming into this. We said he was disappointing last time out, and that cup race last time out, but clearly was back to debut form and has run a solid race. And Dr. Nicholas, although he was a relative outsider, again he's got a rating of 59, but he's run above that. Dr. Nicholas, he's been placed twice from his 5 starts, and has shown half decent form. So it wasn't a massive surprise to see him hit the frame at a price. A few of those who looked interesting on paper were a little disappointing. Although I saw the penny dropping late with Mutachaware, who I think will do better. You can see that one just at the top of our picture on the noseband, and they're mostly wearing sheepskin breast girths. Just staying on, having looked green in the early stages from stall 12. He was also notably green in the preliminaries. And again, he's a son of Wooten Bassett, so these Irish and UK pedigrees are coming to the fore here. When you'd kind of expect expensive US pedigrees to do really well here, but the surface at King Abdulaziz Racecourse seems to suit European turf pedigrees just as well as it does, or even better than it does, US dirt pedigrees.
Now, I think when you look at these sort of races, you can look in behind, who are the eye catchers, who should we take out the races? Abdulaziz Al Furedi gives a punch of the air, he's in really good form. But looking at the winner there, he's got a bit tired late on. He's going to come forward again from this. Sometimes I think we can overcomplicate things, can't we? I think it's just best to stick with the winner.
Often the horse to take from the race is the horse that's made things simple and gone and won the race. We can sometimes try to be a little bit clever and find beaten horses who are worth taking note of. But often horses who are doing things wrong will do the same thing wrong next time you see them. And I think horses who do things in a very straightforward manner often don't get the credit. They say, oh, well, he was well placed there. Well, he was well placed because he was an easy ride and he put himself there in the first place, and horses deserve credit for doing that.
Absolutely. So full credit goes to Albaraz with Abdulaziz Al Furedi taking race number 5. Race number 6 is upcoming. This is another non-winners of 2, but this time for the 3-year-olds and upwards. Again, it's over the 1,400 metres, and again, it's back to Mark Francis.
Yes, thank you, Tom. And also interested to see that every horse in this field has won a race, so there are no maidens in this lineup. A few non-runners as well to report. Take out numbers 1, 3 and 18. So the field are headed by number 2, Abu Rakan for Osama Al-Shirani. Gets to 8, somewhere in the middle. Followed on that programme by number 4, Al-Ajwa. He gets stall 20 for Abdullah Al-Sayyidi. 5 is Al-Magdam, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 6 is Alula for Noah Hamudiani and Jimmy Jerkins. Asar is 7 for Rayan Al-Taesh. 8 is Fly Wing for Fahid Al-Faridi. 9 is Hadbi for Mohammed Al-Nasser. 10 is Jadoon for Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, and Thama Al-Dahani, who's had a great day so far with 2 winners, now has a runner in his colours. 11 is Kafu Kareem for Noah Al-Farouz. 12 is 9 Dragons for Jimmy Carrion. 13 is Stanley Street for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 14 is Walad Al-Dawahi for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. With a mouthful as well. 15, Waktuk, last time out winner for Adel Al-Faridi. It's got to be one of the leading players here. 16 is Yum Saeed for Hamza Saad. Uwasha is 17 for Victor Gutierrez. 18 is out, so on to 19, who gets still 19, Safa for Alex Moreno. 20, Al-Azbar for Mohammed Al-Hubayl was followed by number 21, Al-Hajasi Naif Al-Anazi. A couple more over the page, Niyazi Rakan Al-Abaid. And 23 is Kabar for Ali Al-Mamoni. Callum is in the pre-parade ring. Let's go find him now.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, we're just in the pre-parade ring here ahead of our next contest. A horse that was a massive eye catcher for me straight away was the 14, Walad Al-Dawi. This is a horse that has shown very little so far, but just looks really, really fit. Once we come into the light here, this beautiful pre-parade ring, we'll get a good old look at this individual. 4-year-old colt, just a muscle-bound individual, looks really tight and well put together, and certainly one to watch. Now they're coming around for the last lap, but Tam Al-Dahani is in the pre-parade ring. Catching up with some friends, I think. So we're going to grab a quick word with him. He's got Jadoon in this race. Tama looking for 3 winners today after a very fast start. One of your own horses here in Jadoon.
Yeah, he's a good horse. His weight is 60, I think. He's 3-year-old, local bred with the import horse. But he progressed too good because before all his races, I didn't put the tongue tie. The last race, he really need the tongue tie. Today, I use him with the tongue tie. I hope he will do a good job today, you know.
Explain to everybody at home how the tongue tie helps the horse, or sometimes doesn't help horses.
No, you know, the horses in the race, when they come into the race time, you know, from 600 meter, when the jockey start pushing, some horses, they pull the tongue and put it up, and he cannot breathe, you know. That's why so many horses stop and they make a noise. That means he need a tongue tie.
It certainly does. And with these horses that you've got yourself, are they all local breds, or do you have some imports that you have for yourself, or is it a bit of a mix and match?
I have the best horse in Saudi Arabia, really, from the top 5 horses in Saudi Arabia, where to excel. And they have also so many horses on board. And the local bred only I have 2 horses, this one and Hafd al-Bari. They are good horses. This one is much better than the other one, is because he's 3-year-old. I hope he progress today good to make his handicap up to go to the big races, you know, to the Cubs.
Yeah, we got another fight with a handicapper now. We were trying to get the one down. We're trying to get another one up. I can't keep track.
This one, he made so many races too good. But the main problem for him, me, because I didn't put the tongue tie really. Today we'll see his form good.
Well, let's go and have a look at him now. Let's go and have a peep. He's coming round to us now. He's a 10. He does look in really, really good shape as well. This is Jadoon here, and we'll get to show a real good look at the tongue tie that he's got, because he's also got a cross noseband on as well. So you can see here, this is Jadoon. Only one handler here. Tamar Al-Dahani often says that he just wants to have the one handler on, just to keep these horses as chilled as possible. You see the cross noseband in front, but you can also see that yellow tongue tie, and that's just to keep that tongue down when the pressure is on. But you got to say, he looks really well in the coat, and he's got a very big shout from the trainer. One more I wanted to have a quick look at was horse number 8. This is Flywing, who we're just seeing coming towards me now. This is a lovely, lovely little, bonny little individual, I would say, Flywing. The reason why I quite like looking at this horse is because he's maturing in front of our eyes. Was one of the true terrors last season as a youngster. Always getting over the top and always sweating up a storm, is now a completely different horse. Yes, of course, he's still keen and buzzy and ready to go, but he's not turning himself inside out, which we saw previously. He's really handling the prelims far, far better than we've seen before. Now, whether he gets into the actual parade ring and turns himself inside out or bolts his way down to the start, we don't know. But right now, if you're a supporter of Flywing and you followed him since he was a baby with us here on the English-speaking channel, you'll be very, very happy with how things are going. So lads, the pre-parade ring is a ring full of secrets, and hopefully we can unearth some gems here.
That is why we have Rory Delaghi in the studio with us, and hopefully he will be able to, as the runners are still milling around the pre-parade ring, yet to come into the parade ring behind us. So that gives us a chance to take you through the international market. Number 15, Waktuk, is your 13-8 favourite. 9-4, Alula, number 6 on your race card. That's for the red stable. Then a bit of a gap to Flywing, who we just seen Callum talking about. That's at 7-1. 10-1, Jadoon. 10-1 for Kafu Kareem. 16-1 for Al Muqdam. 16s as well for Hadab and Stanley Street, as well as number 19, Safar. And it is 20-1 bar those. Let's have a chat, Rory, about the international market favourite, and that is number 15, Waktuk. Just the 2 runs, first time out, went one better last time.
Yes, and this is the horse to beat in the race, without the shred of a doubt. Waktuk. We'll get a chance to see him in action now here in a second.
Yeah, let's first, though, before we do that, this is Stanley Street. No, we're seeing Waktuk now. So here we go. Waktuk, this is him winning last time out, Rory. Just on the outside, you can see
he's there in the white colours with the blue armlets and epaulets, and he finishes strongly on this occasion to winners of one over 1,200 metres. Everything about this performance suggests that he's a horse who will benefit from stepping up to 14. And the horse who finished second here, Faz Al Waya, was a winner on this card yesterday on our first race. So
Just got
the
there,
form's
didn't you?
already worked out. You might not have thought it was particularly strong form at the time, but it's looked better now.
Now this is Stanley Street. We got there in the end. This is him finishing fourth, just down on the inside. You weren't overly impressed by this effort.
Well, I've seen a fair bit of Stanley Street. No, it's one of his better efforts. He's just not a horse that I'd want to have on side as a winner. But we don't get many mistakes from the VT department, and as you see, Stanley Street just running on pretty well into a share of the prize money there. But he's had 16 starts with just the one win to date, and he's looked a little bit tricky. But on the ratings, he's got a decent chance, and I respect the fact that he's, there's plenty of horses who could have been RVT, and he is the one that one of the two that they've chosen. So I don't want to be too negative about his chances, but he wasn't on my shortlist.
Runners are now in the parade ring behind us. Let's talk about the second favourite on the international market. That is Alula for the Jimmy Jenkins stable. Rory has had the 14 runs, but just that one win. Does have stall one to come out of though.
Yeah, good draw for Alula. Nawaf Muriani riding for Jimmy Jerkins here, and he is on the whole very consistent. Runner-up twice in Taif, and ran well when fifth to Basharat in an open race last time. I would say the return to 1400 metres looks a positive for Alula as well, and I thought he was very likely to hit the frame. On the ratings, he's got a solid chance of being placed, rated 85, and there's no reason why he shouldn't give you a good run for him on there.
Just see number 4 Alajwa on our shot go through. I thought he looked extremely well. He's 20-1 on the international market, but he is coming out of stall 20. Now to one that Callum gave a good mention to, Rory, Fly Wing. I have to be honest, you didn't give it a great mention off there.
No, I liked Flywing last season, and I actually got I think I got talked into making him a selection last time because Callum said exactly the same thing in the parade ring. Oh, Flywing just looks so much better now, and his form earlier this season was a bit disappointing. He won on his debut last year when not particularly well fancied, and when coming from a very difficult position. We actually saw that VT yesterday for one of our races. He looks a lot more mature now.
Here he is, going for a shot.
As Callum was saying, he's calmer. He used to be very, very flighty last season, and he's clearly growing into his frame. He looked very wiry, and there wasn't much of him last year. But his form as he gets better looking, his form goes the other way, which is a worry.
That is a big worry. Here's number 10, Jadoon. We've heard from Thama Al-Dahani, and fair play to the handler because he's almost getting his arm bitten off there. Luckily, he's got a cross noseband on to keep his mouth shut. Now, interesting what Thama Al-Dahani was saying about putting the tongue strap on him, and he's completely right. If a horse gets their tongue up in their mouth and it blocks the airway, they're going to make a noise. So they should always try the tongue strap.
Yes.
But there could be something else in this
could be
horse.
something
Could
else
have a wind problem. Maybe not. Hopefully I'm completely wrong, but that would worry me. Would it worry you?
It's less of a worry here. I think, particularly because of the climate, because of the kind of track we have here as well. I think I haven't seen that many horses afflicted by wind problems to the same degree we would get in England.
Let's go back and rejoin Callum.
Thank you, team. Alajwa is the first horse we're going to focus on. This is the 4. Very jig-joggy in the parade ring, but looks immaculate in the coat. Is an absolute ball of fitness, and certainly one I'd want to have on side here. Came 5th last time out, and that wasn't too bad an effort. We'll probably come on from that. Look, isn't the most beautiful of movers at all, but is a really fit individual and looks incredibly well. Let's go back to horse number... who are we going to go back to? Let's go back to horse number 11 here, who it might have just tried to slip our appearance. No, we'll get him, because they'll be beating the loop. It's a bit of a tricky situation here because of the loop that we've got. Horse number 11 is just coming towards us now. This is an interesting one. It's Kafu Kareem. I was intrigued by this horse, who was a winner last time out. Looks in really good nick today, just in behind Thama Al-Dahani's runner, who we saw earlier on in the pre-parade ring. But yeah, this is Kafu Kareem. Jockey's going to just get legged up now. I had very little negatives about this one. I thought he's come forward nicely enough. He looks really well in the coat, turned out in good style as well. The hips are on show too, walking out in good style. I'd give this horse every chance. The other one I wanted to give a quick mention to was 21, and we are going to get a look at 21 here. This could be the pick of the yard. Last minute selection, we've just got another lap out of them, which is great, so we can actually see them because we've got a little bit all over the place here. Jcsa is the horse we're looking for here. Look at 21 here. Now again, we're not going to win any prizes in the dressage for the walk, but Naif Alanazi is on board. This gorgeous individual. Look at the muscle definition that we're seeing here. This is a horse that looks in really prime shape to run a big race. So Jcsa is certainly another one to pick. And lads, just by the skin of his teeth, Jcsa is the pick of the yard.
Thank you very much, Callum. Runners are now starting to leave the parade ring ahead of this race. Remember, do get in touch on the YouTube channel. We've had a few people commenting. Murat has put some love hearts for us, Rory. So that's very nice of Murat, isn't it?
Certainly
Sharing
is.
the love. That is what we like to see here. Make sure you do get in touch. Any questions you want to say to us, any selections as well. Pedro was commenting an awful lot earlier, and we haven't heard much of him. So Pedro, if you're listening or watching, get back in touch later on. Now let's go through a few of the others here, Rory. Some at bigger prices, perhaps. Let's get your thoughts on number 9, Haddab, 16 to 1 on the international market. I thought that was a little bit skinny for that one.
Yeah, I didn't like Haddab in recent form. Again, on the rating, it's got a rating of 68. You've got, to put it in context, Jadoon's rated 68, Kafu Karim is rated 67, Alaj was rated 70. So around those sort of ratings, but I didn't like Haddab's current form. No closer than 6th in his last 5 starts, and just seems to be in a bit of a lull form-wise at the moment. So I was happy to leave him alone for the time being.
Kafu Karim, who Callum was talking about, did get the job done last time. Now Al Farouz on board here. Rory, 10 to 1 on the international market. Would that tempt you in?
He's got place claims because of his consistency, but it was only a maiden he won last time out. So he is the last of these to have won a race. But he did get his head in front. He won narrowly, he won by a neck in a maiden last time out. And I think the handicappers put him up from 60 to 67, which makes him look competitive here. But I think this is going to be harder for him. On the other hand, the fact that he tends to give his running most of the time he sees a racecourse suggests that he might be able to sneak a place. And you have this, what we talk about occasionally, horses who run to a certain level, then win a race. Sometimes they're able to take themselves up another level on the back of that win, but there wasn't enough in Kafu Karim to make him my selection here. For all, I wouldn't be surprised if he ran fairly well.
There is number 13, Stanley Street, who we've seen in action, finishing 4th last time out, just going down to...
He's a sneaky one, isn't he?
Yeah, you're not...
I don't trust him entirely.
Okay, well, let's see if Rory Delagi's right in a few moments' time. But before that, let's get his thoughts on a few of the others. 16 to 1 for number 5, Al Magdam. Did win 5 starts ago, Rory, so he's eligible for this. 16 to 1? I thought that was fair enough.
Yeah, he's got a rating of 74, which gives him chances on paper. Was 3rd in the Not-So-80 handicap last month. And although he was being quite a long way last time out in 8th place, that was behind Final Destination, who would lap most of these. So nothing wrong with that bit of form. This is more realistic for Al Magdam. He's won from 21 career, so he doesn't particularly appeal as a winner, but he's one of about 10 horses who've got every chance of hitting the frame if running to their current form. So this does look like a very competitive affair. You're just looking for something that might be a little bit better.
Danny Watkins has got in touch. He fancies Alula here, and if you were listening a moment or two earlier, Danny, Rory was quite positive about him. Great to have you on board with us, Danny, and we wish you the best of luck with Alula. Keep your eyes peeled on stall number 1, because that is where Alula comes out for the red stable. Right, coming towards selection time then, Rory. We've covered a fair few here. Where is your selection going to be here?
I am going to go with number 15, Waktuk, who's the least exposed in the field. And as I said, his form was franked last time out. He's not miles clear on the ratings, but he should improve again, where most of these are fairly exposed.
And there he is going down to post under Adel Al-Faradi, gleaming in his coat. And I am going to join you as well. Number 15, Waktuk, in this non-winners of 2. Beautiful setting here at the King Abdulaziz Racecourse, as the runners have now all got down to post, just circling round. And remember, if they are getting their tack readjusted, they go in the middle And if the vet needs to look at them, it's behind the white tape. Let's go over to Callum and see if he's going to make it a treble of selections for Waktuk.
I am not, but boys, I'm shocked. No one's gone for Jadoon here. Looked well enough in the parade ring. The trainer gave it a good talk. We've got the tongue strap on for the first time, and no one's going for Jadoon. I'm not going for Jadoon either, but that's because I have to pick horse number 21 with the pick of the paddock, Jcsa, who is coming out of one of the lower stalls, just sneaks in as a reserve in this contest. Yeah, that's going to be the pick for me in this race, but I'm surprised that Jadoon has not been selected. Obviously, Talmer Al-Dahani has done so well already today with a couple of winners. You know, the jockey Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is looking for some wins as well. A couple of people have texted me from home, like Cafu Kareem. There's a bit of Cafu Kareem support floating around. Did look well in the parade ring as well. Another horse that's well worth following. But I think we could all be made to look very silly if Jadoon, who we can see in short here, walking around nice and calm and relaxed, can get the job done here. It's interesting to see the tack with this, because not only have you got the cross noseband on, but you've got the tongue strap as well, which sort of gives and takes us away at the same time, because the cross noseband is to give you more control to pull, and the tongue strap is to give you more emphasis when you push to go in the end. We saw earlier on a horse with a tongue strap, cross noseband and a ring bit, so all the gear, and unfortunately had no idea. So hopefully we'll get a better run from Jadoon. Alula had a brief word with Jimmy Jerkins, who trains this one. He was not happy after the defeat of Honky Tonk Man. He was really hoping that horse was going to just find another gear, and just failed to do so. He was absolutely seething about that run, but hopefully he'll get better luck with Alula here. But they're already loading, so the selection for the team are number 15 Waktuk for the boys in the studio, and number 21 Jcsa for myself here in the parade ring. Mark Francis, who do you like in this tricky contest?
Yeah, it is a tough contest to unravel, Callum, but I do think Waktuk is the most likely winner for Adel Al Farodi in stall 4. Well found in the market now at 11-8. I thought Alula was short enough at 9-4. And Fly Wing at 7s, Jadoon at 10s. I just think this is Waktuk's race to lose, really. We can see him going into stall number 4. Well drawn today. Jadoon and Alula, both to his inside, so interesting to see the tactics from Flagful. So waiting on Iwasha. Jadoon, who is out of line. This is the final trio. So we see North Amadiani nearest to us in the red jacket on Alula. According to the ratings, is £1 ahead of Waktuk. Let's see how it plays out. Stand by. Halfway through the programme today, there's non-winners of 2 events. Ready at the 1400 metre start. Stand by. And they're off and racing. Alula, a little bit slow to go from stall number 1. And the one that's virtually refused, or has refused, Iwasha. Iwasha from stall number 3 has not gone with them here. In the race proper, Waktuk is one of the early leaders, with Abu Rakan with the red and black jacket. Nearest to us is Alula. Extreme left, Safar under Alex Moreno is being kept wide of the field as they go midway down the back straight. Also prominent is Stanley Street with the black and white jacket. The yellow colours predominantly of Jadoon is just grouping onto this leading pack, possibly in about 4th position now. There's a gap developing back to the next wave of runners, who are headed by Jcsa. Also in that little cluster is Kabar, and between those is Alad Bar. Towards the back end of the field, Fly Wing doesn't have many behind. Likewise does Saeed as they reach the crown of the bend, and it is Waktuk who has taken over. But Jadoon, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, is about to join in. Alula on the far side with the red visor can't cling on to the leading pair, as Jadoon is looming up to Waktuk. These two are now pairing off from Al Magdam. Running on well is Al Hajesi on the far side with Kabar as they run inside the final furlong. Waktuk is just finding a little bit more for pressure, but Jadoon is going with him. Waktuk, though, just has a little bit more class, and Waktuk will win again. Jadoon home in 2nd, followed by Al Magdan in 3rd. It was Kabar up for 4th place, and many of them crossing the line fighting out 5th place money. Waktuk on start number 3 collects victory number 2. Adel Al-Faredi has his winner. A terrific battle in the closing stages. Jadoun would not lie down under hat-trick seeking Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, but Connections will have to wait a little bit longer for their hat-trick today as Waktuk has struck in a time of 1:27.84. Only a length the winning margin. Waktuk has justified favouritism here to win. Jadoun in second place, and then a yawning gap back to the remainder, which were headed, I think, by Al Magadam. Indeed, yes, back in third place, a further 5 lengths behind. Kabar on the inside, never left the fence, home in fourth. And it might have been the black and white colours of Walad Al-Dawahi, who I think has just stolen fifth from Al Ajwar, and also the running on Saeed. The boys new in the studio, that is for sure. Waktuk has won again. Adel Al-Faredi has his winner, 15, 10, 5 and 23. Waktuk wins.
A bit of an Arabic lesson here with Waktuk. In English, it means your time. And his time has come once again as he wins his second race on the spin, making it 2 wins from 3 starts. And Adel Al-Faredi is now a race-winning rider this week. Having missed all of yesterday's action due to personal reasons, he's back in the saddle and back in the winners' enclosure. So Abdulaziz Al-Faredi has had 2 winners this weekend, and Adel has now had the 1. Farhad, where are you? We need you to ride a winner as well. Look, lovely to see here. Waktuk is an improving horse, a very exciting horse for the future as well, and certainly has had to knuckle down to win this in a thriller with Jadoun, who's run a mighty race, and the trainer of that, Tamer Al-Dahani, was absolutely correct in saying that this horse was definitely going to improve with the addition of the tongue strap in this type of race. And I think Ricardo Sousa Ferreira thought he was on a winner turning into the straight because he was travelling like a good thing, but unfortunately was unable to pass the determined Adel Al-Faredi, who is one of the best jockeys in a driving finish you'll see here in Saudi Arabia. If you've got Adel on side and you're in a humdinger of a battle down the straight, you always know that Adel is going to be on your side. Get very much Sam Twisted Davis vibes on the jump, throws the kitchen sink at the horses, and they always respond for him. But keep an eye on Waktuk, well spotted by the guys in the studio, well spotted by Mark Francis, and Jadoun has run well for second for all of those seeking each way thievery in the international markets. But great to see Adel Al-Faredi winning yet another race here in Saudi Arabia. He is trying to become champion jockey. He is less than 15 winners in front now, but he's looking to keep up that distance between the ever-present Kamir Waspina, who is closing like an absolute train. Boys, the Jockeys Championship will go right down to the wire, and this is a horse who we should all be following going forward.
Al-Faredi, I'm sure he would have been pleased to see Kamir Waspina get the 1,000 up. He's cancelled that one out. He's still at the top of the table now. They did get close in the finishing stages. Adel Al-Faredi, left-hand driver. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira in the correct hand. But as soon as he starts drifting, he puts his hands down, thinks about giving Waktuk another tap behind the saddle with his left hand, then corrects him. And he's probably won by far enough for them to think about that.
Yeah, I mean, he's corrected it late enough that the result was was not in diet at that stage. So it'll be interesting to see the stewards.
Watch stall 3 here doesn't come out of the stalls. That is Al Weshar, which was pretty disappointing for anyone that supported him, Rory.
Yes, she's
Her, sorry.
I think she did exactly the same thing last time out at Wesher. She's got a P on her last run, but I've written a lot of copybook by refusing to race here in latest appearance, and it's not one to trust. So if you backed a Wesher,
Would be one of the quickest pull-ups in history, wasn't it? Anyway,
Yes.
let's get back to the leaders, and in front at the moment is Waktuk, and stayed there the whole way from not braking very well. Alula has done really well to get back there, but doesn't stay there for too much longer.
No, a bit of a disappointing performance from Alula in the end, who was able to, I mean, obviously had to use up a little bit of horse to get into that good position on the inside, but you would have thought that he should have hung around for a little bit longer than that. But to be honest, from a long way out, there were 2 horses who were travelling in this, and that's the first and the second. I did think when Ricardo Sousa Ferreira moved up initially on Jadoon, he was going to sweep straight past, but Waktuk was very, very strong.
And the stewards are having a little look at this, so any updates we do get, we will let you know. So there we go, Jadoon on the outside, and just gets drifted across with Waktuk, left-hand drive, and then they then switch it into the right hand. And they just get a little bit close there, well clear of the third. But like we said, the stewards are having a look at this. Now let's get over to Callum for more news.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, joined by Tamer Dahani there. It got very close in the finish. Do you think the result should be switched around?
I don't know, it depends about the referee, you know. The horse who was giving Chabuk, Adil giving Chabuk from the inside, that was not should be giving the Chabuk like that, because 2 horses challenging, he should change the Chabuk to the inside, outside. But he keep going to the inside until he know that he win and he change it. He shouldn't do like that. But I don't know, we have a good referees. I don't know, Adil make a cross or not. It depends about the referee. This, you know, they see the race and they see from up and down. You know, they are really good referee. I trust them very well. Whatever they say, I'm happy. But I'm happy my horse. You know, I'm talking to Sam. Please, Sam, my horse is a good horse. I want to go to the King Cup. 4 races all the time, 68, 69. Not today, the best time, carrying 60 kilo, fighting with the best horse, import horse, is a good horse. Rated up of 80, and you know, close together, same weight. He should you know, give me a good rate now.
Looking for a larger rating. Our viewers at home are watching this race now. While you were watching it in the stands, immediately as they crossed the line, were you immediately thinking, let's try and get this result changed? Or did you think we were the second best horse on the day?
No, I wait for the jockey. When the jockey come, I trust him, my jockey. He said, listen, he should change the Chabuk. He closed my way. I'm coming very easy to him, but he closed my way for 200 meter. And then in the line, he changed the Chabuk. This is not fair. That's what the jockey said. If you watch the, I don't know what they keep it or not. I don't know. They announced it just now. But anyway, my horse, he do the good job. I'm happy with my horse. Inshallah, next time he will be much better than this.
So we're hoping the handicapper gives him a push in the race, and hopefully next time he doesn't get a push on the track.
Yeah, because I'm going to the King Cup, you know.
You'll have plenty of good horses in that King Cup now. You're getting there's a strong, powerful stable. It's exciting.
He's a local bred, you know. And I trust my horse. I have a local bred horse, not import. And running with all the horses import horse. You know what I mean. And they are real good horses, you know. And he made this race, good race. I'm happy because he comes second. But I'm waiting for I'm waiting for Sam. He should be at least 90 because the time is the best. Waiting 60. My horse should be today starting with 90.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Tamer Al-Dahani is thinking that his horse should be rated 90 after a superb performance because he ran with an imported horse and he ran the quickest time of the day.
Why I told he should be more than 90? Because he beat at home import horse with rated 92 and 93.
So he's running well at home. Come on, Sam, give us a push in the ratings. We need it. We need this horse in the King's Cup.
Thank you very much, Callum. Really interesting thoughts from Tamer Al-Dahani there, and he probably is right with what he was saying regarding.
He's spot on. He's absolutely spot on, and you don't often get that kind of clarity. You know, people say my horse should get this race, but he's made exactly the right point. The real argument as to whether he should get it.
Now here we go. So
right.
Adel El Feredi, left hand, and the horse is drifting right, so he should have his stick in the right hand now, and this moment, so he gives him another smack. He's drifting right across
There have been-
Thamar
there- yeah.
Aldar's. And look, it's official. Waktuk has kept the race, but as you can see, now he's changed it into his right hand. The race is over then, and the damage has been done.
So he's not corrected the horse in time, and it may well be the stewards will give him a small ban for careless riding. But let's be honest about this, and let's not talk about Adel Al-Faredi here. Let's talk about jockeys worldwide and that sort of situation, where they know if they actually straighten the horse out in time, they're losing momentum. They get a chance of losing the race. They would rather ensure their horse gets to the line as quickly as possible, and look like they're making an effort late in the day. But as Thamar Al-Dahani said there, Adel Al-Faredi changed his whip, but he only changed it once he knew the race was in the bag. And then he's like, look, I'm doing the right thing, I'm correcting my horse. But he didn't correct the horse in time for that to make a difference. But if you're the kind of jockey who always corrects your horse first, you're going to start losing rides because you're going to be losing races by doing it.
Absolutely. Let's get back to Callum again in the paddock.
Thank you very much, team. Really pleased to be joined by Umar, who is in charge of stabling here in Saudi Arabia. And I thought it would be a great time with all these good races coming up today and tomorrow, just to discuss the policies of stabling with good horses when they're running in these cup races.
So we have planned for tomorrow. There are 4 GCC races being run tomorrow. So with new protocols for the integrity, so the horses will be coming in 4 hours before their race time. So we'll be mainly handling them in the race day stables, see the movements and bring them according to the race time, send them in through so everything goes smooth in the best manner.
And this is a recent rule change, isn't it? Because this sort of was triggered last year after we had a couple of failed tests and we wanted to make sure that everyone was running on a level playing field.
Yeah, so we had a different policy last year from our technical committee who then brings us to the policies and we implement. So last year we had for the major cups 72 hours isolations, which we conducted last Riyadh season. So now there is a change in the policy. So we'll have testing before the race for the medical vet testing, and then they will come 4 hours. So there's a slight change. Instead of bringing them 72 hours, we'll have them isolated for 4 hours, and there will be pre-race testing. And our veterinary team is handling all those matters with the testing.
And we're going to be super quick with this just because the other horses are now in the parade ring for the next. But international runners will be coming over to Saudi Arabia very soon. What protocols do we have for those runners as they come over?
Yeah, so it's all the the biosecurity protocols, quarantine protocols worldwide. That's what we do, and we are trying to go to the highest level as best as we can. Over the past 5 Saudi Cups, we had the best experience, and we have some encouraging comments from all over the people, the world who come here, and we are trying to implement the same international rules. We are already in the process building up for the Saudi Cup, getting the things ready, stables, all the arrangements being done, and with turf going on tomorrow, so we'll have more positive comments coming up this Saudi Cup.
Really, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, Umar. The Saudi Cup is coming. Mark Francis, the next race is already upon us, so give us those runners and riders.
Certainly will, Callum. I'm going to fire through these as the runners are in the paddock already for this local bred fillies maiden 1600 metres. Headed by number 1, Alain Radar gets stall 1, Selman Al Rashid. 2 is Alay Moreya for Ali Al Mamoni. 3, Ale Wissa, Norweth Al Farouz. 4, Al Bashira for Mohammed Al Habib. 5 is Anna Al Massar for Rayan Al Ta'esh. And 6 is Dana Bazma for Abdullah Al Odi. 7 over the page is Gala Nea for Hussein Al-Makrami. 8 is Murada for Mohammed Al-Hufail. 9 is Nasmat Al-Masa for Mohammed Al-Mazid. 10, Ut Al-Wash for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 11 is Al-Mesk for Abdullah Al-Kredis. 12 is Al-Sayyuf for Tariq Al-Mansour. Over the page to find number 13, Garib for Camilo Ospina, his second run of the day. 14, Sanabik, Adil Al-Faredi looking for a quick-fire double. 15 is Sabar for Rakan Al-Abaid, and here we have a couple of jockey changes. 16, Sultanity is now the mount of Victor Gutierrez, who has got off number 17, Tayajib, now the mount of Azil Al-Sahani. 18, Takfura, or Takura, I should say, Abdullah Al-Farouz. Over the page, 19, Tazker for Abdullah Al-Rashid, and 20, TNT for Abdullah Al-Hussein. Let's get quickly back to Callum.
Thank you very much. Mark will be super quick with this. Let's talk about Muradar, horse number 8 here, who's just coming towards us now. big strapping individual who certainly catches the eye in the parade ring. Wasn't blown away by too many of these fillies, but she catches my eye completely. She's a lovely type. Let's go back to 10, just a couple more horses back to horse number 10 now. She's just proving a little bit difficult in the parade ring. She's a good looker, but she's just having a think. This is Oak Al-Washar, who is just getting a little bit lungy. She's got quite warm under the girth as well. Come on now. There you go, easy, good girl. And she's just having a little think about things, but she should be fine when the jockey gets on. I've got to admit, physically, she's a lovely, lovely type, but she's just a bit negative in the parade room because she's having a big old think. We'll let Mustafa go by her because I think she's having a look at him rather than us having a look at her. There you go, she's walking through fine now. We go right the way back to horse number 15. This is Sabia. I thought she looked in really good nick here. Her form is very, very negative, but just take a look at her in here. She's a very petite filly, but she's got a good neck on her and probably just needs to show us a bit more in the front end. If I had to make a pick team, it has to be horse number 8 will be the paddock pick for me.
Well, paddock pick is number 8, Murada, and we will see that in action very, very shortly. Rory has had the 9 runs, obviously yet to be in winning action, but this is her finishing 3rd. Just turning in front.
This is a couple of runs ago, and Murada's been consistent on the whole without being able to get her head in front. Looked like she was going to here for a long way, but gets run down late in the day and finishes 3rd. She's since run 6th in a slightly better race than this. She's obviously not one to have the mortgage on, but she's pretty reliable. And in a race that's pretty weak, you know you're going to get a run for your money from her. She actually rallies, having dropped to 4th, to get back up for 3rd in that VT.
Now, like we've been saying, do get in touch on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Unfortunately for Danny Watkins, Alula didn't do the job. David Trett came in, he was with the red team, so with Alula as well, and didn't get that. And Pedro would have had his fingers crossed that the stewards overturned that for Jadoon. But unfortunately for Pedro, you've got to try again in race number 7. Danny, David, Pedro, everybody get in touch, tell us your selections, and let's run you through the international market. Maybe that will give you sway your decision. Number 5, Ana Al-Massar, 7-2 favourite, 9-2 for the horse we've just seen in action, Moradar. That's number 8 on your race card. Camillo Ospina, will it be 1001? He rides number 13. Garib, that's 5-1 mark. 15-2 for Danat Basmar, 17-2 for Al Bashira, also for Nazma Al Massars, and 8-1 for Al Mirada and number 14 Sanabik. Let's talk about number 1 here, Rory, Al Mirada. I thought that run last time was really encouraging and showed some good early speed.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad run at all, and in the grand scheme of things, I think you'd have to be reasonably positive about this one. It's a tough old contest, though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
What are we? What's the favourite?
7-2.
7-2. We got Ana Al-Masa, who has who doesn't have a rating coming into this. But we've got the likes of Morada, who's only run to 61, who we've seen on the video. Danat Basma, who's a long-standing maiden, who's got a rating of 60. So those who don't have much form don't have to improve an awful lot to get competitive here. So those are always tricky races. We've seen races earlier in the day where you know roughly the level of the horses who are in it, and you know that you've got to run to something like 90 or 100 to win a race, and you can immediately put a line through 12 horses who can't possibly run to that rating. In this, it's fairly likely that the winner will run to a rating in the 50s, and that suddenly makes it wide open.
Yeah, really interesting contest coming up. There's number 4 going out onto the track. That's Al Bashir, an 8-1 shot on the international market. There is Moradar. Will today be the day at the 10th time of asking? Let's talk about Camillo Ospina's mount here, Rory. This is number 13, Garib, 5-1 on the international market. We haven't seen this one on a race course yet. What can you tell us about this?
If I can find the right race, I'll tell you. She's by Watani, who's the same sire who produced our impressive winner earlier on.
That's interesting.
Out of an unraced mare. So interesting that, as I said, I didn't know an awful lot about Watani until I did a bit of research on him yesterday, and he raced at a pretty high level around here, running to a mark of around 115, which is, you know, as good as they get essentially around here. And although he's not exactly a popular sire, essentially those stallions standing here are doing so just for their owners. There's no commercial breeding industry, so you know we're not getting these stallions covering a book of 200 mares.
No.
They'll be covering
just
maybe a dozen mares
in
a season maximum. So you don't expect to have a huge number of winners. But Watani has shown already today that he's capable of siring a high level newcomer. So his daughter in this contest must be of interest as well. And of course, Camilo Espina was on our winner by the stallion earlier on. So Garib must be of some interest despite stall 17. Again, the wide draw was no problem to Camilo earlier in the day.
Well, if Garib does go and win this, Watani will be hoping for a few more visitors. Number 6 on your race card is Danat Basmar, 15-2 on the international market. Yet to get her head in front in 8 runs, Rory. The 3 starts ago was a decent enough effort, finishing second though.
It wasn't bad, and the seasonal reappearance was a perfectly good effort. Took a backward step last time out. But to be honest, if you look at Danat Basma's overall record, she is fundamentally consistent. She's close to the top rated in this race, and despite that wide draw, she's got enough experience to be competitive here. So, yeah, I wouldn't put you off. It's not a race that really appeals to me from a punting perspective, if you want to look at it that way, because it's so open. And there's so many runners and so much can go wrong there. There's no standout in it. Whereas we've had races before where you boil the field down, you go, well, listen, only 2 or 3 of these can possibly win, and it makes it an interesting medium. There's so many of these you could win on paper that it has me reeling a little bit, to be honest.
Now, one that has come in for a bit of market support, and maybe that's because they've seen Adel El Faradi in winning action, is number 14, Sanabik. Now, she has had the 16 runs, third last time out, got a mark of 53, but like you say about some of these, they don't need to improve too much on the form they have shown.
No, and sometimes you just want to stick with horses who are in reasonable form, and Sanabik comes here off the back of one of her better efforts when third last time up, Alan Rita in front of her in second. This longer trip should suit, and obviously Adel Al Faradi is a very positive booking.
The stalls are now being pushed together. That means all the horses are down at the start, Rory, and this means selection time. Probably the trickiest race we've had today, I think you'd agree?
Yes. What am I going to go for? I haven't made my mind up on it. It was so difficult. I'm going to be really boring and go for Ana Alamasa from a good draw.
Alamasa, what number?
Number 5.
Number 5, Rory Delaghi, sticking with the favourite. That is number 5 on your race card. Now, I'm not going to be boring here, Rory. Don't like being boring. I'm going with the outsider of the lot. That is number 12, Al Soyouf, 66-1 on the international market. Now, was beaten 20 lengths into 5th behind Green of Truth last time. That form didn't work out. Green of Truth completely bombed out. But she's starting to improve with every start. She's been given a mark of 39, which I think is insulting.
Yeah, that wasn't a great contest that she was in last time. No. The only thing I would say about that, in your favour actually, is though you said Green of Truth let the form down.
That wasn't her, was it?
Green of Truth was in a 0-70 handicap next time out, and most of the horses in that maiden would have been sort of 50-odd rated horses.
And I remember we spoke about it. Well, that was a hands and heels race. She looked a little bit green early on, and maybe without.
It wouldn't have been the ideal race for her. I think she might get a chance of showing that form is sound enough. There wasn't an awful lot of depth in behind, but I take your point. You sometimes want to be with these reasonably lightly raced horses who just are clueless for 2 or 3 runs, and then just the penny begins to drop.
Because the 66-1 winner yesterday, it was a similar-ish profile. Yeah. Yes, but was
got a really low mark for finishing well beaten on debut and then getting on play a second time. But the 3rd and 4th runs were both steps in the right direction, and both behind the same filly, getting closer each time. So the rating there didn't really make sense on the last 2 runs, but it essentially was a factor of what had gone before. The handicapper almost seems to be mixing all the runs together and getting an average for the rating, which seems like a crazy way to do business to me.
So there we go, Rory Delaghi with number 5, Ana Alamasa, and I'm with number 12, Al Soyouf, 66-1 on the international market. I presume, Callum, you're not going to be agreeing with me here.
With either one of you here, lads, I think Moradar is certainly the pick of the lot here. Look, the best of the paddock, getting a bit warm in the prelims. Just a bit of housekeeping here. In our previous race, the reason why there was a review was Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, the connections of Janud, lodged a objection. So it wasn't a steward's inquiry. They lodged an objection, and then the steward showed them the footage, and they then removed the objection. So it's almost like, hey, we've got a problem here, and the stewards have gone, have you? And then they've removed the objection. So that would be why we didn't get an official steward's inquiry on the result. There was an objection. I imagine that was led by Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, who would have felt hard done by Adel Al-Faradi, but he withdrew the objection in the end, and the result stands. We got the all clear there. Thank you again to the steward for giving us that information. But the selection from the team are Rory with number 5, Ana Al-Mathar, myself with number 8, Moradar, and Tom with number 12, Al-Sayuf. If number 12 wins, it's Wendy's all round from Tom. Mark Francis, it's over to you.
Other restaurants are available, of course, but it will be a very happy evening for Tom Humphreys if Al-Sayuf was to oblige here and has been supported. Humpers has spoken. 66 is into 40 to 1. I'll join Callum here with Murada. I think surely she's due a victory here in a very low-grade maiden. If there's any clear standout. Waiting on Ale Morea. This horse, Nasmat Al-Masar. Final two with Al-Bashira. To complete the lineup here, market leader is number 5, Ana Al-Masar for Rayan Al-Taesh. They will emerge from stall 3. Hopefully we see a horse emerge from stall 3 in this race as they're lined up. First race over a mile here today, 1,600 metres. Final checks completed, and they're off and racing. With the exception of Ale Morea, it was a pretty level break. Dropped out is Seibar, likewise is Al-Mes towards the back end of the field with Ale Wissa as they go through the first of 8 furlongs. Nearest to us, Ale Radar from stall 1, unsurprisingly, bags the rail and has the overall lead. Between rivals, Al-Bashira with the stars on the sleeves and the 2 pace colours of Murada is right up there early on with Al-Wash, who is well to the fore. Extreme left now, recovering after that slow beginning, is Ale Morea, using plenty of early energy to take a prominent position as they begin to turn left-handed down the end of the back straight. Right at the back of the field is Seibar. Ale Wissa is also struggling with Tazka, who is towards the back end of the field. So as they go through the halfway stage, it is Alain Radar, the maroon colours for Selman Al-Rashid, now being joined by Murada for Mohamed Al-Habel. This is the leading pair. Within third place, Alain Morea, just racing in company there with Al-Bashira. Sanabit catches the eye, now moving smoothly into 5th position with Damat Basmar. Also in that little cluster is TNT, who begins to check off rivals with Ana Al-Masar towards the inside with 2 furlongs to go, or less than that now. Murada is now starting to get away. Alain Radar now looks beaten in second. 1 or 2 trying to pick up the pieces for the placings involving Sanabik. Also there is Danat Basmar, and running on well is Teajib. But this contest is all over. Murada will go on to an easy success on start number 10. Has absolutely hacked out. Mohamed Al-Habel has his winner. Nearest to us, Teaji may have just nabbed second from Takfura, who ran on well, and then came Sanabik. Rawada has won for myself and Callum Helliwell. Big green tick there. No Wendy's for Helliwell or Humpers. But Rawada has won this in the style of a good filly. Readied 61. She'll go up a fair bit for this. Having said that, it wasn't the strongest of maidens, didn't take a lot of winning, and Murada has bolted up in the end. Very happy jockey. 1:43.28, the winner's time. Counting back the lengths to the eventual second, not really in the sphere of Noafa, who won by 20 lengths earlier. This was more like 10 or 12, but still a long way clear. Indeed, it was 12. Teajib, spot on. In second place, a long way behind. To wrap up the placings as well. Far side Takfura has run on for third, ahead of Sanabik, I think, in fourth, and then Danat Basma in 5. Riyadh, though, has made short work of these rivals here. Winner's time 1:43.28, 12 lengths back to Teaji, number 17. Back in third, Takfura, number 18, and Sanabik home in 4:14. 8, 17, 18 and 14. Riyadh is finally off the mark.
Mohammed Al-Ubail has guided myself a winner here in the shape of Murada, who has won this in good style, ending up tossing up by 12 lengths and doing it very well. I thought she looked the best of them in the parade ring. She's a lovely, big, rangy filly with a gorgeous head, and she's well built. She's not weak in behind. She's certainly got plenty of growing to do, but I think she's actually maturing into a very nice type, and Connections will be over the moon with that success. Badr Rizak is your winning trainer of this one as well, and that'll be good for Connections because it will be very nice for them to get themselves on the winning border. These colours we often refer to as the Colgate colours in the studio because they look so much like the Colgate toothpaste, and they get carried to success plenty of times throughout the season, and they've got a good one on their hands here, and I think she's taken advantage of a largely weak affair. It was interesting going down the far side. As they're headed down that back straight, Mohammed actually took a pull as she was swinging along, and I thought, no, Mohammed, don't take a pull, just let her roll, and he did exactly the right thing because he's a jockey and I am not. He took a pull and she's absolutely taken a breath and hacked up in the end in very, very good style. Mohammed, one of my favourite riders here in Saudi Arabia, gave me a big thumbs up before running and has absolutely dotted up here. So well done to everyone that followed us in with that selection. Mark Francis was there as well, and Mohammed Al-Ubail has guided Morabah to victory in this contest. Boys, what happened to the Wendy's?
Running, I think, Callum. Murada then gets the job done for Badr Rizak, and trainer in form. He must have been delighted seeing this, Rory, especially when they turned in, because your eyes were drawn, where are the challengers going to come from? But
there were just no finishes at all, were there?
No.
We saw one or two begin to make headway, but again, with horses at this sort of level, and we're talking, the winner is 61 rated. And has looked different class to the rest, which makes them.
Has the winner run to its mark, do you think?
Well, it's run to at least its mark. The question is, has it improved the stone? And I think sometimes with a horse who's maybe just struggles when it's up against better horses, when it drops to a level it can win at, sometimes they end up winning quite easily because everything just clicks, and the lack of opposition allows them to express themselves fully. Whereas when they're, in a slightly better race that they should, according to the distance they won by, they should still be competitive in, they sometimes struggle. Horses either raise their game against better horses, or they sort of shrink back a little bit against better horses, and maybe Murada is more in the latter category. Although she's been running very respectably all season, but that's the thing, she's been running very close to her mark all year, which makes it harder to believe that she's suddenly improved 10 or 15
Just going out of shot there was Camille Ospina's mount, Garib, who never really got into it, and unfortunately for Tom Martin, who got in touch on the chat, you could see your race was over pretty quickly. But up at the front end, we've got El Emrada, who had run well last time and showed that good early speed, but like you say, Rory, Murada was very professional. This was her 10th start here, and she put that to good use as well.
She did, yes, and there was nothing putting pressure on her from behind, which is important for her as well. So once she's got past El Emrada, there's literally nothing to cause her to tighten up or to panic at all. She's just able to stretch out and win easily. But it's form that you wouldn't want to go overboard about, given the weakness of those in behind. But it's a big margin in the end, isn't it?
Very big
So
margin.
clearly she has improved a little bit. 12 lengths the winning margin officially.
It's a long 12 lengths to me.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the handicapper does with her on the back of this, because she's got to go up a bit, doesn't she?
Right, let's get back to Callum. We saw what he was doing yesterday. What's he doing today?
There are no children's play areas for me today, team. I am sticking with the grown-ups and sticking with the adults, and I found the coolest table at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, featuring names that you know: Lucas Gaikan, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. But we're not here to talk to them. We're here to talk to Monica, who is Camille Ospina's partner. Monica, don't you run away from me now. How are you doing? Firstly, 1,000 winners for your husband. That's wonderful to start with.
So wonderful. We are so happy to be here with him for many years, support him, and we feel so grateful with this country.
And we spoke to Camillo because this is obviously a huge success for him as a rider, but as a family man, to bring your whole family out to Saudi Arabia, it's a huge change.
Yes, it's a huge change, but this is an amazing country for us. Thanks to Saudi Arabia, we can help our family, and our daughter is growing safe, and we are so happy here. We enjoy Saudi too much.
And what we've noticed is there's a lot of Spanish-speaking connections here, and you've obviously joined and created your own little family in itself.
Yeah, so nice to speak in Spanish.
It's like me when I find a random English people in a supermarket. I just want to discuss really, how has Camillo been over the last few weeks? Obviously, he had a big suspension and missed the first few weeks of the Riyadh season. As a wife and as a partner, how do you support your husband when he's going through that? Because when he came back and had that winner, he was so emotional.
We have a very quiet life. We have many things to do. We enjoy Riyadh too much, so we don't have a lot of time to think of that. So Camilo is a really good father, so he is busy to take our daughter to the school back. Really, we don't have a lot of time to think of that, but he's very quiet, and he's so focused in this, and he's just one mistake, and we just wait and continue.
Lovely stuff. Now, I know Carla doesn't want to talk, so I'm going to go past because you'll give me an evil eye. But Jcsa has arrived here, and your husband has just started riding winners. So you are not allowed to leave anymore. You have to stay because he's riding unbelievably.
No, now I'm staying until the end, but now he has to win much more.
You have to win more cup races.
Yes, more cup races now.
Now, this is not his first season in Riyadh. He did so well last year. What's it like bouncing between Europe and Saudi Arabia? So obviously he's riding in the south of France, in Spain over the summer, and then coming here to Saudi Arabia. Are you used to now that transition?
Yes, it's really good I think all Ricardo learns in Europe bring here, and is like an extra he can give, and is his fourth year here in Riyadh. And for me, I think this year is the reward of everything he is doing all these years here and also in Europe. Yeah.
It certainly is, and we spoke to him earlier. We won't talk to him again now because he's getting bored of talking to us.
Yeah.
But he made it very clear that his ability to ride in Europe, where everything is more patient, is now paying off here, where it's so fast all the way through.
Exactly. Here he can be fast and patient at the same time. Because it's really important. You have to know how to wait and when it's time to go forward. And Ricardo does it really well, and it's great.
And I'm really cheering for him quite loudly, but I've not heard you cheering so loudly, so we need you to lift up your volume and just give him a big shout when he comes home, okay?
Okay, I will do it.
Thank you. And one more we need to talk to is Mr. Lucas Gaitan, because he does have a runner today. Lucas, you were on fire last week, 3 from 3. Can you have a perfect week this week?
I don't think so. Let's hope, but I don't think so. What we did last week was great. But today we have Sawatch, intense race. He's a horse that won first time out. Then he ran 2 races, not what we expected, but he was training great in the morning, so we expect him to recover.
And like we saw with Durga Matba earlier on last week, a horse that has struggled recently but then just seemed to be a completely different animal. Are we hoping for that similar type of improvement here?
No, I always want them to perform at the highest level. But well, this is a nice horse. What Dargam did last week was great. He improved a lot with the change of headgear and after his last race. Tomorrow we have his brother McKean, that he won first time out, also in great form. But well, from this horse I watch, we expect a nice race. It's tough. It's a nice race, but tough. And also we have tomorrow another Arabian horse, Fudipeni. So also a cup full of all the horses there are very tough. I think there will be a lot of speed. But well, I don't think it will be like last week this week, but we expect good racing from our horses.
Well, hopefully you can have a good run today and a good run tomorrow. Everyone on this amazing table, thank you all so much. You've been wonderful. The coolest table in Saudi Arabia, the Spanish-speaking contingent. Mark Francis, take us through the runners and riders for our next contest.
I certainly will, but just before that, of course, Lucas Gaitan with that runner later. He's just highlighted to us that Makim Athbar runs tomorrow. That's in the 5:30 local time. Makim Athbar, who won at odds of 33 to 1 on debut, he's back tomorrow. Anyway, second Arabian race of the day is a handicap for horses ready between 90 and 105. 1,600 metres of the trip here for 4-year-olds and upwards, and a small and select field. Headed by number 1, Saloum Al-Khaladir for Adel Al-Farini. 3 wins from 24. 2 wins from 24 is number 2, Hatamat Al-Khaladir for Khalid Al-Mamodi. Also rated 100 in the same ownership is number 3, Tuhamiyat Al-Khaladir for Abdel Al-Hussein. 4 is Amir Al-Sham for Mohammed Al-Ghari. £1 inferior is number 5, Bayrak Al-Hizam for Thurb Al-Timyat. 6, drawn in 6, is Good de Violette for Ali Al-Mamoni. Over the page to find number 7, Shibil Gudar for Abdullah Al-Rashed, is a 3-time winner. 8 is Saab Al-Khaladir for Naifal Al-Nazi. Meblish is 9 for Ayed Al-Tarizi. The only filly in the lineup is number 10, Aisha Al-Shahania. But Asama Al-Shirani is a Saudi debutant as well. 11 is Fahad Al-Muad, who completes the field of 11 runners. Abdullah Al-Khamis on board the bottom one. 11 then for the 8th race of the afternoon, this Arabian bred handicap for horses ready between 90 and 105. Let's go back to our top team, Rory Delagi, but first, Tom Humphries.
Thank you very much, Mark. Runners are in the pre-parade ring. An awful lot of great horses in this, like you do get in this Arabian contest. Let's take a look at how they're faring on the international market. Number 1, Saloum Al-Khaladir is your 9-4 favourite. Good de Violette at 4-1. 5-1, Berak Al-Zim. 11-2 is Hatamat Al-Khaladir. 8-1 is Tuhamiyat Al-Khaladir. And 17-2, you guessed it, Saab Al-Khaladir. Let's take a run through some of these, Roy. Let's start with the international market favourite. We will see a clip of this later on. This is Saloum Al-Khaladir. Now, if you just looked at his form figures, you might think, oh, not sure why this horse would be the international market favourite, but has been tried at the top level.
Yes, it's been running against some of the best horses around, and was pretty much never given an opportunity to show what he can do in a handicap. But this is his opportunity to do that. It's not easy when you've got a horse that's reasonably highly rated. If you're rated about 100 as a pure-bred Arabian, there are a handful of handicaps for you. Otherwise, you tend to be in the best open races, where you might avoid the Tilals of this world and the Asfan Al-Khaladir's of the world, but you're still going to run into other horses with ratings north of 100, or you can go into the cup races where you really are meeting those 125 plus rated horses, and that shows you how hard life can get. And that's the kind of race that Saloum Al-Khaladir has been running in. This is much more suitable, and I'd expect him to be very competitive here.
Now, the next two in the market, and I thought these would have been the other way round. Good de Violette, number 6 at 4-1. Number 5, Bayrak Al-Hizam at 5s. Now, they both bumped in to Lucas Gaitan's Durga Mathbar last time, beaten an awful long way. But Good de Violette was about 10 lengths behind Bayrak Al-Hizam on that occasion. Can you see why?
Bayrak Al-Hizam ran on pretty well to finish the second, beaten 12 and a quarter lengths in the end, and Good de Violette was a further 10 lengths or so behind that in third. Yeah, if you compare the individual performances, you'd probably have those the other way around. Neither of them covered themselves in glory in their previous start. They were the first of those, right, looking at Bayrak Al-Zaham, was well behind Sir Amer a couple of starts ago. That was in the Jockey Club Cup, though, beaten 50-odd lengths. And Good de Violet was also beaten 50-odd lengths in the previous start, but this is more realistic for both.
Right, firstly, let's have a look at the international market favourite, who we have just mentioned. This is Saloum Al-Khaladiya, finishing 4th here, Rory.
Yes, in the
white cap.
in the familiar colours, but with the white cap on. In this scenario, this was behind Turkey Al-Khaladiya, another one of those very good Al-Khaladiya horses. A decent open contest, this, and a solid run. Again, it doesn't massively catch the eye. He's just plugging on away into 4th place there. He gets run out of 3rd late in the day, but this is an open contest. A few of those around him would have been rated a fair bit higher than him, and he's run respectively in the circumstances.
Now this is where we get to see Bayrak Al-Hazam and also Good de Violet. So Bayrak Al-Hazam in the red sleeves on the outside, and just behind him in 4th at the moment is Good de Violet.
Yeah, also in the reddish colours. The Bayrak Al-Hazam wears a nice red noseband, which is handy for identification purposes. And clearly, if you watch this race, you wouldn't fancy the tables to be turned, but this is liable to be run in a different sort of way, this race. And here you had the pair of them sort of running on behind a horse they couldn't catch. Here, in a race where both of them have got a chance of winning, they may be played slightly differently. So it wouldn't be completely surprising to see the form turned around to some degree. But I agree with you. If you can't guarantee how the race is going to be run, you've got to price them according to how they've run recently, and I'd have them the other way around.
Absolutely, and just as Callum Helliwell would say, bit of housekeeping. Tharbal Timyat, who rides Bayrak Al-Hazam, it says claiming the 1 kilo. This is worth 150,000 in this handicap. Don't think he can.
I thought it was,
oh no, he can.
300,000.
300,000. As this isn't an open. It's a very good race, though. Not
it's very good. Well, that's the thing. You get open races where
not as good as this,
strong,
yeah.
And you do have like non-winners of 4, which don't count as open races, which can be extremely competitive.
So he can claim that 1 kilo. Let's go over to Callum in the paddock.
Thank you, team. Great to see the quick math coming into fruition there in the studio. Let's have a look at horse number 1. This is Saloum Al-Khaladiya. I can only say one thing and one thing only. I've seen riding school ponies with more get up and go than Saloum Al-Khaladiya, who's got all the ability on paper but cannot be a paddock pick for me. Has basically been dragged around the parade ring, having a big old think about it. I'm sure that when he gets out on the track he'll do the business, but for me I will be looking elsewhere. Let's look at number 2. This is Hatamat Al-Khaladiya, who I think is in a much better shape physically. You can see that muscle definition in the hindquarters, the beautiful flat back as well. The withers aren't too high, the hindquarters aren't too high at all. There's a hip on show as well. Walking out with plenty of confidence here. A little bit of bounce to the walk as well. Hatamat Al-Khaladiya would certainly make the shortlist. That's a paddock positive. We run back to horses number 6, 7 and 8 are the final 3 that were real eye catchers for me for different reasons. Horse number 6 is Good de Violet. I know quite well fancied by a few people. A 3rd place effort last time. Has got plenty of sheepskin on the face, but is a much more athletic looking purebred Arabian than the first 2 we've seen. Much more leggy, much less bone. Certainly one you have to keep on the right side of. And they've even tried to do some quarter marks on the hind quarters of this one as well. Very well turned out. Best of luck if you like Good de Violet. In behind, we've got Shibal Gouda, who on paper should be a great horse, but in the main, looking at Shibal Gouda, you'd be slightly concerned. I mean, this thing is tiny. I mean, I remember the Desert Bred maiden we watched earlier on last season. Very similar to the Desert Bred type. Now we've got the jockey coming alongside. You'll be able to see Abdullah Al-Shred is just jumping on. I mean, he's bigger than the horse. He didn't need a leg up there, really. He could have done that easily without a leg up, just launched on. Absolutely tiny, Shibal Gouda. Let's pull back one more to Saab Al-Khaladiya. This is a nice type here. Made a bit of a of noise, a bit of a kick and a scream before coming in, getting a bit warm and a bit revved up. You've got Nath Al-Anazi looking majestic on board. Look at him, he looks like a prince in the saddle, doesn't he just? And he's guiding this horse around. Nath will be looking for his first winner this week. But I thought of the two big Al Khalidiyah runners, I would say Saab Al Khalidiyah would be more exciting than Saloom Al Khalidiyah in the parade ring. But the pick for me is Good de Violette.
Good de Violette then, the paddock pick for Callum, last seen finishing third behind Durgam Athbar. Let's take a look at a few of the others here, Rory. Let's talk about number 2, Hatamat Al Khalidiyah. The handicapper put her up £12 a couple of starts ago. Is starting to relent, but still mark of 100. Do you think that's fair or not?
No, I think a lot of these can sort of end up creeping up the handicap. They're more likely to than creep down in purebred Arabian races, and that does look a little bit on the harsh side. But has won a race or two in recent times. Hatamat Al Khalidiyah. It comes off a little bit of quite a lengthy layoff here, 10 months since the last run, and then I've been off 2 months prior to that. That wasn't a terrible run when last seen finishing 5th to Preciosa Al Ashai. But again, I'm not mad to be back on these horses after that kind of layoff, and I can leave Hatamat alone.
There is Bayrak Al Hazam going down to start as well as Good de Violette.
Doing a very good impression of a rocking horse there, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully he goes faster than a rocking horse for his backers. Now let's talk about number 3, to Hamiat Al Khalidiyah here. Was beaten in an open contest last time. Handicapper looks to have given this one a little bit of a chance.
Yes, 1,200 metres last time out. I'm not entirely sure what the ideal trip for Hamiat Al Khalidiyah is. He has won, or she rather has won. She's a 7-year-old mare, has won at this trip before, but she's been tried at 1,600, at 1,200. I would say, from what I've seen recently, 1,200 does seem to be on the short side for Hamiat these days. So the return to 1,600 metres should suit, and she was 4th, not beaten that far behind Maita Al Khalidiyah over a track and trip on her penultimate start.
Now, a big positive for Callum in the paddock was number 8, Saab Al Khalidiyah. Nath Al-Anazi on board, 17 to 2 shot on the international market. Hasn't been seen for a while though.
No, ran a little bit in Taif. Didn't exactly cover himself in glory there. Was 3rd in the 1,400 metre open on his 2nd start in Taif this season, but then beat one rival in his next 2 starts, beaten 36 lengths on each occasion, and obviously needs to bounce back. Those were good races, it has to be said. You know, behind Jamran Al Khalidiyah, behind Jade de Faust on the last occasion. But Saab Al Khalidiyah needs to have been freshened up by that break to have a chance of winning this.
Remember, do get in touch on the Jcsa English-speaking YouTube channel. A lot of you have been very, very chatty today, so make sure you keep that up. We'd love to hear from you, your selections, if you just want to say hello or ask any questions to Rory, Callum or myself. The runners are now just starting to get down to start. There is Good de Violette in picture with 2, Hamiat Al Khalidiyah. Number 9 just coming into shot here, Meblish, has had 3 wins from 9 runs.
Meblish is hard to fancy on recent evidence, but again, harking back to our previous purebred Arabian race, we said the winner was having his 2nd career start over the 1,400 metres and has won both of them. So despite having made it a long losing run, they're all over different trips. So Meblish has been well beaten on his last 3 starts, but they've come at a range of trips. 1,200 metres would have been too short when last of 11. Then stepped up to 2,400 metres, just the opposite, again well beaten, and was racing over 2,000 metres last time out. This horse has raced just 4 times at a mile. Running at 6 furlongs, running a mile and a half, but only run 4 times in his life at a mile. He's won 3 of those. Now, to be honest, I think it's pretty unlikely that Meblish wins this, because whatever excuse you make about the trip on those recent starts, the runs have been pretty dire.
So all career wins?
All career wins have come at a mile, yes.
So 25 to 1 might be a little bit too big, but
yeah, to be honest, you'd like to see a little bit more promise in those runs. Beaten 52 lengths, 51 lengths, 48 lengths and 58 lengths in 4 starts at Taif this season. I would say Taif maybe isn't the ideal place for Meblish, but he was beaten 71 lengths and 28 lengths and 2 runs here last season. His wins have come abroad, essentially in Qatar. So he was a winner on his final start in a 90-plus handicap in Qatar in 2020. He was up for a long time after that. So I think the stats are probably a little misleading with Memblish, but I thought I'd throw them out there just in case he provides our second shot of the day in a pure bet Arabian race.
Runners are down at the start. There might be a few minutes late here if there are any more tack adjustments. That moves us swiftly on, Rory, to selection time. Callum was said a big negative about the international market favourite Saloum Al Khaladir. Are you taking him on here?
Yes, I'm going to go for Bayrak Al Hazam. He seems in pretty good order. A couple of these look very quiet going around the parade ring, but he's showing just enough pep that you're not worried that he's going to boil over. But at the same time, he does look like he's pretty lively and up for a race. Pep, you know.
I haven't heard that one before.
You haven't heard pep?
No.
Oh. You never been to a pep rally then?
I haven't.
No.
But Bayrak Al Hazam definitely has a lot of pep, and because of that, I'm going to join Rory as well. So myself and Rory with number 5, Bayrak Al Hazam. As the runners just start to go forward, let's quickly go over to Callum and see his selection for race number 8.
The pick for me is going to be Good de Violette in this one. I thought it was the pick of the paddock. Mark Francis, you can call them home. Who do you like?
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Callum. Apologies, 1 or 2 sound issues just there, but hopefully we're all okay. Yeah, it's a hard race, really, isn't it? I think it's one of the toughest of the day. I thought Tahamiat Al Khaladir was due a win at some point. 8-1 looks rather large, but it's a fascinating little race. Just the 14 pounds between them. And we should be ready for race number 8. Stand by. And they're off and racing. Slowest into stride was Good de Violette, who has dropped out towards the back end of the field with Aisha Al Shahani, and also Tahamiat Al Khaladir wasn't the best away from stall number 3. But going into a clear lead here, decisive lead, is Naif Al-Anazi on Saab Al Khaladir in the white cap, is giving a lead to stablemate Saloum Al Khaladir, who hugs the rail. This is the leading pair. Fahad Al Muad is in 3rd position, racing just ahead of Amir Al Sham, working wider out to Shibil Gudar, and also in that group is Meblish. Behind these, most of the runners with red and white on the jacket. Good de Violette has recovered after a slow beginning to race alongside Bayrak Al Hazam. Hatamat Al Khaladir is towards the back end of the field with stablemate Tahamiat Al Khaladir, and Aisha Al Shahania has the best view of all. 10 lengths behind the leader, who is coming back to the main group. Still, it's Saab Al Khaladir setting the fractions for Naif Al-Anazi. He gets the first squeeze as the runners start to bunch up in behind. Saloum Al Khaladir towards the inside of Fahad Al Muad, still 2nd and 3rd. Bayrak Al Hazam now moving stealthily into contention in 4th place. Then comes Amir Al Sham, who has ridden along. Hatamat Al Khaladir is racing alongside Tahamiat Al Khaladir, who is getting closer, still has 6 lengths to find on the leader, who continues to be Saab Al Khaladir, who is nothing if not game on the far side. Fahad Al Muad is now drawing alongside. Saloum Al Khaladir has shifted off the running rail with Bayrak Al Hazam 3rd and 4th. Tahamiat Al Khaladir continues to run on into 5th place. It's still Saab Al Khaladir. Fahad Al Muad, though, is drawing alongside, but isn't quite getting there, and Saab Al Khaladir will make all. Fahad Al Muad in 2nd, Saloum Al Khaladir was always pretty much in 3rd, and Bayrak Al Hazam was home in 4th place. Naif Al-Anazi from the front won the race pretty much in the first furlong, has won off a mark of 95 here. Naif Al-Anazi getting everything out of Saab Al Khaladir, who showed a terrific attitude to fend off Fahad Al Muad. 2 of those towards the bottom of the handicap have dominated this race. Half a length the winning distance for number 8, Saab Al Khaladir. 1:52.87 is the winner's time. Fahad Al Muad got upside, but wouldn't go past the eventual winner in 2nd, beaten half a length at the wire. Gray's 2nd, 3rd and 4th, with Saloum Al Khaladir never really landing a blow. Likewise, Bayrak Al Hazam. Tahamiat Al Khaladir recovered from the slow beginning to finish in 5th. ahead of Good de Violet. 8, 11, 1 and 5 are the numbers to the second Arabian race of the day. This handicap for horses rated between 90 and 105 has been won by the 95 rated Saab Al Kaladir. Naif Al Anazi as a winner.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the greatest beard in racing has had another success here in Riyadh as Naif Al Anazi has physically picked up and lifted Saab Al Kaladir home in this 90 to 105 handicap. What a ride Naif has given this horse. Set blazing early fractions and then put the brakes on, looked to be in a bit of trouble but found so much for pressure. He has just kept finding and kept finding again. A huge performance from the winning jockey and a good effort from this horse who hasn't won in a while, but that is a 6th career win from 19 starts. So he's winning on almost every 3 runs, so he should certainly be respected, and clearly has ended a run of slightly poor results with a good run here. He was very, very keen in the prelims and nearly getting over the top of himself, but Naif just kept him down enough. But as you can see, he's still on edge here. He's having a good old squeal, so just make sure we give him the distance because he's just feeling the girth on his side there, and just needs to settle there. Well, look, Naif, there you go. Let him know you're there. Perfect. Great work all round. Horse is out, and now it comes to the unsaddling area. And now we will get a word with Mr. Naif Al Anazi, a multiple cup winning jockey here in Riyadh, but also has been doing exceptionally well or in other races as well, and just picking up plenty of prizes. Often we don't get a chance to talk to him because he keeps winning the lucky last, but now he's won midway through the card and we will grab a word with him. Like I said, I don't think there is a jockey in world horse racing with a better beard than Naif Al Anazi. I'm going to put it out there and almost say he's got the best beard in sport. There you go. Let's see, are there any other more well-manicured beards in sport than Naif? Here he comes here. Mr. Naif Al Anazi, well done. Great ride.
Thank you, my brother. Today I'm so happy about this win for Saab Al Kaladir. First time I ride this horse. Today he came for a pacemaker for his brother, Salam Al Kaladir. He's finished win, and also my brother finished 3rd. Thanks God, I am so happy about this horse.
He got such a fast start. You flew out the stalls.
Yeah, Canon, actually. I want to go front 2, 3, 4, 5 lengths because this horse, when he horse coming together him, so close, he's scared. Today, thanks God, he came in more better. Long time he's not racing. Today, thanks God about this win.
Were you surprised that he kept finding more and more and more as the race went on?
Yeah, seriously. Come from 600, 400. I check him for my brother for come because I know my horse is long time road racing and maybe he's stop. But after 400, I cannot do nothing, just I go. Thanks God.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that everyone on the English channel is over the moon that you've had a winner. You are one of the English-speaking country's favourite jockeys. They absolutely love you. Well done.
Thank you and appreciate it. And salam alaikum for Arabic, for all the team for studio.
Alaikum salam. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done to Naif Al Anazi. He looks a thoroughly nice chap. And I agree with Callum. What a beard that is. You said about the hairdressers and the barbers over here, Rory. Maybe you should, you had moisturiser yesterday off one of the jockeys. Now today you can see where he gets his beard done.
Yeah, indeed.
More importantly, back to the racing, and Saab Al Khaladia, halfway up the home straight, I thought he was going to finish fourth, but he showed such a winning attitude, and Nath has given him the perfect ride, hasn't he?
He has, yeah, that suits Nath to be in that position, and this is his ideal mount as well, a horse who can get to the front and keep pulling a bit out, and Nath tends to be quite an active jockey. He likes to ride from the front, and doesn't suit all horses, but it really suits Saab Al Khaladia, who found plenty for pressure.
And Nath has got after him really early here, out of stall 9, and you can see here they put, what, 5-6 lengths in between the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work early on, and he's done very well. Clearly getting tired in the last furlong, but not wanting the others to pass him. That's quite nice to see, because sometimes you watch the finish of these purebred Arabian races, particularly the sort of lower grades, and just wondering, if there's 5 of them in line with a furlong to go, you're just wondering which one of them wants it, if any. But here you've got a horse who really, really wanted to win the race, and even though he was getting tired in the closing stages, he kept pulling out more and dug deep to hold on by a fairly narrow margin in the end.
Now, your eventual second is in fourth, I think, at the moment. It's very hard to see between the one just going into second position now, but the one that does finish second, yeah, he's in second now, is Fahad Al Mord, and he loomed up very menacingly, Rory, and he did look like the most likely winner at this stage.
He did, yeah, Fahad Al Muad. But sometimes when you move up like that, you do hope that the horse in front of you feels your presence and it gets him to crack a little bit. But he wasn't for cracking, was he, Saab Al Khaladia? And when a leader finds a little bit more, it can be very difficult for the horse tracking it to do the same thing, pull out a little bit extra to keep that challenge going. It's a lot easier coming with one run. And the question really was asked of Fahad Al Muad, do you have enough to win this race? And although he's kept on well enough in second place,
this is where I
couldn't
thought
quite get there. Here he's almost got on terms.
Yeah.
And you thought, well, he's bound. Now that he's been joined, you thought the leader's going to crack a little bit and say, listen, I've done enough, lads. But actually, he digs in a little bit more and goes away to win by half a length in the end. And
I do just wonder how sulky Saab Al Khaladia is, because he's got to the front and then he knows he's got a fight on his hands and he wants to keep that. Maybe getting to the front is what is so important.
Oh yeah, well
for
listen,
him.
we see horses who look really genuine in a battle. When they're able to get themselves in that position and then ask horses to come at them, they can look really genuine. But the next time you see them and they don't get to the front, they can sulk immediately and end up finishing nowhere. Which is why you've got to forgive some moderate runs from these horses, because it's, a lot of them would like to be in front and then trying to fend off rivals late, but only one of them is able to get an uncontested lead, or indeed sometimes none of them if 3 or 4 of them go up together. So this horse may not run the same sort of race next time out, but you still want to remember this performance.
Nath El Anazi then wins on Saab Al Khaladia. Let's see where Callum Helliwell has got now.
Thank you very much, team. I thought I'd give you a little bit of a hospitality tour and show you what's on offer here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. First thing I'll show you is where we are on the racecourse. Look at the view we have to start with. A view all over this wonderful pantheon of racing. As you can see, we can see down the entirety of the home straight and the parade ring as well. Plus that brand new winners enclosure that was only installed last season for the Saudi Cup, and that will be used all the way through. We just seen our winning trainer from our previous race. Congratulations, Natha, well done, well done. He's actually going to go into the owners and traders section, which I will take you in as well. Owners and traders hospitality here. This is what is available in owners and trainers. Beautiful setting, plenty of options for food and drink as well, and also it features the restaurant. So we'll start in here and I'll take you through to the restaurant. This is only for owners and traders, but you might be thinking, well, I'm not an owner and trainer and I want to come and experience racing in Saudi Arabia. Well, don't you worry, we have an option for you as well, and it's just next door. So we'll shoot back out of here. We'll let Nassar come past us. He's celebrating his win. Well done. He'll be over the moon with that. He had the pacemaker go and win him a race in our last contest. And now we'll come out and we'll show you the restaurant area as well. So beautiful settings up here, and I cannot explain to you just how affordable this option is as well. And we'll just come straight through here. We'll make sure Mustafa can get through the gap. And this area here is our restaurant area. It stretches all the way down to our left and all the way along. There's various efforts of comfortable seating that's available, and also a bar and food as well, and that's massively important. Now, I would take you further through, but I think we might lose a bit of signal, so I can take you on the outside and show you from the outside as well. Oh, I'm hearing it's okay. Oh, here we go. It's a very careful moment here. Each step I take, we get more and more risky, but we come through here, and this is the bar that I was telling you about. Plenty of people can come here for refreshments, both food and drink, run by an exceptionally talented kitchen staff team here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We're just going to stand here because we might just lose me if I go any further, but you can see in behind you've got plenty of options both for food and drink. They range from popcorn to sandwiches to soups and everything else that's on offer. Both hot and cold options are available. Now, the price for this is cheaper than it is to go on a normal race day back in the UK, and I think that's what's so important. It's not just for the Saudi Cup and not just for the Saudi Cup weekend. It's hugely affordable all the way through, and there are so many different hospitality options. I'm being told, am I going to bring some sandwiches back? And let me tell you and everybody else watching, I will not be bringing any sandwiches back. Absolutely not. Mark Francis, take us through the runners and riders for the next. I can't believe how greedy my team have become.
Just wait there, Callum. I'm going to come down and join you in a second for my £4 Caesar salad. God, it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic food there. Great company there from Callum, one of the owners and trainers bar. Open company for the 9th race on the programme, 1600 metres again, 2-year-olds in action here, 95,000 Saudi Riyal in the prize fund, headed by number 1 Ez Al Yasser for Adel Al Faradi, 1 win from 2 starts so far, same record that Wat Tuk had earlier on in the programme. 2 is Tom's 2 for Iyad Al Tariz with 1 win from 5. 3 Al Munteza Billah is the second selection, if you like, for the white stable. Abdullah Al Farouz might be the giveaway. Camilla goes elsewhere. 4 App Spirit for Rakan Al Abaid, 0 from 9, one of the more exposed in the lineup. And Blue Power, number 5, is a debutant here. First time start in Saudi, Alex Moreno. 6 Majestic Champ for Rayan Al Taesh and Trader Gaith Al Gaith. 7 is Mazaska for Mohammed Al Dahan, 0 from 2. We'll get a handicap rating after today. 8, as you'll see, is not there. That's because it's a non-runner. 9 is Mashib for Thurb Al Timyat. 10 is Nashwan Jodar. 11, Kara. You can see Camilla Waspina's name there is the selection seemingly on board number 11. Safir Jean is number 12 for Fahed Al Faradi, and then 13, drawn in 11, is Shagran for Khaled Al Mamoni. Starter as well. Over the page to the final 2, Spiadi, number 14, drawn in 4 for Ahmed Al Tayar, and Tarahid gets the plum draw in 1, Tariq Al Mansour. That is the field for the 9th race on the programme. Let's go back to the nice warm studio and rejoin Rory and Tom.
Thank you very much, Mark. Actually, air conditions are not too warm here, is it, Rory? But more important matters, let's have a look at the international market as the runners now come in to the parade ring. Number 5, Blue Power, is your 9-4 favourite. 100-30 for number 11, Kara. That is the amount of Camilo Ospina. Number 1, Ez Al Yusur at 4-1. 11-2 for Tom's 2. That's 2 on your race card. Number 9, Mesherb at 8-1, 12-1 for Alman Tassor Billah. The same price for Safir Jean, and it is 16-1. Bar those. Let's have a talk about number 5 here, Rory, the international market favourite at 9-4. That is Blue Power. Quite nicely bred by Wootton Bassett. We haven't seen this one on a race course yet, though, in Saudi Arabia.
No, we haven't. Sorry, remind me what number
5.
Yeah, well, I should see that. The first thing it says is by Wootton Bassett, out of a well-bred winner who fetched €160,000 as a yearling. The yard has a good record with its juveniles. 28% strike rate with the juveniles. Now that's pretty high for Nicolas Bachelard. Alex Moreno on the plate as well. Good drawn stall 3. Ticks a lot of boxes. And as I said, I've become slightly wary of the American imports here first time out, but the British imports have a better record striking at the first time.
Now, what's your view on putting an unraced horse in an open first time out?
The one benefit of running an unraced horse in an open race A, there are a lot of open races that aren't much stronger than good maidens anyway, and B, you've got a decent chance of a slightly smaller field. So on this field we've got 14 runners, and that means a lot less bouncing around, a lot less chance of you being trapped 10 horses wide on the bend and having a bad experience. And I think whether you're able to win or not first time out, having a good racecourse experience.
Well, that was my
much more
next
important.
question. Do you think Connections might just be using this as a step? If they can win, great, but it'd be more like give the horse a nice experience for then other targets to maybe go back to a maiden.
That is a possibility, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you thought your horse was going to be out of the stalls like a flash,
Yeah.
And to the front, then you don't mind how big the field is because they're all behind you and they're all getting in each other's way. So that might be that's a possibility there. But Callum will give us an idea of how straight it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming out of
If he's not just stuffing his face up in the restaurant, obviously.
Yeah, I presume he's still up there. Well, oh no, he's not. He's managed to... We saw him playing football yesterday. Be athletics, he's that fast. He's now back in the paddock.
Athlete is the only way you can describe me, having watched me fail at a penalty shootout and barely get around on a hobby horse. We're calling me an athlete. I'm taking it. Yes, made it down from the restaurant into the parade ring to look at this open race for 2-year-olds. Really looking forward to this. Someone's having a big old roar behind me, but we're just going to have a look at horse number 1, Jcsa. Really nicely turned out, beautiful coat, got those quarter marks on as well. Watch the hips as this horse walks. What's the swing in the hips here? Just walks like a fine girl in the club. Really, really catches your eye with that loose movement. That's what I wanted to see with that Zoaf that we saw earlier on in the card under Camillo Ospina, but didn't quite get that. This, I'd say, is a lot more interesting individual. Now, she was a winner on... I should say, was a winner on debut. Unplaced last time out, but that was in tougher company. This isn't the toughest open in the world. I'd be looking for a big run. The paddock pick, though, has to be the second string for the White Stable. Our Montasar Billa is an absolute stunner. Look at this, so well turned out. Beautiful type. Look, I'd imagine quite light framed, lacking a very serious bone, but just utterly beautiful. I could not take my eyes off this runner who's carrying himself with absolute professionalism, not getting caught up in any of the shenanigans going on behind, and really looking like a horse to follow. Looks red hot fit, but needs to really step forward from 2 pretty uninspiring starts. We saw this horse a couple of weeks ago and we said he was a paddock eye catcher then. Again, didn't run well, but he keeps being the paddock eye catcher for me because he just looks so well. Surely at some point Montasar Billa will live up to the hype of the pedigree and the thing we see on track. Let's go back to horse number 5. This is Blue Power, the horse making debut today. Wooden Bassett being the sire, another one who looks incredibly fit. You can see the muscle definition on Blue Power. Now, I spoke to Nicolas Bachelard before about his other 2-year-old runner, and he mentioned he had another turf-bred runner for the dirt here. Just an interesting type, not totally blowing me away. It's almost like he's still got to fill the frame, but he looks fit. He's a strange sort of type, to be honest, because he's not fat, he's not carrying much condition, but he's quite heavily set. Alex Moreno will be jumping on him now, and it'll be interesting to see just how the horse reacts. I imagine Nicolas Bachelard's horses are usually very well prepared, and as you can see, not a flick of the hair as Alex jumps on there. Let's drop back to horses number 11 and 12. These are the other 2 that caught my eye. Keep it on the 7 in the Fondor colours. Hopefully that horse will run a decent enough race. But here's Cara, horse number 11. Camillo Ospina on board, looking for another very impressive 2-year-old winner. Cara was second on back-to-back occasions before finishing 5th last time. Camillo looks in the zone on board, knows he's got his family with him to enjoy the racing today, and looks beautifully turned out, I must say. Cara, much more of a chunkier set, bonier horse than we saw from the stable's second string, and certainly looks like a power-packed individual. Nothing here puts me off Cara. And then behind, one of the other ones I quite like, Safagine, who's just coming towards us now. I just thought this horse looked really well in the prelims. Farhad Al-Faredi on board. Farhad hoping to get a winner like his 2 brothers. He's over the moon with that, and the horse looks in very good shape as well. But boys, the paddock pick again. I'm a glutton for punishment. Montasar Billa is a pick for me.
And Montasar Billa then, the paddock pick for Callum Helliwell. That is a 12-1 chance on the international market. Let's talk about the other White Stable runner first, Camillo Ospina's mount. That's number 11, Cara. That is 100 to 30, second favourite on the international market. Rory, and you're willing to forgive his latest run?
Yes, this was that came at a time when the stable weren't doing particularly well. and was definitely disappointing, having run well on the first two starts. Ended up being beaten 15 lengths here with Rayan Altuash on board in October, while Camilo was serving his ban, but also when we were told by a stable representative that the horses were, after a few disappointing runs, they discovered there was a bit of a virus in the yard. So I'd be inclined to put a line through that run from Cara, who should do a lot better. And of course, Camilo is back on board today.
Adel Al-Faradi looking for a double on the day. Then he rides number 1 Al Jcsa 4-1 on the international market. Does have stall 13 to overcome though. Rory did win on debut. What did you make of his run last time?
I thought it was very disappointing. It's all very well saying it was a better race, but it's a Jcsa challenge, so it was a stronger contest, but only up against Taif 2-year-olds. So we've seen them all in similar sort of races before, and he was beaten 72 lengths. So that clearly isn't the case of, well, that was just a little bit too tough for him. He won his maiden by the best part of 5 lengths from Montemayor's first time out, and he was nowhere near that form up and trip next time. So his debut was over the 1400 metres, up to 1600 when disappointing. There was a break in between those, 2-month break, and he changed stables as well.
Right.
And I think that's always a bit of a worry when a horse runs well for 1 yard, and then it changes stables immediately, and then runs disappointingly for the new yard. But you have to say he did take the eye in the parade ring, so it's not a case of him having gone backwards physically for the switch. And maybe the change of routine at that stage saw him lose condition, saw him maybe not. Unfortunately, that was because that was going back to Taif. We didn't see him, so I can't tell you whether he looked the part there or not. But clearly, whatever ailed him doesn't seem to be ailing him now. As you say, you get an idea of how well a horse is by how it looks on the outside, how its skin looks, and he was absolutely glowing. So it's possible that he was just below par in that contest, and he's now back to himself. So
yeah, I thought he really caught the eye in the paddock. If you ever want to see how a horse should walk, that was it. I thought he looked very well. So interested to see if he can put that performance behind him. Little gap in the market then to number 2, and it's Tom's 2. Like I said, 11-2 in the market. Pretty consistent in the main, Rory, but is this a little bit tough for him, this?
I thought he was fully exposed now. He does get a rating of 72 here, Tom's 2, so he's reasonably highly rated, but his last couple of runs suggest that his progress has come to an end. He did beat Cara, number 11, when winning his maiden back in Taif. But 2 runs in Riyadh have seen him beaten 13 lengths and 10.5 lengths. They haven't been terrible runs. There was a non-winners of 3 last time out, so I can forgive that. He was behind a decent horse, Mulhalhal, before that. But what he's showing me now is that his peak was that run in September, and he probably looks vulnerable again in this contest.
Now, we've seen Lucas Gaitan's horses in really good form, and one of those that bumped into one last time was Mesha, finished behind Sinan. Can you see this one stepping up? This is number 9 on your race card.
Yes, Mesha is a 15-2 shot at the moment. I thought it was a fairly promising start when 4th to Sinan, beaten 8 3/4 lengths in the end. Given how smart Sinan looked on that occasion, I thought that was, as I said, a fairly promising start. He should build on that second time out. Drawn a stall 14 though, which is not ideal.
Remember, do get in touch on the Jcsa English-speaking YouTube channel. Cameron has got in touch as well. Great to hear from you. Do get your selections in. We'd love to hear from you. Talking of selections then, Rory, where are you going to go in race number 9?
Do I stick with my original selection, or do I switch? I quite liked Cara. In the first, Cara was my selection when I wrote this up, basically saying that he would improve. But I'm going to go for Blue Power.
Gonna go for Blue Power.
The newcomer, and then I'll be kicking myself out because mustn't go for newcomers.
Rory Delagi is with the newcomer Blue Power. I might be putting my neck on. I thought he might just need the run looking at him, but he may get away with it.
Difference of opinion there. Callum thought he was pretty straight. So.
Yeah, look, and Callum's probably got a much better view than me. So that was the only slight negative I had about Blue Power. I'm going to go with number 11, Cara, for Camille Ospina to get number 1001 on the mark. So number 11, Cara for me. Number 5, Blue Power for Rory. Let's go over to Callum and see where he's going in race number 9.
Thank you, team. Yes, Blue Power, interesting horse. Spoke to Nicholas Bachelard off camera, and I said I've never seen a Wootton Bassett look as strong and as precocious and as forward as this one. He said, oh, we've got a few more. So I think they've just got a few of these really chunky monkey Wootton Bassets who are totally different to the ones you see in Europe. I cannot stress it enough. They're usually, I mean, they're not Sea the Stars or Camelot where they're leggy and gorgeous and beautiful, but they're not stocky, power-packed individuals like this one. So it'll be very interesting to see how he goes. Tom, I don't think he's carrying too much condition. I just think that's how he's built, because you can see his ribs. Like I said, he was a strange horse to assess in the paddock, because at first look you think, oh, he's looking a bit chubby, he's going to come on from this. But then when you get up close to him, you realise that he is ripped and ready to go. So fascinating to see how he gets on. My pick will be Almontecer Billa. Again, third time's the charm with this one from my selection. I absolutely think he is just drop-dead gorgeous, and really looking forward to seeing how he gets on. Abdullah Al Farouz gets the ride on this time, and Cara looked very good in the parade ring as well. Camille Ospina looking to break this horse's maiden at the third attempt. The best walker in the paddock was Ez Al Yusir, who was the horse number one. Walked like a really, really nice type. By Mastery, who's had a couple of winners here in Saudi Arabia already, and had a few going through the ring in the auction a couple of weeks ago. But they've loaded already, so we'll go through selection. 3, Almontecer Billa for me. 5, Blue Power for Rory. And 11, Cara for Tom. And Mark Francis, who do you like in this fascinating contest?
Yeah, I thought Safir Jean was overpriced here, Callum, at 12 to 1. Hasn't won a race yet, but has bumped into one or two very talented individuals. I'm against Blue Power in debut here. Cara, didn't really like Cara last time, finishing 5th. Ez Al Yusir was a real no-show last time at Taif over 1,600 metres. Hardly got home, virtually walked across the line. So I'd be against him. Almontecer Billa, you'd want to see better. Again, neglected by Camillo. I think Safir Jean is overpriced. So we'll take a chance on the 12. Last couple coming into line, including Ez Al Yusir, and further out, Mashib, due into stall number 14. Stand by. They're off. Racing over the mile for this open race for 2-year-olds. Cara a little slow to go, likewise with Chagrin towards the back end of the field. Meanwhile, pace from the inside. Almontecer Billa, first colours of the white stable. Abdullah Al Farouz wants to bag this near side running rail. Has been tracked through there by Blue Power in the blue and white colours. Deeper out on the race course to find the maroon, or I should say the blue jacket of Ez Al Yusir. Next is the maroon colours of Tom's 2 in 4th place. Extreme left is Cara, rather wide midway down the back straight, but is prominent under Camillo Ospina. And tucking in behind runners is Majestic Champ in about 6th, alongside Mashib. As they turn left-handed down the side of the course, App Spirit is next with the red and blue colours, being followed into the race by Taraheeb and Spiardi. Only have a few behind, including Nashwan Jodar, as these leaders are now really starting to get away. And a strong pace being set here by Blue Power. On the inside of the smooth travelling Ez Al Yusir. Didn't get home in 1,600 metre company last time. Is travelling much better here today for Adel Al Faredi. Tom's 2 is now called upon for maximum effort as Cara has come under pressure. Majestic Champ still in 5th place. Almontecer Billa has got plenty to do, as do the remainder. Turning into the straight with a furlong and a bit to go, and Tom's 2 now laying down the challenge to Ez Al Yusir. This is the leading pair. Blue Power has backed out now. Majestic Champ taking 3rd with Taraheeb staying on down the middle of the course, but Tom's 2 has gone clear on the run to the line. Tom's 2, Ayed Al Tarizi, will score by about 4 lengths at the wire. Majestic Champ up for 2nd, Ez Al Yusir, Taraheeb, and they were clear of the remainder. A win for number 2, Tom's 2 for Ayed Al Tarizi, wins for the 2nd time on start number 6, and was always up with the speed. Decent battle with Ez Al Yusir, who again hasn't really stayed the distance today. A contest where very few managed to land a blow. Tom's 2 certainly did, and wins in a time of 1:42.59. Majestic Champ, it was, running on into 2nd, beaten 5 lengths at the line under Rayan El Taesh. Certainly a horse that we could keep on side of going forward. We'll get a handicap rating after today. Tom's 2 for Ayad Al Tarizi has won. Majestic Champion second. Ez Al Yas at the far side of Tarahib third and fourth. Safir Jean got the verdict for 5th place money ahead of Shagran. That is Ayad Al Tarizi on board. Tom's 2 has collected the prize in race number 9. Tom's 2 now a 2-time winner.
Ayad Al Tarizi has guided the imposing Tom's 2 to victory here in a really intriguing open contest that was fascinating all the way around the mile circuit. A real exciting performance, and Tom's 2 is now a 2-time winner, and in perfect time as Tom Collins will join the broadcast next week, hoping to find you at home lots and lots of lovely winners. And Tom's 2 is certainly a horse you probably want to follow going forward. I thought the horse to take out of the race though was Majestic Champ, who just improved with every step of the way here and looked like quite a nice runner as well. Ayad Al Yusra travelled like a good thing, but just got a little bit tired late on, very similar to what we saw last time with that horse. But Tom's 2 has taken advantage. He's a very expressive mover, Tom's 2. He's a bit toey and still got a little bit left in the tank, I think. So he's an exciting horse to go forward with, lads. Ayad Al Tarizi is your winning rider. He wasn't able to use a claim today in this contest, but still managed to get the head in front.
Thank you very much, Ayad Al Tarizi. He has really impressed me with his ride yesterday, Rory, and today was probably a little bit easier, but again, kept Tom's 2 so balanced. A lot of these didn't run up to the form or what we expected of them, Rory, but we said beforehand Tom's 2 was pretty consistent, and if any of them were to falter, he would come through, and that is Ayad Al Tarizi's 50th winner, and that is his claim gone.
Yep. He's actually said he's been very impressive off late, and I think you actually said yesterday he can't have this claim for much longer, can he? Well,
gone now.
He couldn't have been more accurate.
There he got the 5 up, and he wouldn't want to take the hand off and put a 0 for 50 because he might have fallen off. But Tom's 2 got away pretty nicely. The eye was drawn early on, Rory, to the favourite Blue Para, who didn't break the quickest. Alex Moreno then got him up on the front end, and he showed up nicely for a long way before faltering.
He travelled very strongly, but he didn't get home. Finished out the 4 in the end. Suggesting that although he looked fit enough in the paddock to Callum, your opinion was that he was liable to need the run, and he's shaped very much in kind. He got to the front going easily here, but there's no response to pressure. You'd have thought that the first 3 are a little bit clear here. The horses in behind, including the winner, are under a bit of pressure.
Now, Sorry, tactically here, I think it's really interesting. So he had El Torisi 4 wide. He could have easily have gone in behind them, but he wanted to keep Camilo Ospina out wide on Cara because that was one of the, the international market was the second favourite. So tactically, he's made sure one of his main rivals is out wide, and he's got his eye set on Blue Power, who was the favourite. I think it's a fantastic ride. He's just covered all bases, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. It's a good ride. And obviously, you need to know what you're doing in that position because plenty of riders with a jockey like Camilo Ospina on the right side might end up being nudged in behind those horses into the gap where they wouldn't be able to get a run. But he always felt that his horse had enough in him that he was able to keep Camilo wide, and that's proved to be correct because Camilo's horse is weakened off the bend, and this horse got a lovely run through, didn't have to go too wide in the end as a result in Tom's 2. And although he was off the bridle before 1 or 2, he's come home strongly to win in good style. Now, he doesn't have any secrets from the handicapper, but he had a reading of 72 going into this, and I just get the feeling that a few of these disappointed. He's ended up running essentially to his form and won. He was the highest rated horse with an official rating in the race, and although he looked a bit exposed coming into it, he's shown himself to be good enough to win this. But I do think there were a few disappointments in behind, horses we thought might improve, he haven't.
Well, one that hasn't really disappointed and has bounced back from that really disappointing effort last time was Jcsa finishing in the place you just see on the rail now. That was a much better effort from him, Rory.
It was, yeah, and the signs were beforehand that he would bounce back to form because he looked so well in the preliminaries. He was gleaming in his coat, and he also walked really well and just looked on very good terms with himself, which I'm not going to say he didn't last time out because we didn't see him in that race at Type, but he ran too bad to be true, so something had to be amiss. He did change stables, so he would have had a change of routine, and that might just have upset him for a little while.
Yeah, absolutely.
But given a little bit more time to acclimatise and settle, he's looked a lot happier today.
Ed El Torisi rides out his claim, and look how streamlined he is. Gets really low in the saddle. That's a really good sign. Keeping the reins nice and short, hand right up on the horse's neck. Make sure Tom's 2 keeps up to his work. And here you see a celebration. He puts the number 5 up. There we go, needed another 0.
You could almost see him counting on his fingers as he went past the post on 44, 45, 46.
You need a few more hands than that, Rory. But that was race number 9, Tom's 2. I should have gone with him. Why didn't I go with him?
Of course you should have, yes. You don't get that many opportunities to stick up a horse with Tom in his name.
Absolutely. Well, there we go. Tom's 2 gets the job done, his second win of his career, just from 6 runs as well, so could be on the improve. Race 10 is up next. This is a 0 to 80 handicap for the 3-year-olds over the 1800 metres. Let's go to Mark Francis for those runners and riders.
You have to learn the hard way, don't you, Mr. Humphreys? And if I'm going to follow your trend here, I should certainly be siding with number 11. We'll get to that shortly. This is a handicap for horses rated 0 to 80. 1800 metres here, a mile and a furlong for 3-year-olds, headed by number 1. Fell for Noah Thamodiani. Causeway is number 2 for Adel Al-Faredi, and 3 is a scratch. 4 Karam Alanea for Alex Moreno, seeking victory number 1. As is number 5 Mesbah Alamau, who is now the mount of Fahed Al-Faredi. 6 is Fonda Rayan Al-Ta'esh, and 7 is Matnouk Mohammed Al-Hubail. 8 is Tabawi Najad for Mohammed Al-Nasser, all the ones, 1 win from 11. 9 is also out. 10 gets stalled 20, Al-Jude, the filly here for Abdullah Al-Khamis. Markaz, M-A-R-K, oh yes, Essa Al-Shamari on board number 11. Lahab 12 for Naif Al-Anazi as a maiden. Likewise is 13 Zilya for Khaled Al-Mamoni. 14 Desert Jewel for Thurb Al-Timyat is also a filly. Over the page to find number 15, Star of Lazais for Abdulaziz Al-Massa. 16 is Swing the Ring, Sultan Al-Mamoni, not from 4, unexposed. 17 Al-Kayef, double seeking Ayed Al-Tarizi, who the guys have just mentioned has now ridden 50 winners. 18 Sawaj, the only runner of the day for trainer Lucas Gaitan, Asil Al-Sahani. 19 Al-Yabani for Abdullah Al-Credis. The final trio are all out of the handicap here. Give it up for Ali Al-Mamoni, number 20. Couple of scratchings, numbers 21 and 22 both get in. Rich Max, Camilo Ospina not aboard now. It's now Tariq Al-Mansour, and 22 World Without End, Osama Al-Sharani. That is the field then for the 10th race of the afternoon. Let's get back to the parade ring where Callum Causeway is the market leader at 130.
Thank you very much, Mark. Let's focus on horse number 1, the horse just before Causeway. This is Fell. Know plenty about Fell. Saw him all last season. Lovely type, 2 wins from the 14 starts. Always looks well. Is growing into that frame that he had at the juvenile. Probably still just a tad weak in behind, but looks great in the coat. Walking out nicely. But had to make the shortlist. We'll go back and we will get a quick look at number 2, Causeway, because it is the market leader. Didn't jump off the page to me, I must admit. No, it didn't jump off the parade ring when I saw it walking around. Just a little bit of a long type, but not carrying any condition. Looks in good enough shape, looking really well in the coat as well. I was just not blown away by the looks. Let's pull back to a horse I did like. This is the 5 here, Mesabar Al-Mal, who just looks red hot fit and ready to go. I've seen this horse before because I remember the markings, a disappointing run last time, but still looks in really good shape. I mean, this horse looks absolutely primed to run a big race today. You can see the blood is up, the muscles are really on show, not a lick of condition, and certainly looks like a nice type. One I certainly will be keeping my eagle eye on. Let's pull all the way back to horse number 12. This is Lahab, who we're going to have a look at now in the red colours with the white crossbelt. Just coming towards us now. Lahab looks in great shape, doesn't he? Absolutely gorgeous Lahab, really shining up in the coat. Has a lovely exaggerated walk, very much like Paradise Row, who we'll see later on in the card. Just really covers the ground with the walk, but needs to show more than we've seen previously. Last 2 runs haven't been awful, and hopefully he can go a couple of places better today in handicap company. We pull back one more to Zilia, number 13, unlucky for some, looking gorgeous in the coat. Has got the headgear on too, for FMQ team, who will be looking for a winner. They've been quite quiet this season. Remember, these are the owners of Commissioner King and Saudi Crown, 2 very good horses over the last couple of years in here and the United States of America. Lovely mover, nice loose walk, certainly not a negative to be seen about this horse. The hip is on show, really good. When you stand up into him, he's a tall horse as well. He does fill the eye, certainly makes the eye catchers lift, and has a tongue strap on as well, but is handling things very well. And finally, we'll talk about the Lucas Gaetan runner as well, because we spoke to Lucas earlier on, but it's worth having a look at this one in the flesh. This is horse number 18, Sawaj, who we're having a look at here. A winner on debut, but has struggled in the next couple of starts, but is absolutely immaculately turned out. Quite a deliberate mover, a lot of action in the hind quarters and in the hind legs, but certainly not a negative. I would say not quite as imposing as some of the horses we've seen, but looks in great shape. And we saw Durgam Asbar absolutely improve leaps and bounds when looking like a picture in the parade ring. I wouldn't quite put Sewage on that horse's level, but certainly can't be ignored here. It's a tricky contest, but lads, Lahab is the horse I'm going to be picking.
Very much, Callum. Lahab 6-1 on the international market, and we can actually see that in action. But first, let's have a look at the international market favourite, and that is Causeway at 100-30. Handicap debut today, Rory.
Yes, this is Causeway. Again, maybe not the most impressive looking performance from him. Moves into 3rd place at this stage and ends up finishing 4th to Hakit in a course and distance contest last time out. Field was well stretched out there. The winner is very useful. And this just backed up his previous effort when finishing 3rd to Sardin over 2,000 metres. This will be much more like it for him, giving weight away to horses who are a little bit inferior rather than racing against horses who are a little better than him, and he's got a good chance.
Now this is Callum's paddock pick. This is Lahab 6-1 on the international market. Seen here finishing 4th running on.
Yeah, has been in the frame over 1,400 metres and 1,600 metres on the last couple of starts, and this is the most recent run where Lahab kept on one pace, you'd have to say, for 4th place. Wasn't bridging that gap at all, but did at least manage to hold off the others for a minor share of the money, and should build on that. He looked like he was worth a try at the trip there, but he wasn't staying on massively. So he was keeping on, but it wasn't looking like he would relish an extra furlong. And although he's run okay over this trip before, I'm not absolutely certain that it's the ideal one for him.
Now make sure you do get in touch on the YouTube channel, the English-speaking Jcsa channel. Jcsa has been in touch, and Rory, interestingly, Turf and Touchdowns podcast. And I believe that is Tom Collins and Luke Elder, and they have put, well, I'm sure Mr. Collins has put, Up the Causeway. So Tom Collins seems to be with Causeway here in race number 10. Let's talk about a few of the others here. Let's take you through the international market just quickly. Causeway is your international market favourite at 100 to 30. Maybe more market support be coming in after hearing Tom Collins going with that one. Le Havre 6 to 1, as is number 13 Ziliar. Number 4 Karam Alanaya at 8 to 1, 17 to 2 for Desert Jewel, and then it is 10 to 1 for Fel, and number 18 Sawaj. Let's get your view on number 18 Sawaj. Lucas Gaitan has been in fantastic form over the past couple of days and weeks, but he wasn't very confident about this one.
No, he didn't sound confident. I thought this was interesting on paper. Won a maiden on debut by a length and a half going back to March. Has been reasonably well beaten in 2 starts since, despite finishing, to the front of midfield. Was 7th of 17 on a non-winners of 2, and then in a similar contest last time I finished 6th of 19. Not really building on that debut performance, but both of those runs came after a break, and he almost has the profile of a handicapper from back home.
Okay.
You show your ability first time out, you can't get, well, obviously it's won a race, you get a handicap slightly easier, but 2 runs just to ensure the mark, and then back into a handicap to be more competitive. But I have to say, he was a little bit dismissive and a little bit too laid back for my liking. I think if you really fancy one, you might talk it down a little bit, but you'll be guarded about it. And I think he was just like, almost, I'm here for a day out, my horse can't win.
Yeah.
But I put him high up on my shortlist on this race, because I thought Sawaj was a likely improver for the switch to handicaps. But if the trainer thinks he is, he's hiding it quite well, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. He's normally a very cool customer, and he's not very wrong that often, is he? Number 13 Ziliar is coming for a little bit of market support, 11 to 2 from 6 to 1. Rory, this is number 13 on your race. Khaled Moni on board is pretty consistent, but last time out that was in a maiden company.
Yeah, I said much the same. His form figures read okay, but he was beaten 16 lengths from third to Mubashir in a maiden last time out. And this is a tougher contest. He's going to need more to win. But again, the one thing about the form figures is it suggests that he's going to run his race again. But I thought he had a few pounds to find with the best of these.
Runners are just starting to come out onto the course. Here is Swing the Ring coming out onto the track. Great name for that. Only had the 4 run, 16 to 1 on the international market. I want to get your thoughts on number 4 here, Karam Alanaya at 8 to 1. Has bumped into Causeway a couple of times, hasn't he?
Yes, he's actually been behind Causeway in the last 2 starts. As I said, Causeway has finished 3rd and 4th behind Sardin and Hakit. On the first of those occasions, Karam Alanaya was 1 place behind when finishing 4th to Sardin, but he was a little bit further back in the field when beaten almost 26 lengths in the race won by Hakit last time out, the one we just saw the replay of, and that's a little off-putting. Even if you fancied his chances, you'd have to say, well, wherever he finishes, you'd expect Causeway to be a little bit further forward.
There we go, runners are just starting to make their way down to start. Tharbal Timiat still has the 1 kilo claim. He rides number 14 here, Desert Jewel, 17 to 2 chance on the international market. Has had the 17 runs, has only won the once, off a mark of 70 here, Rory.
Yeah, he's not badly treated on the pick of his form, and he's been, he's frequently in the frame. He was second 3 times in a row in Taif, but he's been kept very, very busy. He's not had much of a break this season. His last run wasn't bad. It was in a 0 to 90 handicap, so a tougher contest than this, finishing 6th behind Mulazem, and prior to that was midfield behind Nermeen. So he's not been disgraced. Actually, go 3 starts back, and he was 5th to Sardin. So again, ties in with that Causeway form, but also was behind Causeway and what's his name? Karam Alanaya.
Okay.
On that occasion, not that far behind, so doesn't have to find an awful lot more, but it's not exactly a progressive profile, is it?
No, absolutely not. Number 17 Al Kayef, just playing up a little bit But fear not, that man Riyadh Tarisi is on board. You can see he's got down as claiming the 1 kilo in this. Well, he won't be anymore because he got rid of that in the previous race. That was Nathan.
I think now it'd be interesting to see what happens with your claim here, because in the
True.
UK
You can hold on to it.
you hold on to if you're booked for a ride, for a declared ride, then you're able to claim what you were able to claim.
This might be a
at the
mission
time
for Callum Helliwell.
Yes, at the time that you were booked for the ride, because obviously people booking claimers will expect them to, if you're booking a £3 claimer, you expect the guy who's riding for you to be able to claim £3, and you get lots of trainers going, right, well, I'm going to change him for the £3 claimer that I want. So basically, you have that 2 days grace essentially in the UK.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see if it's the same here. Maybe not, because yesterday claimers could claim in open races, and today they can't, and that rule came in just this morning, and it took effect straight away. So maybe it's the same thing with the claim. But I think
Some trainers might be aggrieved with that because they've booked the jockey thinking they can take up to 3 kilos off. Then all of a sudden,
unless it was a rule that was announced beforehand and just came into effect today, but we hadn't heard of it. I mean, it's possible that we might be out of the loop, obviously. But Callum maybe can ask a question about whether Riyadh Tarisi's claim is still valid today, and if it's valid tomorrow, or whether it just disappears straight away.
And it'd be a good question to ask, because him taking 1 kilo off them is a massive, massive help. Runners are just going behind the stalls then. Let's just ask you about one other here, Rory. Let's ask you about the top weighting here. That's number 1, Felfeld, mark of 80. Were you disappointed with his 7th placed effort last time out?
Not really. It wasn't a bad effort on paper. Obviously, when you're looking at the positioning, I think 7th doesn't look very good. He's only beaten 5.5 lengths, and he's running at a similar level as he was and went 3rd on his previous start, so I wouldn't get too tied up with that.
Right, let's go towards selection time here. I think we're going to agree on this one. Just want to see where you're going here first.
I think you're probably right. I'll just check. Well, see, I originally thought I'll go for that Lucas horse, but I have to say he's put me right off it. So he was my original selection. My second selection was Causeway. My third selection was Felfeld. So I'm going to go with Causeway with Lucas either selling as a dummy. I don't think he's that kind of character, is he?
No, he seems too kind
yes.
to do that, but maybe that's part of his plan. So number 2, Causeway for Rory Delaghi. I'm going to go with Causeway as well. It seems like Tom Collins, who's going to be here next week, is with Causeway as well, as the runners are just milling round down at the start. Let's go over to Callum to see if he's going to join us with Causeway in race number 10.
I am not team Lahab. He walked around like he was on a catwalk in the parade ring. Is going to be the pick for me here. Can't look away from it. The second choice was actually Lucas's runner Sawaj, who was incredibly well turned out. Just couldn't quite make me change my mind there. Causeway again looked well in the coat, but I wasn't blown away by the way Causeway looked. It wasn't a negative, but it didn't make it. I couldn't make it a panic positive. I just brought it up because I know it was the international market favourite and well worth a play. Felfeld, a lovely looker. Absolutely adore Felfeld. I've loved him since he was a 2-year-old. So nice to see him still going. The filly in the race, the 10, Al Jude, also looked very well. Not your typical frosted, but certainly one to watch. But yes, I am going to take on the team here with horse number 12, Lahab. The boys like horse number 2, Causeway. Best of luck, Tom Collins at home. And Mark Francis, who do you like here?
Oh, easy question, Callum. Sawaj, Jcsa, Gaitan, 10-1. It's not to like. Runners are going forward then for the 10th race. This 0-80 handicap. 1 or 2 were just receiving tack adjustments as the others were loading up, so they're not hanging around here. Keen to get home for some chicken tikka masala, perhaps. Next to load will be Al Yabani into stall number 1. It's Felfeld, the top weight, into 8. Just had a shot. Karim Alanea is ready to load into 7. There's the Gaitan horse, number 18, Sawaj, and Swing the Ring. Slotting forward. This is Give It Up, going into stall number 2. To complete the lineup then for this 0-80, 9 furlongs the trip for this handicap. 3-year-olds in action, stand by. Race number 10, off and racing. slightly awkward into stride was Marquez, the white stable runner from stall number 9, but has picked up the bridle pretty well and perhaps is the overall leader after the opening furlong. So it is Marquez, number 11, green cap, who shows the way by a length and a half. Second place, Al Kayef, the white cap on the inside of Felfel. Swing the Ring now cutting his way through the pack to possibly now go and join the leader. Deeper out on the course to find Sawaj with the dark jacket, now just preceded by Zilyar in the silver colours. Extreme left to find Rich Max in the black and white silks, and even further out to find the black and yellow checks of Al Jude. So there's plenty of pace on here. Towards the back end of the field, Karam Alanea is towards the back end. So too is Give It Up, and Fonda can't go the early gallop at the moment. There's about 15 lengths first and last as they've gone through the first 3.5 furlongs, and it is now Swing the Ring who's being joined by Zilyar. Both these two putting pace into the race as Marquez has now come under a drive and is disappearing out of shot. Sawaj is in third place, racing in company there with Rich Max 3 and 4. Extreme left Al Magdam, or Al Jude I should say, Al Magdam raced earlier, plotting a wide course with Lahab in mid-division. Back against the inside, Fel has every chance, Causeway. First mention for that one, embracing in 7th place. Also picking up 1 or 2 rivals is the Red Sleeves on the wide outside of Desert Jewel as they come inside already. The final furlong, it's still Zilyar, Swing the Ring. This has always been the leading pair, but now Sawaj is looming upside. Karam Alanea from the back of the field is also responding on the far side, and here he comes. Karam Alanea, the far side. Sawaj, this is now the leading pair. Karam Alanea, Sawaj, they're going to hit the line together. Causeway up for third. Swing the Ring was next across the line with also Desert Jewel, and picking up later on was Rich Max. Another very tight finish. Karam Alanea, I think was last after 2 furlongs, has joined Sawaj on the line. It's very, very close. Sawaj on the left of shot, Karam Alanea on the right of shot. They've passed the post as one, but Karam Alanea has got the verdict. Mr. Judge has spoken. 1:56.82 is the winning time. Ahead is the winning distance. Perhaps had the bob at the right time. The jockeys didn't really seem to know either. Sawaj in the dark silks, leading at the moment. But on the left, Karam Alanea has gathered up a head of steam to join Sawaj on the wire and has won. Karam Alanea with a real pace collapse in the closing stages. Zilyar and Swing the Ring did the dirty work up top. Here came the protagonists. Karam Alanea far side, Sawaj this side. Very, very close, but Karam Alanea has got the verdict. Wins by a head. There's the photo evidence if you were unsure. I certainly was. Karam Alanea, the far side, number 4, has beaten Sawaj 18, first and second. Causeway, much better from him, back in third place. Loses out by 2 lengths at the line. Swing the Ring, the far side, the red jacket, holding on for 4th ahead of Zilyar in 5. Rich Max and Desert Jewel were next across the line. Karam Alanea has won for Alex Moreno. Good news, it's a winning interview.
Alexis Moreno is your winning rider aboard Karim Alanaya in a thriller here. What a performance from both the first and the second. Karim Alanaya and Sawaj, who left everything out on the track there, with Causeway finishing in third, Swing the Ring in fourth, Zilyar in fifth, and Rich Max in 6th place. But Karim Alanaya has got the head in front to break the maiden at the 13th time of asking. 13 unlucky for some, not unlucky for Karim Alanaya. Wonderful for connections who are really, really nice connections here. Very people who we're big fans of here on the English-speaking channel. And Alex Moreno with your winning ride as well. And what a way for this horse to break the maiden. Really had to be patient all the way around. I'm sure the boys will give more. Just get that horse to get off that poor gentleman's foot there. He shrugged that off. Oh, that's an advert for A6 trainers right there. It doesn't matter if a horse stands on your foot. You'll be absolutely fine. But here we go, Karina. You can see with the amount of kickback that this colt has got, that he's really had to come from well off the pace, and it's just all the gaps have come from. They've split like the proverbial door as he's come through, and Alex has just had to guide the horse through to victory. So a very good performance from our winning jockey, a very good effort from our winning horse as well. Alexis Moreno, will have a word with him afterwards as well. There's plenty of winning connections all around us as well. Well done, very good horse. And we're going to just get Alex as he comes off. Just waiting for the nod. There's the nod. He's been weighed in correctly, and we will grab him as he comes through. Alexis Moreno, your winning jockey of race number 10. Hugs all round, and that meant an awful lot. I'm sure they'll be over the moon with that. Alexis, I've got plenty of words. Don't you run away from me. You've had to come from near last to first there. What a ride.
Well, this is the style of this horse. He likes to stay behind, and he has 600 meters very well. So that's what we do, Was a little bit close, but I know I was winning.
Lots of gaps came for you as you came around the bend. You must have been over the moon with the way the race opened up.
Well, I was looking for my way, and there is no way. So I was driving like a car, but my horse was good, and just congratulations to everyone.
And it's wonderful to say, it's a wonderful day all round with Camilo Ospina getting 1,000 winners. It must be wonderful to be part of that Spanish-speaking community that have all sort of bounded together so close.
Well, we are friends, on the races. We are competitors, so we will see what's going on,
You'd rather have 1,000 winners yourself, wouldn't you?
Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah, fair play to Alex Moreno. Friends with Camilo Ospina off the track, on the track. Very serious, but this is a really interesting race to watch, Rory. The winner's not even in shot at the moment, neither's the second, and that's because they went so hard early on and the pace collapsed. You're just thinking, where are they coming from? The rear causeway just met a little bit of trouble, but
yeah, well, he was forced to come through the middle of the pack, which is never ideal, and it's one of those things. I think when you know they're going too hard up front, the place you want to be is almost right out of it, and then coming with a long run, whereas if you're mid division, you've got to work to hold your place as well, which means you're slightly compromised by the pace yourself. And again, you don't really want to see a horse worked on for the last 4 furlongs of a race.
You can see Alex Moreno just peeking across and probably thought, oh no, it's not the Lucas Gaitan horse that I could be riding in Sawaj, because Lucas did say earlier to us live on air that I don't think he's got much of a chance. He's a nice horse, but maybe not today. Oh, he's only gone. If this is how his horses run when they're not very well fancied, when they are fancied, you need to take note.
Yes.
So there you go then. Karam Alanai just getting through on the inside. You can see 2 from the 3 from left. That is Causeway, who, like Rory said, had to come down the centre of the track. Adele Alfaredi was just always niggling, I thought, from an early stage here, Rory, and you're caught in two minds there, because you don't want the leaders to get too far away from you, but at the same time you don't want to put your horse out of his comfort zone.
No, but I imagine that Alex Moreno was very happy with how this race.
Alex Moreno only has 2 horses behind him,
because he knows he's going to ride the horse like this, and what he wants in front of them is an end-to-end gallop, and that is what he gets at this stage. So he knows it. He doesn't know he's going to win, but he knows it's going to be a run to suit him.
From this shot, Rory, the first two aren't even in shot.
Yeah.
So you can tell that the pace has completely collapsed, and the second then comes down on the out. The second's actually in 5th position. I thought it was just coming into shot now, but
and the third is right at the bottom of the picture as well, in the white colours with the blue cap. He's about to disappear from shot now. So only one of the first 4 home at this stage are actually in the picture, and most of those who are up at the pace are going to feel the strain in the final furlong or so, setting it up for horses closing from deep.
Now, we were talking earlier about upgrading horses' performance. Because of how fast they've gone, you could probably upgrade the second massively here, because it's the only one really that has stayed up with the pace, Sawaj. The whole time, the Lucas Gaitan horse has only gone down by a short head, really.
Yeah, and normally you'd see these right out in the front in the first place. So although he's a little bit behind the front 2 at this stage, he was in that leading group who were going hell for leather in the early stages.
Now this is where Causeway has just come into shot.
Causeway
like you say,
just appears now in the white.
And he goes to go inside here, Adel Alfaredi. Then towards the inside of him is the eventual winner, Karam Alanai.
He doesn't really get stopped in this run, I don't think.
He doesn't.
But it's just, he didn't have enough horse to go outside, and he just has to move to the outside of our runner-up to get a run there. But he would have finished, maybe half a length closer with a clear run. The bottom line is his horse was off the bridle the whole way, and although he's run a creditable race, he's beaten the winner on his last 2 starts. They've finished reasonably close together, but Karam Al-Anaya had been behind Causeway on those 2 runs. But the way the race was run didn't suit Causeway as much, because he's always having to be asked, whereas Karam Al-Anaya, although he's further back, he's just lobbing along, he's enjoying himself, whereas all those horses in midfield, they're getting kicked back, they're all having to work to hold the position, and they're not enjoying it, but the winner is enjoying it.
And you can just see him being coaxed into it by Alex Moreno. He waited a long time to really ask the horse for his question. Regarding the international market favourite Causeway, who's ended up finishing 3rd, do you think, because he's still a maiden, he's running a 0-80 handicap here, do you think it could be a confidence booster now to go back to a maiden? He's definitely win a maiden.
Yeah, he's more than capable of winning a maiden, and it might just give him a bit of confidence after this. Whether you want to turn him out quickly at all after what was a pretty punishing race for him here, I don't know, but he should be capable of picking up a small race, and then you can press on again.
Well, that was race number 10 going the way of Karam Al-Anaya. Really good finish and a good ride by Alex Moreno as well. Race 11 is upcoming. It's a Fillies Open, 3-year-olds and upwards. Over the 2,000 metres, it's back to Mark for those runners and riders.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Tom. We've got 2 races left to go here. It's been some really good finishes today, haven't there? We're up to 2,000 metres here for fillies and mares only, 4-year-olds or 3-year-olds and upwards, one of which declared at the bottom. Meanwhile, at the top, Alia, top of the race card, also top of the international markets. 5-4 for double-seeking Alex Moreno. 2 is Evening Story for Ahmed Al-Azari. And 3, Adel Al-Faredi has got the call-up on Jumanat Al-Reem, being good form of late as well. 4, A Fassa for Camilo Ospina. 5 is Stoppel for Tariq Al-Mansour. And 6, Pretty Flag for Mohammed Al-Daham. 7 is Tequila Mockingbird for Ayed Al-Tarizi. 8, Nafitha for Abdullah Al-Farouz. 9, Paradise Row for Abdelaziz Al-Faredi. 10 is Smoky Quartz, now the mount of Eddie Castro. 11, Safia Cat for Abdullah Al-Khamis. And 12, Daklat Nura, Red Stable Nuwatha Mudiani. 13, Hexameter for Khalid Al-Lazmi. 14, Lama Al-Anaya for Hussein Al-Makrami, who claims 4 kilos in a regular race. Can't do so here. 15 is Momtana for Ahmed Al-Tayar. Sanihar remains a maiden. Number 16, Abdullah Al-Kredis. And 17 is Salfa for Mohammed Al-Habel. Straight to Callum Helliwell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mark Francis. Yes, these fillies are in the parade ring here for this cracking open contest. Let's start with the 3 here. This is Jumanat Al-Reem, who we're looking at here. Is just getting a lovely walk into this race. She's a gorgeous mover, isn't she? She's a properly attractive filly. She's by Klimt, and she's a nice type. She's walking around here in very good fashion, and I'm just a big fan of hers, really. She's a lovely looker. She's a winner on her last start, second on her penultimate start, and a winner in the start before that. I think we can comfortably say she is in good form. Let's pull back one to the White Stable first ring. This is a Fassa, who I remember being a very exciting youngster when we saw her last season. It hasn't all gone to plan since then, but this is arguably an easier contest than she's faced in a while. She's got a couple of duck eggs next to her name though, and she needs to step forward. The tongue strap is on. She's a good looker, looks great in the coat, very typical premium tap. Camille Ospina will be looking for a double. Let's pull back one more. This is Estopel, who we absolutely adore on the channel, but her form is beginning to go in and out, and it's more often out than in. Has been outshone by her more illustrious owner mates so far this season, but she finds herself in this company and could be one to keep on the right side of. Look, she's not going to blow you away in the parade ring, but she's very correct. She's a good mover as well. Just watch the way her hind legs come all the way through. She walks like a queen, and hopefully she can run a big race today. Remember, she's not been too disappointing in her defeats. Pull back to Pretty Flag here for Tama Al-Dahani, who we've already seen have a double today. Mohammed Al-Daham riding this one, good jockey, no problems at all with the jockey booking. Looks really good. Look, this is probably the pick of the yard so far. Really fit, good-looking individual. She's right on the edge. You see, she's not quite turning herself inside out, but she's certainly not walking around like a lamb, is she? She's being held onto by her grooms, who are just totally calm as she chomps down on that bit. Her last effort was a third-place effort, and she was a winner on her penultimate start. She looks in great form. She looks really well, and hopefully she can run a big race. We'll just make sure Nawaf stay away from her, because she could kick at any time. Let's go to number 9. Oh, I love this filly. This is Paradise Row. And if we talk about good moving individuals like Lahab, who wasn't too disappointing in our last race, I must add, was sitting around there in 7th or 8th. But this is Paradise Row. She's another one, very similar to Lahab, who we saw previously. She eats the ground as she walks, and she's been in fairly good form recently. 2nd on penultimate start, 3rd last time out. She was my paddock pick last time out, but I just don't quite think she's as far ahead as Pretty Flag was in the parade ring. So she won't be my paddock pick today, but she certainly would be one for the shortlist. If you like her, I've got no negative for her. Let's pull back to just one more. Horse number 15, Montana, a gorgeous grey filly here. She's coming around. She's horse number 15 in the black and grey colours. She comes here with a decent enough rating of 82. And we can see her now. She is a good enough mover. She looks very fit. The hips are on show. I like her quite a lot. She's a nice type, but she's not quite a pick instead of Pretty Flag. So Pretty Flag will be the pick for me.
Pretty Flag, the pick for Callum Helibell, 16-1 on the international market. Let's have a look at some form then, and what better place to start than the international market favourite. This is Alia, Rory, finishing 2nd last time out.
Yeah, she's only once in her entire career finished out of the frame, and she is as game as they come, Alia, as you can see from this footage. She's beaten essentially as we join her, but she battles all the way to the line to finish 2nd to Mazuna in a 2,000 metre open, the pair of them well clear of the field. This is a slightly easier task for her. I thought she was going to take the world of beating today.
And the winner's just come across her a little bit in the closing stages. I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, I don't think it's made a difference to the
bit.
results,
No.
but again, she rallies again after that and closes the gap a little bit towards the finish.
Right, let's have a look at the second favourite here then. This is Jumanat Al Reem. This is all the way back in August, though. Would that layoff worry you?
No, it has gone well fresh before Jumanat Al Reem, so that wouldn't be the biggest concern. I'm always slightly concerned about horses who you're judging on their type form when they're coming here, because the surface is different. The tracks ride a little bit differently, but this is a filly who's got form here as well. She won a 2,000 metre open by a good margin here back in November. She then won over 2,400 metres in March off a break. She'd been off for 2 months before that. And she's run 2 solid races again after a break, off 4 months before being beaten 3/4 of a length behind Ara Mesa on her return to action, and then she was 2nd. She turned that around by winning against that filly last time out.
Just interesting to get your view on the form from Taif to then here in Riyadh. It's a softer surface in Taif, would you say?
It's a deeper surface, yeah. I mean, it's always...
Because looking
there's
at
a tendency to sort of equate it to soft ground, but
it takes more getting.
Yeah, it takes more getting. Yeah.
Jumanat Al Reem, looking there, has quite a rounded knee action. Would that worry you here?
No, because I've seen her form from last season, and she beat a Stockwell, for example, by 5 lengths here over 2,000 metres last season, and she rounded off the campaign with a very good win in open company over 2,400. So this track suits her really well. She just seems to be really adaptable, and she's got an excellent record all told.
Right, so those are the two at the top of the market. Let's run you through that international market. Alia is now your 6-5 favourite, 2-1 for Jumanat Al Reem, then a big gap in the market, 7-1 for Smoky Courts. 10-1 for A Farsa, that's Camilo Ospina's mount. 16-1 for Pretty Flag. Callum Helibell gave that a really good mention in the paddock. 16s for Nafathar as well, and Daklat Nora 16-1, 20-1 bar those. Let's talk about Wigberto Ramos's mount here, Smoky Courts, number 10 on your race card here, Rory. 3 starts ago was a decent enough effort, but 2 7th-placed efforts since.
Yeah, well, you go back 3 starts, you find this one finishing 4th to Alia at Taif. That's a good run. She's been a bit below that form in 2 starts since, as you say, but she's had excuses in pretty tough races. Was ahead of Pretty Flag last time, So this is a bit of a drop in class for her compared to most of the field. Obviously she's running into Alia again, which is not ideal, and she's held by that rival, but she should run a solid race.
Now you've touched on Pretty Flag there with the Smoky Courts form. Smoky Courts 7-1, Pretty Flag 16-1. Should there be as big a gap as that in the market, do you think?
Perhaps not quite as much.
I thought she looked well in the paddock.
She did. Obviously Callum liked her as well. She looks pretty wind up as well. You don't want to get any more wind up than she is, but she does look like a coiled spring and ready to go. So yes, that does seem a big price. She won a course and distance winners of 3 in October, ran at least as well as that, won third to Nermeen in a not to 85 handicap last time out with a stop hill behind her. I thought Pretty Flag was pretty solid. Aside from that stall 16, which is a little bit off-putting and might mean the odds compilers are knocking her out a bit on that basis.
Jockeys have just been mounted and will be going down to the start very shortly. One that does have a good draw, Rory, is number 4, A Fassa, coming out of stall 4 as well, 10-1 on the international market. Hasn't shown much recently though.
No, scored 3 times in good company at up to 1600 metres last year, and would have a big chance of going close on the best of those efforts. But this season has been disappointing. 2 runs in Taif, essentially too bad to be true, beaten an awfully long way. And I suppose that your hope is that she was clearly not herself, and coming off a little bit of a break, she might do a lot better. But you do have to forgive both of those runs. There was no great promise in either.
There is your international market favourite going down to post. That is Alia under Alex Moreno, looking for a quick fire double. Let's talk about a few of the others here then. We've just spoke about one of the white stable runners. Let's talk about another one here, and that's number 8, Nafathar, Rory, 16-1 on the international market. Again, a bit similar to what we just said about Afasar, 2 9th placed efforts last time. A little bit disappointing for you?
Yeah, again, it's worth sort of digging into those, because the horses can finish 7th or 8th or 9th and still be in the first half of the field, maybe only beaten 4 or 5 lengths.
Yeah.
In Nafitha's case, she's been beaten 43 lengths on her penultimate start and 50.5 lengths last time out. Now, that was over a trip she probably doesn't stay, and it was in a strong race to the Al Medina Almona Wara Region Governor Cup. So you can probably forgive the latest, but it's harder forgiving the previous start here in October. So she just looks to have gone off the boil for the moment. But again, you do have that. A lot of horses from the yard were running badly at that time.
Yeah,
they're not all bouncing back either. It's worth pointing that out.
And then as well, you can't just use that as an excuse for all of them. That might just be some of their true running as well. So it's hard to get a real gauge on there. There's Sophia Cat going down to post number 12, Daklat Nora. Just the right timing, Rory, going down to start, because this is what I wanted to talk about next from the red stable. Coming out of stall 14, 16-1 on the international market. Had been pretty consistent up until last time.
Yes, was third in a course and distance open won by Mazuna 5 weeks ago. We saw the first 2 fighting that. It was a fair way behind the front 2. Obviously, Alia was second in that. Claims on that, certainly place claims at least, was behind several of these, but only 9th of 19 behind Nermeen last time out, the not to 85 handicap, and does need to bounce back. But again, you're only having to forgive 1 run there.
I think we will be a few minutes late on the off here, which gives us more time to talk about this. And do get in touch. We are coming to you live on the Jcsa English speaking channel on YouTube. Do get in touch. Plenty of people have been in touch throughout the day. We want to hear your thoughts on anything, really, any questions you may have, selections, or even if you just want to say hello to myself, Rory and Callum. We even got some love hearts earlier, so we're all sharing the love here in Riyadh. There is your second favourite in shot. That's number 3, Jumnat Al Reem, 2-1 on the international market, as the runners just steadily start coming to post. Let's talk about some pretty big prices then, Rory. We've been through a lot of them. Let's talk about an ex-Irish inmate. This is number 5, Estopel, 20-1 mark. Hasn't really strung 2 decent runs together for a while though.
No, this season's been a little bit disappointing, but I think she was reasonably similar last year, and she came into her own. Well, that's not quite true, because I know she won last October. She won an ultimate 85 handicap over course and distance last October. She also bounced back to form when only just beaten in a 2,400 metre open in February. She's always been a little bit in and out, but she's not been at her best for a while. In saying that, you can take some positives from her most recent start, and although she's held by 1 or 2 in that, that 5th place finish does suggest that she might just be beginning to come back to herself. You know, that might be a little bit of a stretch, but certainly her run last time was better than she's shown in a little while. But it isn't good enough to win this. It's just a sign that maybe she's beginning to turn a corner.
So 20 to 1 for Estopa wouldn't tempt you just yet.
No, it's more tempting than 1 or 2 here. But yeah, that was. She's another one who was behind Nermeen last time. She's beaten 11 lengths as well. So. She just needs to use that as a stepping stone. But I'd be more inclined to be watching her here to see if there are any better signs, to see maybe next time could be the time to catch her. So you keep a very close eye on the horses like that in these races, but you maybe don't reach into your pocket for them.
Right. The 2,000 metre start is quite far away here, so they are just milling down in their own time. Definitely don't want to burn up any energy, want to get down there okay. One that might have done that is possibly Smoky Courts. You can just see in the background behind the stalls where we had just a minute ago, but with the red hood on now, if any of you don't know, if a horse is wearing a red hood, they will not run in it. They will have that taken off before, and what that does is keep the sound out to try and keep that horse relaxed. And with Smoky Courts' case, it doesn't look like it's worked so far. So look, at least the start is away from all the atmosphere as well. Smoky Courts is your third favourite here at 7 to 1, so maybe a little bit of a negative about that one. Now, Abdulaziz Al Faradi is already on the board today. He rides number 9, Paradise Row here, Rory. 20 to 1 on the international market. It's had the 12 runs, winning 2 of them. 2 decent enough efforts last time, though.
Sorry, again.
This is number 9, Paradise Row.
Yes. I was in front of both Pretty Flag and Estopa in the race that we mentioned a couple of times, that Nermeen won over 1,800 metres, and obviously that gives him a decent chance. Confirmed that's a return to form with third to Dance Desire in a 1,600 metre open last time as well. Hasn't been at his best over this trip here, but he was a winner over 2,000 metres in the UK. I think he won at Chelmsford over 2,000 metres. So there's absolutely no reason why Paradise Row shouldn't be effective. Yeah, she's shown decent form here and has certainly come back to herself in her last couple of starts. The ratings suggest she's got a bit to find with an official rating of 80 compared to Alia's 100, but I wouldn't be surprised to see her run a bit better than that.
The stalls are coming across. That means all runners are down at the start, which also means, Rory, it is now selection time. Where are you going here in race number 11?
There's 2 ways of looking at this race. Either it's just very, very competitive and you can give any number of horses chances if they happen to get the run of things. Another way of looking at it is Alia is just unbelievably consistent and has a marginal edge over her rivals in this race.
And the draw in 12 over this trip wouldn't worry you?
It shouldn't, no. Over 2,000 metres, the draw shouldn't be an issue. Obviously, in every race, you have potential for the draw to scupper your chances, but Alia's so consistent and so game that it's impossible to ignore her.
So, number 1, Alia Ferrari, your 6 to 5 market leader. I'm going to follow you in again, Rory. It hasn't really worked that well today for us, but like you said, especially seeing that replay as well last time out with Alia, that is the one for me as well. So both myself and Rory are with number 1 Alia as a runner start to go forward. Let's go to Callum and see what he fancies in race number 11.
Thanks very much, team. Yes, interesting contest here. For me, Pretty Flag has to be the pick, the 6th. Look the best in the parade ring and certainly will be the play for me here. I think Pretty Flag has to be the pick. Just a really nice type, looks well in the parade ring. Obviously, we'll probably find this a little bit tough, but if I picked on looks, she had to be the one for me. But they're loading very quickly, so Mark Francis, it's all yours.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Callum, for the 11th race on the programme here. This Fillies Open. It's a cracker as well, isn't it? I think Alia is the class act. A really good second. There she is last time to Mazuna. I think that she's going to take some stopping here over the same course and distance. 6 to 5 has been well found in the market. Jubinat Al Reem is very much second pick, so the market's got it spot on. Be surprised to see either of these two out of the top 5. They're all in. Stand by. Ready. Long hold. Too sure what's holding us up. It looks as though Evening Story has been backed out of stall number 17, which is the widest box in use here. Evening Story not with them at the moment. There she is. The jockey Ahmed Al-Azhari is back aboard. 20th start at the racecourse, seeking victory number 5. Really good race this. Guys have covered it in excellent detail. Good luck if you're having a play in the penultimate race here in the Saudi capital. Clear from behind, flags up, and they're off and racing for this Fillies Open contest over 2,000 metres. Hexameter just missed it a beat or two, is now restrained towards the back end of the field, and Tequila Mockingbird also wasn't the best away from the inside stall. Blazing a trail early on is Lama Alanea, is leading by 3 parts of a length towards the inside. Nafitha, the white stable runner with the red cap for Abdullah Al Farouz. Between those, Paradise Row is also handy enough, with the green cap of Afasa restrained in 4th place. Hexameter, after that slow beginning, is now taking a prominent position towards the inside of runners. Alia down the middle of the course as company there with Jumanat Al Reem and Pretty Flag. Evening Story, who was backed out of the stalls and then reloaded, extreme left of this angle as they go midway down the back straight. Sanihar is towards the back end of the field with Daklat Nura and also the slow starting Tequila Mockingbird. So they completed the first 500 metres, and Lama Alanea is the leader. Between rivals is Paradise Row, and back against the inside is Mafitha to make a line of 3. Pushed along for a stride or two is Afasa in 4th position, racing in company there with Stoppel, and now moving up around the outside of runners is Alia to now take 3rd position. Jumana Al-Reen just squeezed along for a few strides with Hexameter and the retreating Nafitha. Back in mid-division is Smoky Quartz for the first mention. Evening Story is in that cluster, so too is Montana. Still towards the back end of the field is Sanihar, is preceded there by Sophia Cat as the runners come towards the top of the straight. It is Alia, now produced by Alex Moreno, is being chased through by Pretty Flag Mohammed Aldaham. Paradise Row now on the far side in 3rd. Afasa will plug on at the 1 pace, and then comes the long-time leader Lama Alanea as they race inside the final 200 metres, and Alia has gone for home. Quickly puts 2 lengths on top of Pretty Flag, and Alia will score here. The class act, Alia wins by 3 lengths at the wire. Pretty Flag in 2nd, Paradise Row in 3rd. Then came Afasa and the on-rushing Daklat Nura from the back of the field. Well, Alia is just too good, and once again racing over 2,000 metres. Wasn't beaten far last time by Mazuna. Has gone 1 better here and scores for the 5th time in her career on start number 12. It's a quick-fire double for Alex Moreno, as Alia has got the job done. Pretty Flag, much more like it from her in 2nd place, still trying to find the form of last season. 2:11 flat, the winner's time. Alia number 1, as Rory Delagi has another winner. 3 3/4 lengths back to Pretty Flag. I think Tom Humphreys was on side with Alia as well. Paradise Row in 3rd position, certainly ran her race. Then came Afasa. Tequila Mockingbird on the far side has also picked up well with Daklat Nura near side. Juvenat Al Reem never on terms. Likewise Ishtoppel. Alia has won the penultimate race on the programme here in the style of a very, very useful filly. Gets her day in the spotlight. 2nd last time, goes 1 better. Takes this Fillies Open in terrific style. 1, 6, 9 and 4.
The class has come to the fore as Alia has won this Phillies Open in impressive style. Ended up taking it by 3 3/4 lengths from Pretty Flag, who came via the car park, widest of all, but couldn't quite reel her in late on. Paradise Row ran a big race in third, and Efasa plugged on at the 1 pace in fourth. But Alexis Moreno has got another winner flying through the card late on. That's a double for him today, and he'll be very happy with that. And if you liked Alia, you would have had very little concerns all the way around. Now, usually I'd have young Saad, the assistant trainer and son of Abdul Wahed, to be able to speak to in English about this horse, but Saad is not here, so we do not have Saad. Hisham, his brother, is here, but Saad is not, so we won't be able to get a trainer interview, but we will be able to talk to Alex, who will be happy as a Larry with this win for Alia. The bounce back from the second place last time out, but she's such a consistent performer, isn't she? Rory said she'd only finished outside the frame once in her career. That was 3 starts ago, and she'd been much, much better in her last 2 efforts winning here. Look, she's not going to blow you away with her looks, but she's clearly got a really good attitude, and she tries for connections. And you can see that down the straight when Pretty Flag sort of ranged up alongside. You never really felt in too much danger. Tamer Al-Dahani has been flying this season, but wasn't able to bridge this gap or get anywhere near, and Mohamed Adaham had to settle for second aboard Pretty Flag. But this winner's very smart and has done it well, and she will put herself in the conversation of the best fillies, especially over this 2,000 metre trip. She'd have to be one that you have to keep an eye on. Remember, with a rating of 100, she'll go up a couple of pounds for that effort as well, there'll be no doubt, but she has done that well. Interesting to see where they'll go next with her, because obviously if with over 2,000 and she didn't have any trip problems at all, I think dropping back to 1,800 metres may not be a problem, but sometimes horses do find that 1,800 metre trip a bit of an in-betweeny trip, and sometimes they do struggle. But no issues for Alia today, who has won that in good style and justified the support of many of you at home and the boys in the studio. We're going to get Alexis Moreno now. He comes by us. Alex, that's a very quick fire double. Well done.
Well, thank you. I think she was out of the level. She was pretty good, and no time to wait on nobody.
You rode her like she was the best horse in the race. Just took your time around the outside and never really looked in danger.
Well, she was the best filly in the race. Last time she got beat my Masuna, top filly. But well, today she showed well.
And this trip's not a problem for her at all. At the 2,000 metres, she got home fine. The slow start was nice for her.
No, it's no problem with the distance. So she handled it well, and just congratulations.
Camille Espina may have had 1,000 winners, but he's only had 1 winner today. You've had 2. Well done.
Wow, congratulations to the guy. 1,000 winners is a lot, man.
Well done.
Thank you, buddy.
Oh, he was a little bit nicer about Camilo Ospina this time, wasn't he? But no, very well done. Quick fire double for Alex Moreno, and he could have easily have been drawn into going for this horse early on, Rory, especially off the home bend, but he waited, and when he did press the go button, I mean, fair play to Pretty Flag. She's put up a good effort in second.
Yeah, I was worried about Pretty Flag, having thought that Alia was going to cruise to victory. She moved up on the outside, looking very dangerous. But she'd run above herself. She's got a rating of 81. Alia got a rating of 100. So it should have been fairly plain sailing, with only 1 pound between them in the weights today. But Pretty Flag, having had a wide trip throughout, has run an absolute stormer. But Alia's just a very good horse, really, and she's done it very nicely.
Interesting here from the start. You see, Alia's got 5 horses to her right-hand side, in about 3rd or 4th at this stage, Rory. But Alex Moreno didn't want to get involved in the early skirmishes up the front end, and just took Alia back and got her in a lovely rhythm. And you've seen him at good effect to something similar in the race beforehand when coming with a wet sail. He didn't need to do that here, but again, keeping that horse in the rhythm, it's a sort of ride that we're used to seeing from Ricardo Sosa Ferreira as well, isn't it?
Yeah, no, Alex is a very good rider, but the key to him is you want to catch him after he's had a winner.
Okay.
His confidence, he is very much a confidence rider. It's a bit like Frankie Dettori in that regard. When things aren't going too well, Alex is sort of, he does quite well when Callum speaks to him, even after a loser. He puts on a fairly brave face, but you can tell he gets a bit down when he's had a few defeats.
Well, he is
but once he has a winner, you just see the energy in him, the positivity in him. He just believes in himself again, and here he was, straight off a winner, riding like a champion jockey.
Now at this point, international market's second favourite is just starting to sit on Ali's girth. That's Jumna Al Reem, Adel Al Faradi on board, and to the outside of him is Pretty Flag. So all three of those are in the perfect posies, but the distress signals just start to come now for Jumna Al Reem, Rory. And yeah, if you were with this one, your fate was known pretty early on.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing. It has plugged on again. The pace has probably slackened a little bit in this race at halfway, and I suspect that Jumanat Al Reem would want an end-to-end gallop. But she's been very consistent of late, and you can't really complain about the rider here, Adel Al Faradi, coming in for the ride, but she got badly outpaced coming into the turn, and then has just been able to plug on again later on, whereas he looked to be stalking Alia in the place that he wanted to be, but when Alex Moreno was asked Alia to go forward, she shot away from Jumanat Al Reem, and that rival was beaten very quickly, which is a case of whether something else was able to go with it, and Pretty Flag was the one who did so. And again, you've got to give great credit to her. She'll be interesting if it turns out quickly on the back of this, because this looks a career best effort to me.
And Tharma Al Dahani always wants his horses to go up in the ratings. Do you think the handicapper probably will put Pretty Flag up a couple of pounds at least?
Yes, I mean, yes, because Pretty Flag is finished in front of, again, Tharma knows the time of day. So he's not going to say, I finished 10 lengths in front of Jumanat Al Reem, and that's rated 97, so I should be 110. He's going to say, well, obviously, Jumanat Al Reem you'd ignore, but he'll look at the other horses you've beaten. The third horse is rated reasonably close to a Pretty Flag on form, Paradise Row, but there was a fair bit between the two of them today, so I'd have thought a £4 or £5 rise would be reasonable for her.
Quick fire double then for Alex Moreno on Alia. Good pat down the neck as well for that one, going past the line. Ears pricked as well. A winner for myself and Rory. Put it there, Rory. I think maybe we should get like our own little handshake or high five thing going if we back the same winner. What do you think?
Absolutely not. Sorry, Tom.
Race 12 up next then is the Jockey Club Board Cup. It's a local Group 3 over the 2,000 metres. Let's get back to Mark Francis.
Yes, final time today. The runners and riders for the 12th race here to feature as well the local Group 3 Jockey Club Board Cup over 2,000 metres. And the field are headed by number 1, Abo Jana for Mohammed Al Hubail. 2 is Abo Shaker, second start in the red stable colours. Alex Moreno looking for a hat-trick. Al Gaddaf, Adel Al Faradi, who has also been on the score sheet today in search of back-to-back wins at rides number 3. 4, Al Makam for Abdullah Al Farouz, seemingly the second choice for the white stable. 5 is Masoom Al Nayef for Fahed Al Faradi. And 6 is Tazim. Seems a long time ago that Ricardo Sosa Ferreira rode his double. 7 is Taj Al Elaya for Naif Al Anazi. Gets stall number 1 as well. Moltka is unbeaten from 2 starts. Abdelaziz Al Massa. 9, Hey Nebaha is the market leader for Camilo Ospina on the day he celebrated 1,000 winners. 10, Jadel Kayer Tariq Al Mansour. 11, Najabat Al Ez for Adil Al Sahani. They are the contenders for the Group 3 Jockey Club Board Cup. Let's go look at them. For one final time, Callum Elliwell.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, start with the 1. Abu Jana looks really well in the parade ring, lovely in the coat, very, very good walk, certainly made the shortlist. Let's pull back to number 2, Abu Shaker, the grey who's just coming through now. Bold front running type, who was a little bit disappointing last time, having won a race that was eventually called off previously. So does have winning form this season. Don't ignore that disqualification that you might see in the race card. He won that comfortably. There was an issue at the start. Abu Shaker will be looking to bounce back here. Let's drop back to horse number 4, Al Makam, who we're just seeing here. Big, strapping, imposing type that looks incredible in the coat. Very well turned out by the white stable as per usual. Not carrying a lick of condition. Still quite inexperienced compared to lots of these. This is only start number 5. Pull back one more. Masoom Al Nayef, the horse that continually tries to outperform expectations. Not really fancied when finishing second last time, outrunning an absolute cracker, and did very similar things last season. Has to be put on the shortlist here and looks in great shape, really fit. Let's pull back a couple more to horse number 7, who is Taj Al-Lalia. Just coming towards us now. Doesn't look like the most imposing type, but is an absolute trier. Never knows when to die, never knows when to back down and give up. Taj Al-Alia would have every chance here. Has been shown to better effect in better races than this. So keep an eye on this one. One of the top local bred horses in the country, and looks incredibly fit and ready to do justice. Finally, in behind, the last one is horse number 9, Hayna Baha. We absolutely love her. She was a very good winner last time out on seasonal reappearance. Again, I still think she's carrying a bit of condition, but she looks amazing in the coat, and I can understand why plenty of people at home like Hayna Baha.
Thank you very much, Callum. Looking at the runners in the paddock. Now, this is what they are running for. This is the Jockey Club Board Cup, as you can see in the brackets there. It's a domestic Group 3, and a lot of connections are wanting to get their hands on this. 165,000 Saudi Riyal on offer here, Rory, as well. There's plenty of form for us to take a look back at as well. We've just seen number 7 in the paddock, Callum talking about that one. That was Taj Layla. We can see this one in a minute finishing second, and here it is now, Rory.
Yeah, this is a really consistent horse, Taj Layla. You see him in second place at this stage, putting it all on the line as he always does. He's had 4 runs this season. All of them have been in cup contests, and he's made the frame in each of them. Looked like he was going to get his reward here when hitting the front with a furlong to go, but he gets run out of it late in the day, in finishing second to Fareh finishing with a real rattle on the rail. That was the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup over this course and distance 3 weeks ago. Cracking run from Taj Layla. Will run well again. We'll see if he's good enough on the day.
Now, this is the international market favourite. This is Hayna Baha, Camillo Ospina on board. Are you wanting to go against this one here, Rory?
I'm not against it as such, but there's a horse I really like from an each-way perspective who I'm going to put up in the race. Hayna Baha going away to win nicely in the Ministry of Interior Cup here a couple of weeks ago. Is still unexposed, only had the 5 starts so far. This was a career best. She won, we're talking about wide margins in maidens. I think she won her maiden by 20 lengths last season as well. You see, she just getting to the end of her tether late in the day there, probably wasn't 100% fit.
Now, this is Marsum Al Nayef we're seeing here. This, again, finishing second. 10-1 on the international market. Is this one being overlooked?
Yes, is the answer here. I really like this horse. This was his best ever this season. He's a horse who takes a few runs to get up to peak fitness, and he looked off the bridle and beaten before the home turn here, but he finishes with a real rattle to be second to Alamai. And to be honest, I thought he was unlucky maybe not to get this in the steward's room, because he gets a bump from the winner in the last few strides, gets to the front and then just gets done again on the nod. I thought he might have got that in the steward's room, but as it was, he didn't. He was second in a local Group 1 over course and distance earlier in the year, and he will appreciate the slightly longer trip.
Right, let's talk about the international market second favourite, who we haven't spoken about, and this is a really interesting contender here. This is Maltka, unbeaten in 2 starts, Rory. Can you see why connections have gone for this local Group 3?
Yeah, the win last time out looks fairly good. Beat Moela 2 3/4 lengths in open company last time out. Moela's a pretty good yardstick. On that evidence, he's entitled to his place in this sort of contest, but horses who win well at a slightly lower level don't always come up to scratch first time in cup company. There's no quarter asked in races like this. So while Maltka certainly appears to have the talent for it, this will test him a little bit in this company, and I was against him.
Now, the Red Stable have 3 runners in this field. The shortest price of those is number 3, Al Gadaf, Adel El Faradi on board. Do you think this should have been the shortest price of the 3 of them?
It's not easy to say. If Abu Sheikha hadn't run disappointingly last time, I say Abu Sheikha should have been the shortest. But we'll put the merits forward, and people can make their own minds up, really. Al Gadaf hasn't actually won at this trip, but does come here on the back of a back-to-form effort when winning an Open last time out, beating Jeddah Al Khair over 1,800 metres. And you'd have thought the 2,000 metres should be okay for Al Gadaf. Abu Sheikha, as Callum mentioned, won an Open race on his return, but gets a D next to his name. He wasn't disqualified as such. The race, there was an incident at the start, and the starter tried to call them back, but no one spotted the flagman, or the flagman, I can't remember exactly how it went wrong, but no one saw that the starter called a false start, and they raced as normal, and Abu Sheikha won very impressively. So no one tried to pull up in that race. It was just that someone tried to anticipate the start, and the stalls rocked a little bit, and then the field got on their way. A couple of horses were slightly compromised in the way the race started, and in normal circumstances it was just one of those races you think was fine, but because the starter had called a false start, even though it was completely ignored, The race was declared void afterwards,
Well,
but he showed himself to be as good as ever there.
He had a high-profile race back in the UK back in 1993 that something very similar happened to there. Let's talk about number 1 here, Abojana, 12-1 on the international market here, rated 96. What are your thoughts on this one?
I thought this was a stiff task for Abojana coming off a break, to be perfectly honest. The rating suggests that he's got a chance, but I think he found it tough.
Right, selection time then, Rory. You sound like you're quite keen on.
In no way putting anyone off Heinabaha, who is the obvious one on paper, but I've got a real sauce well for Marsoum Al Nayef, and I think he's running himself into form, so he is my selection here.
Number 5, Marsoum Al Nayef for Rory Delaghi. I want to go with number 6, Tazim. I think might have needed that run last time and has Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on board. So number 5, Marsoum Al Nayef for Rory. Number 6, Tazim for me. Callum, where are you going in this local Group 3?
Yeah, it's a tricky little race. I think I'm going to go Heinabaha in this one. It shouldn't blow me away in the parade ring, but not many did in this race. They're all very, very talented, so they don't all stand out as much. I thought Marsoum Al Nayef did look very well, so that's a positive if you like that one. Just seeing, I think that was Taj Alalia just getting checked up down towards the start there. So we'll just keep an eye on that, actually, because there seems to be a few starters making their way over very quickly. I imagine this loading process is going to happen incredibly quickly. They maybe only did 2 laps of the parade ring, so keep an eye on how this one turns out. I thought of the other ones that are well worth noting. Moltke, horse number 8, the 3-year-old in this race. 2 wins from 2 starts, a big step up in class here, but from connections there seemed to be a little bit of confidence. It's Talal Al-Shain's brother is the trainer of Moltke, so that was how I got a good line on that. So there'll be the white stable. We'll be keeping an eye on those red colours with the white cross belts on the body too, and you've got Ahmed Al Musa doing the steering on that one. I thought Abu Sheikha did look really well in the prelims as well. Big, strong, scopy horse. You can't miss him. Certainly, Alex Moreno will be in fine form at the moment and looking for the hat-trick. Don't discount him. He could be very dangerous. Al Makam, another one. Big, imposing type. Another very inexperienced. It's an interesting thing to play in this race. Are you looking for horses that have had plenty of runs, or are you looking for some inexperienced runners? And I think sometimes in these good races, these cup contests, you want a horse with a bit of experience. And I think Taj Alalia, if everything is all okay with that horse, could be a bit dangerous here, especially knowing that this horse has been there and done it all in top racing, top class company. The pick for me is going to be Heinabaha. Hopefully, Mark Francis, the hay will be in the barn at the end.
Oh, I hope so, Callum. Yeah, Heinabaha definitely for me. I know you backed this horse a couple of weeks ago when it won on return, and there's no reason for me to oppose here today. Once again in our local Group 3, the highlight on today's programme as we see Jadeh El Kayer go into 4. Pretty much seen all the field. What I haven't had an eye on was Taj Alaya. Slotting in nearest to us now without the jockey, Naif Al Anazi. Should hopefully have the right colours on. Marsoum Al Nayef, the selection of Rory Delaghi. Good day for our experts in the studio. Plenty of winners here on the JCSA English speaking channel. We'll be back tomorrow, of course. Gareth Topham flying over for the big Saturday card here. So much good racing to look forward to here tomorrow, so make sure you join us here once again. Al Gaddaf will be the last, the white cap for the red stable. Red cap on board Alex Moreno on Abo Sheikha. Tazim Ricardo Sosa Ferreira has the black cap. Blindfold now removed from Al Gaddaf. Seemingly doesn't need it. Heinabaha 9-4, solid at the top. A little bit of money for Al Gaddaf between those. Moltke looks to remain unbeaten. Really, really good race to close proceedings here on this Friday programme. Gaddaf due into stall number 9 for Adil Al Faridi. It's in closer. Back to the team after this to close the show. The odd delay here. Al Gaddaf is halfway in. I think we're just about ready. 2,000 metres once again, the trip here for the lucky last. And they're off and racing. For the local Group 3 Jockey Club Board Cup, it was a very level beginning. Out wide, Abo Shekar is one of those to get the call early on. The grey horse who is now teching across with Taj Al-Elaya towards the inside of the green cap of Al Makam and the red jacket of Moltka, who is certainly up there early on. Back against the inside, Taj Al-Elaya is now joined in mid-division by Tazim. And then comes the red cap of Hey Nebaha, who is travelling okay early on as they join up with the round course. Only has a few behind, including Masoum Al-Nayef towards the inside. Then comes Jadeh Al-Kayer. And there's a gap of 5 lengths back to Abojana and Najbat Al-Ez at the back end of the field. Pretty steady tempo this, being set by Abo Shekar towards the inside of Al Makam. This is the leading pair. Then comes Moltka with the red jacket, white crossbelts, being stalked all the time by Hey Nebaha. White cap extreme left for Al Gaddaf is certainly close up with Tazim's black cap. And then comes Taj Al-Elaya towards the inside, a break of 1.5 lengths to Masoum Al-Nayef. Number 5 on the inside is given about 4 lengths to Jadil Kayer. The final 2 remain Abojana and Najabat Al-Ez. They're tightly grouped as they go round the far end of the turn. Up ahead it is now Al Gaddaf who has taken over, but Hey Nebaha now smoothly travelling into second place. Then comes Taj Al-Elaya towards the outside of a ridden along Al Makam. Picking up is Masoum Al-Nayef down the middle of the course. Then comes Tazim. Moltka is under maximum pressure as we race inside the final furlong and a half. And it is the favourite, Hey Nebaha, who now goes on to Al Gaddaf towards the inside. Running on well down the middle of the course is Taj Al-Elaya. And Masoum Al-Nayef is not done with either. Racing inside the final 100, nearest to is Taj Al-Elaya. Hey Nebaha the far side between those. And the cracking finish is Masoum Al-Nayef. It is Taj Al-Elaya who wins the last. Takes the Group 3 Jockey Club Board Cup. Masoum Al-Nayef in second. And then came Hey Nebaha. Double of the day for Nate Valanazi as he guides Taj Al-Elaya. One better to the Group 3 Jockey Club Board Cup. He's a regular in Cup company and he has his day. Start number 20. Victory number 6. They were all across the track here. Plenty of chances. Hey Nebaha had certainly given her running on the far side. Between those, Masoum Al-Nayef was getting there all the time. Ran out of time. Taj Al-Elaya from stall 1. You wouldn't think that coming down the middle of the course was coming to say hello to the punters. 2:11.11 is the winning time here for number 7, Taj Al-Elaya. Look at Nate Valanazi loving life at the finish. He's taken a big pot here aboard number 7. Masoum Al-Nayef has only gone down 3 parts of a length in second. Hey Nebaha, an excellent performance in third, all beaten in the end. Then came Tazeen in the black cap. White cap on the far side, Al Gaddaf. They have filled out 4 and 5. Then came Al Makam and a distant Najabat Al-Ez. Taj Al-Elaya has won the Group 3 Jockey Club Board Cup for Naif Al-Anazi in the colours of Al-Sharif Hazar bin Shaka Al-Abdali. 2 on the day for Naif. 3 parts of a length ahead of Masoum Al-Nayef and Hey Nebaha. Tarzim back in 4th place. 7, 5, 9 and 6. It's back to the gents to wrap up the show.
Cup, the local Group 3. Nath Al-Anazi yet again has won the 2 most valuable races on the card today. Just got off, he's got back on, and he's going to be coming into the parade ring pretty soon. It was a race, Rory. It changed complexion so much down that home straight. We saw Masoum Al-Nayef coming with a good run for yourself. Hey Nebaha's run a really good race as well, but down the outside, Taj Al-Elaya has come there and got there at the right time.
Yeah, he looked like he was going to get his reward for some very consistent efforts in cup races this season last time out, but he got nabbed late in the day. This time he got his head in front fairly late on, although he's hung towards the stand side in the last 100 metres. He's held on to beat Masoum Al-Nayef, who he has crossed, but in fairness, he was fairly clear at the time, and the distance is 3/4 of a length. So I think connections of Masoum Al-Nayef will be a little bit annoyed. They got hampered close home when just touched off by a nose, I think, last time out. Yeah. And then they're beaten less than a length again after the winners crossed them. But I think they were second best on the day anyway.
And if you were with the international market favourite, Hey Nebaha, turning into the straight, you're seeing Camilla Rosbin get into that down to that drive position again, and it didn't look like anything was going to get to him, and then all of a sudden anyone of 4 or 5 could win.
Yeah, I don't think it's a strange race because I thought Jcsa wasn't setting a particularly strong pace in front, but that was actually the first to drop out. Dropped out before the home turn. Heinebach was going well, but there's several horses going well in behind as well. So Heinebach has got to the front, but hasn't been able to unleash a strong enough turn of foot to fight the others off. And we know that both Taj Al-Elia and particularly Marsoum Al-Nayaf can finish very strongly. They've come from further back to fight it out. But only 3 parts of a length between the first and second, the second and third, and the third and fourth. So a real grandstand finish.
Yeah, it's a race we would love to see again. I thought Tazim was catching my eye. I put him up beforehand. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, he came with a flying effort, but like you say, so many of others did, as Nath Al-Anazi gets a lot of celebrations back behind us. But I thought a really good run from Tazim in fourth. Stepped up on that.
Absolutely. I think there's 2.5 lengths between first and fifth in the end, and every one of those top 5 have come out of the race with some credit. Maybe if it was more of an end-to-end gallop, we'd have seen slightly bigger margins and perhaps a truer result. But I don't think you can argue too much with it because the right horses have come to the fore here.
Yeah, absolutely. The right horses have come to the fore, and there is the winner, Tej Al-Elia, Nath Al-Anazi, in really good form. He's won both the most valuable races on the day earlier as well, winning that really valuable Arabian race as well. Good pack for the winner, Taj Al-Elia, even though he may have unshipped Nath Al-Anazi on the way back in. And there he is getting a lot of celebrations. He's going to weigh in a minute. He must remember to get rid of that saddle cloth, and someone's just taking it off him there. Here he is going to weigh in. He wants to make sure this is right. Local Group 3 as well. Helmet comes off as well. Kiss to the camera, punches the air as well. Great day for Nath Al-Anazi. And look, we've been speaking about a lot of other jockeys over the past couple of days, but this is his big day. He's a big favourite of the channel. And here's the replay now, turning into the straight. Heine Baha, Camilo Ospina gets into that drive position, and then your eye is drawn to the left where Tej Al-Elia is, and also your selection, Rory, Marsoum Al-Nayaf. And yeah, it was a fascinating race to watch towards the end. Probably not for you.
Yeah, under that typical Nath drive, the winner hasn't kept particularly straight in the closing stages. But as we said, he hasn't really caused any interference either, and he's won the race on merit. And we saw Nath, as you said, to very good effect in the purebred Arabian race, making all the running. Here's showing that he can do it 2 ways as well. So great day for Nath. He hasn't always been the star name this season. We came here and we loved him in Taif, but it's good to see him get the winner. Tom, back to you.
Yeah, great for Nath Al-Anazi. But one man, look who has come to join us. The man of the moment, Camilo Ospina. Very well done. 1,000 winners. I mean, for you, how much of a big thing is this, riding 1,000 winners here in Saudi?
No, you know, the first thing always, thank you to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, the King Abdullah bin Abdul Aziz for trust me, for giving me support from the beginning, and Talal bin Sharain, our boss, the trainer of the stable. And this is, you know, I don't know how much I win, but I don't know how long I ride. But I try to win. It's possible 2,000, no? But it's hard job. It's hard job. It's from the beginning. It's working. It's every day. You know, it's hard job. But thanks God, I did.
Now, roughly, how long have you been here for? So to get 1,000 winners, we presume you've been here quite a long time. When did you first come to Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, I arrived 2008 to Saudi Arabia, yeah. And I ride continue until now, every year, and the same stable, the King Abdullah stable. And before is the 2 days, no more, races and 7 races for a day. Now it's different. Now, thanks God, we have many races. 30 seasons and a week, you know, it's very nice. You have very good chance to win.
And for you as well, you mentioned about a lot of races. We see 12 races here, you know, often. Because you're one of the most popular jockeys, you get an awful lot of rides. I suppose it can be quite hard for you ride after ride 12 races. Can that take its toll a bit as well?
Yeah, no, it's difficult. It's difficult, you know, because here in Saudi Arabia, sometimes you are good, tomorrow you never know, you know, it's no keeping the same way, you know, but thanks God, I try to do my best job and continue the winners.
And where were you riding before you came to Saudi Arabia?
I rode in Colombia, in my country, you know. After that I went to Chile. I stayed there for a few months, but thanks God I had my teacher in Colombia, he is Jorge Duarte. He helped me to come to Saudi Arabia, and he told me, Camilo, I had a good stable for you, and I right here for thanks to him.
Camilo, there are a lot of jockeys, not necessarily from Colombia, but a lot of the jockeys from Panama, Spanish-speaking jockeys. Does it feel like a community of jockeys here, and how important is that to have people you know?
No, it's very important for us, because I'm from Colombia, alone here in Saudi Arabia. There are maybe 4 or 5 jockeys from Colombia and around the world. In my country, he's closed the racetrack in 2008. And the Panama jockeys is a lot, it's similar to the football and Brazilian.
Yes.
It's giving the jockeys every year, But here is very important for us. Wilberto Ramos is the teacher of me also. When I arrive here, he teaches me a lot, and he won the Saudi Cup. He's only the jockey. We'll see local, because we right here. We are from Colombia, from Panama. We are local, It's difficult, and we try to do our best jobs and try to win the many races, And this is very good for us.
And for you as well, because there's a lot of English-speaking jockeys here, like you say, a few of you from Colombia, but this channel as well that's pretty new. Is it a positive for you, so you can listen to the English-speaking channel as well?
Sure, yeah, of course, and in my country and around the world, because in my house in Colombia, but they don't know English, they don't know Arabic, But I have one brother, he speaks English a little bit, and he says it's better because he knows the horses. He lives in Colombia, but he knows the horses, he knows the races, and everybody say now I know the races in Saudi Arabia before nobody knows, because speaking Arabic is difficult. For me, it's difficult. I live here for a long time. And the people say is when you open the channel in English, the people, we know the races now in Saudi Arabia.
Now, before we let you go, we have to talk about that ride that you rode, that 1,000th winner on, and that was Nawafa. Now, how good could she be? She won by 20 lengths.
Yeah, nice feeling. But,
I'm not surprised.
No surprise. But I was working that filly, and she breeds very good, but believe me, I think it's a surprise today, because I was thinking the filly win, but not in this format, But he's very quiet in the morning. He never do anything, But
that's good though for the.
Yes, it's the mentality. It's focus on the races, It's nice filly. I hope they keep in sound, and then we'll see in the big races.
No, brilliant. And one question before you go. You said you were in Colombia and Chile beforehand. From a jockey's point of view, when you came over to Saudi Arabia, what did you have to change riding-wise?
No, not too much, because my style is from America style, The teacher in Colombia, he rode in America for a long time. And when I arrived here, Wilberto Ramos, he rode in America and also. And the now is Ricardo Ferreira. Is the English style, but all the jockeys here from Panama, from Saudi Arabia, is the English style.
Camilo, it's been a pleasure to see. Well done on your 1,000 winners. We didn't let Callum talk to you because he talks to you too much. I wanted a chance, but very well done.
Thank you.
Very well done. We'll let you go, Camilo. Go celebrate your 1,000 winners.
Go say hello to your family. Well done.
There we go. Camilo, I'll speak.
Well. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Well done to Camilo. Great to chat to him, wasn't it? Especially after that big milestone. I'll let you talk now, Callum. I stole the spotlight, but he was fantastic, the whole way through. And what he was saying there is so interesting. We haven't heard that from him before.
I think it's wonderful that we found out where he started. Colombia, via Chile to Saudi Arabia. And it seems to be the story with everyone that ends up coming here. It was someone that had spent time in Saudi Arabia before who has come back to where home is and has said, please come out and join me in this place. It's a land of opportunity, and there's plenty of opportunity to be had.
Now, we missed the trophy presentation for that because we had Camilo Spear. Let's have a look at it now. Connections, very, very happy, and rightly so. Here's Nath Al-Anazi, who we've mentioned before, and you've mentioned the best beard in racing as well.
Best beard in sport.
And